There,
Yeah.
controversially, there's 200 verses in the Bible. Let's say that confirm a flat stationary Earth, but that's also subjective. So
Yeah, no, that's valid. And I mean,
what what
I
what
guess,
uh what happened in your journey? What caused you to look into this?
um, well, I guess well, I was reading the Bible initially, and I did notice all the verses in the Bible that kind of confirm that the Earth is flat, and also I have become such a conspiracy theorist over everything that's been happening in the world in the last, like, I don't know what, 15 years, that I don't know. I feel like that's the one thing that hasn't been proven yet to be true. So I wouldn't be too shocked to actually believe that the Earth is flat or dome, I guess. I believe the Earth is more like a dome, but
Yeah, that's
um
that's not. I mean, that's speculation. We know that it has to be contained because we have air pressure. In order
yeah,
to have air pressure, you need some form of containment.
yeah,
Yep.
100%, right? No, I completely believe that. And then um
And well, you said something like it hasn't been proven yet. Well,
well,
we
I
can
mean,
we can prove that the Earth does not curve. That is a
maybe by
that's
proven I meant like admitted too. I mean,
right,
I
right.
believe it's proven, but I guess the government hasn't admitted to that one yet. So, I
They
mean,
they they kind of do. I mean, they give it away in certain things they say and certain things they show us. I mean, I think they do
uh-huh. Do
in a
you
way. Like people say like, "Oh, well, how are they hiding it?" I mean, you can't hide the earth. So I mean, there's nobody's out there with this grand conspiracy lying about the earth. I just think that, a lot of these teachers and scientists, they just believe the narrative that, that they've been told and that they've learned at school. I don't think anybody's really lying, you know what I mean?
right? Yeah, no, 110%. I saw this like chat yesterday and I wanted to join for a little bit. I gotta go now, but this is really cool. And I actually was curious if this was
There's a really
really
good laser test in the chat if you know where the chat is. Boogie Woods, you
uh-huh.
just put it in the chat. Take a look at that. That's kind of irrefutable right there.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'll probably come back later, but thank you guys. Hope y'all have a good day. This is really cool. I can't believe there are actually more flat earthers than I thought already, just in the
And the
Discord
guy
alone.
that did that test, he was actually a globe earther before he started doing it. He has a PhD in optics, so
Uh-huh.
he was really skeptical after he did his laser tests.
Interesting. I definitely want to learn more about the theory because I haven't dove in too deep into it, but I am already pretty convinced off of the few things I know. So thank you guys.
Yeah, are you part of the 24/7 or the Discord?
No, I'm not. Oh, is this like a separate Discord?
Yeah, I'm not sure what platform we're on right now, but
Oh, I think we're on, well, I think this, wait, so this is on the politics Discord server,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're on politics. Yeah, we have our own Discord server too. It's 24/7. I'll send a link in the chat.
Oh,
There's like
okay.
there's terabytes of information. Any question you possibly could have, there's answers to.
Okay.
So give me a second. I'll try to. Maybe somebody else can do it. I'm driving, so I don't really have the option to text right now. But maybe somebody will throw it in the chat for you.
Okay.
Throw what in the chat?
Our home server, the 24/7, so she can look at all the information and questions that are there.
Yeah, yo, lady, are you trying to figure out if the Earth is flat or round?
I mean, I'm already pretty convinced that the Earth is um like flat, right? But I haven't dove too much into this theory. Um, First of all, I'm a Christian. It's mentioned in the Bible a few times. I've seen some of the like um one thing I always thought was really interesting was the flight mapping. Never understood that one, the way flights are mapped. I also kind of believe in the ice wall theory. So,
Yeah,
that kind of
I've seen the ice wall with my own eyes, actually.
no way.
Yeah, I'd kind of slow. That's the AE projection. You're thinking of a map, and
Hmm.
that's kind of a projection of a globe. I wouldn't really go that route. I would stick to more empirical things that you can validate than leaning on the speculation side. But that's
Yeah.
your journey. I can't really tell you what to do, but
No,
I would uh
100%.
I would stick yeah, I would stick to more empirical things.
Yeah. No, I agree completely. That's why I was like, this is actually, I thought maybe this was like a troll chat or something, to be honest with you. But like, if this is like legit, I kind of do want to learn more. So I'd like to be part of the Discord if that's okay. The Discord you guys
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
have.
Jada, it's in the chat right now. You can click it,
Oh,
and
okay, cool.
somebody might. I think Helio Skeptic's in there a lot, so he can talk to you too if you go in the chat.
Oh, thank you. All right, I gotta go, but I will um like do everything. I don't know if I have to like sign up and stuff to be a part of it, but I will. So thank you.
No, it's just a click, and you're welcome. Anytime, come back, ask questions, whatever you need.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good day.
Wait, if I talk, will I get banned again?
What?
If I talk, will I get banned again?
For what? What you banned for earlier?
Bro, your stupid friends banned me on my other account. I didn't even do nothing. I literally came in, I went on mute, and poof, banned.
Maybe they were nervous that you were gonna start disruption or something, you know?
Okay, but you're supposed to mute me, not ban me. That's mod abusing.
Well, I don't know. You gotta go ask them. You know who banned you?
I don't know who banned me.
Um,
It was probably Timbo. Oh, plumber ass. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
Well, I don't know if it was him or not. No idea.
I think it was him because he was the one that told he was the one that came up with the idea to ban me in the first place.
Hey,
Oh,
lads,
it's okay.
did you hear that guy that came in here a little bit ago, about 20 minutes ago? I suppose you weren't in here, were you?
No, I wasn't.
What's his name? Treeman. He went by Treeman. He came in. He asked
Oh, I've seen
me.
him around.
Yeah, he was trying to question my my intelligence, my schooling. He threw out some term that I should have known, I guess. And when I said no, I don't know what that means. Why don't you tell me? Right into name calling, and yeah, it was pretty funny. So if you come across a guy named Treeman, he's probably going to do the same thing to you.
Lads, why do you have two accounts?
Wait, say that
Okay,
again,
so just
sorry?
ignore the queen. Why do you have two accounts?
Because it depends on which device I'm on.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, treatment was freaking weird, dude. I've seen him around before.
Y'all talk about him like he's a myth or something. What the hell? Um,
He's not a
I've
myth. I'm
never
just
even
saying I've
heard of the
seen him
guy
around, man.
before.
so what were y'all doing without me? Did y'all miss me?
No,
Uh,
What did I even do to you?
Nothing.
Hippo, you've been on mute for like the last hour.
Okay, because I was scared to talk because all of y'all are big mean people. Emphasize on the big.
No, nobody's big and mean.
Yeah,
What?
but we're not mean.
Y'all are mean. Y'all are big mean people. Emphasize on the big. Thank you.
No
No, the
emphasis
thing
on the
is,
big.
Hippo,
No mean.
it's just when other people are having conversations and you come up with just random things you say.
No, 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 no. I don't do that. Don't sit
That's
there
what
and lie about it.
triggers. Oh, come on. Yeah, I don't think you've talked. I don't think you've talked about the room subject
Yes, I
once in
have.
like the last
Literally,
week.
your friends banned me because I was talking. I was literally beating y'all in an argument with Flats, and I was talking, and then somebody banned me out of the blue. It was Timbo Plumber ass.
Okay, wait, Johnny, have you had a conversation with her before about the topic?
Last time,
Oh,
yeah,
you
when
glitch
she brought up
babes. You
the
sound like a robot.
Eratosthenes, I was
Yeah.
I was here when she did the Eratosthenes thing.
Oh,
Okay, she has
period.
other.
You know my
Okay,
favorite
so
experience.
so she has other globe proofs. If you want to go through those with Johnny here, you can
Sure,
debate
period.
Johnny.
So explain to me how earthquakes will work on flat Earth because flat Earth does not have a core.
How do earthquakes work on the globe?
They work because the core helps generate the core generates heat that helps the mandan layer, whatever layer of the earth move, and then the tectonic space, and then everything do they thing. You know? So it's like piece by piece contributing all together. Period.
How do you validate the core of the Earth?
By the waves that we get from earthquakes and also um digging down holes.
Digging down holes? We've only dug down 8 miles. apparently.
What?
The core is about
I was
the core is about
muted.
3,000
Then
miles
banned. I
now.
was talking. Then banned. I first of all, I was banned on, but I was talking to Lat when I first got banned, and Timbo was like, "Oh, ban her something something something," and then I got banned. And when I came back on my other account, patiently waiting my 2 days, I got banned again on my other account. This is why I'm on this account. I never really be on this account. Thank you. It's both. Anyways,
The what? The melanin layer?
yeah, something like that.
Is that what you said? The mantle, you mean?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's called the mantle.
Mm-hmm.
That's where your so-called lava comes from.
So I've been curious about that question too. How thick
Oh my
is the
god.
Earth? How thick is the Earth?
I was
I don't
about
know,
to say
dude.
something,
Yeah,
but I
how
can't
would
say
we
that.
know that?
You gotta stay PG friendly. What I was gonna say? Yeah, I'm not even gonna make a comment. Anyways, that's rude.
I
Yo,
mean, we
Clive,
have.
how would we
Yeah,
know?
go ahead.
How would we know how
We do.
thick it is?
Well, we have dug down 8 feet, 8 miles. You know that
Okay,
much.
yeah,
Is it any bigger?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Is there any way to prove? There's no
Clyde, do you have
scientific
a
method.
list?
I'm sorry.
Do you have a
Wait, what
list?
is that? Hold on, that's your own friend, man. That's somebody on your side. Let him speak for a sec.
I'm not on anyone's side. I was just curious of how that was calculated.
Turn right onto Blackhawk Boulevard.
Blackhawk
Mm.
Boulevard. Okay, I ain't the
I'm,
only one that hate
I'm,
that.
I'm delivering pizza. I do this as fun.
Right. Do you have braces and glasses? And do you have a list? That's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Well, I am probably the oldest person on this entire channel. So,
How old are you?
dental wise, I am 8 decades.
I've already told us what
8
side
decades.
he's on.
I need to get my calculator for this. I know decades is 12.
Turn right onto Sage Rock
Yeah.
Drive.
Okay,
Oh, brother, yo, Clive, she's on your side, by the way. Okay.
I don't have a side.
12, 12, 12, 12. Wait,
A decade,
whoa. Ain't no way
a
you
decade,
96. You're
a,
96?
de-
I think it's
a decade.
Yeah, decade's
a
12
Okay.
years
decade is
now.
12 years, right?
No, we're not talking
Well,
about
Dozen.
if you
dozen. No,
Not a
if,
dozen.
if
dozen.
you wait. If you have 6 fingers, yes, a decade is 12 years.
Could I have a
If you have
decade
6 fingers on
of
each hand,
So a decade
because
is
you would
10
be
years?
using
I'm
base 12.
confused.
A decade is 10 years, dear.
Turn right onto Sage Rock Drive.
Oh,
I mean,
wait.
Turn right onto
So you're
Stanley
80?
Drive.
What the fuck?
no,
Make
not
a
lately.
U-turn at Sagewell Drive, then turn right onto Sage Rock Drive. At the next stop sign, turn left.
What I was gonna say?
At the
Yeah,
stop sign,
I'll let you
turn
go.
you
left
got like
onto
a
Go
Sage
on.
crazy ass list, bro. Clyde, like you sound like the nerd emoji. I think I
Okay,
told you that
it's
before.
okay. Let him
I'm
have
not
whatever
being
list you
rude.
want. You
Hop
got
off my knee.
She's not being rude. Not at all. Not at all. It's all good.
Exactly. I'm telling like that's pointing out some like if
It's all
somebody was
good.
fat,
At the
you'll be
next
like,
stop
wow,
sign,
you're
turn
really
left.
fat, or like you're really big
If
boned, or like you got
if
like
I
you're
was
big.
if I was if I was easily offended, I would not
well,
live the ripe age of 96,
well,
which is
that's
the
not
average age
the
of my family.
thing. Like the thing we want her to get used to is addressing the actual information coming from somebody's
At the
mouth
stop
rather
sign,
than the
turn
person
left onto Blackhawk
themselves.
Boulevard.
Bro, you
If
gotta
we can
turn
at
on the
least
Black
get
Hawk
to that,
Boulevard.
if we can get to that point, that would be great.
Mind you, lads, I always get to that point, so mess off, bro.
You
It's
always
all
end
good.
up
It's all
talking
good.
about the people instead of the
Turn right onto
No,
information
no,
Sage
no,
Rock
coming
no, no,
from
no,
your
Drive.
no, no,
mouth.
Then
no.
you'll
I
turn right
always
onto
talk
Sage
about
Stanley Drive.
okay, let me not lie. I do sometimes talk about people, but majority of the time I talk about the topic also, unless it gets to something else. And then
Okay,
like
so you
nobody's
were
talking about the topic. So
Okay,
it's not my
Johnny,
fault.
go ahead. You can go ahead and continue your conversation with the
You,
earthquakes. Go ahead.
you sound you sound like my stockbroker and analyst. If it goes up, it's gonna go higher. But if it goes down, man, it's gonna go lower.
Turn right on.
No,
You're like your
I'm
accent is crazy.
gonna pass on the IPO. Okay.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'm not gonna entertain you. I'm
Entertained.
sorry.
We're debating. What is there to be entertained? Exactly. Hush. You just know you're not gonna win
I just
against me,
no. I
loser. Oh my god, my iPad is
the
glitching like
patient.
fucking crazy.
I'm sorry.
Well, just so you know, Grandpa's here if anybody has any questions or comments or
Mm,
concerns of any kind.
no.
Oh,
No
Yeah,
Ifo,
no,
you
thanks.
I'm
should ask
just
him.
letting you guys know that. Just putting that
You
out
should
there.
ask Mr. Fiddlebones there about your
Does any?
earthquake proof. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Philobones, is you're
Go
a
ahead.
flat earther or is you a round
No, I'm not a
earther?
globetard. I'm not a globetard.
A globe tart, excuse me? That's ironic.
You're excused.
No, not too much queen. We don't throw shade at the queen. The hell. Anyways, so why you think it's a why y'all muting him for? See, that's your problem. Muting everybody. I was gonna debate. And I can't hear. Wait, am I glitching? Oh, I think I am.
No, we can hear you. I just
Okay.
wanted to see if he was gonna say if that was good globe proof or not. I guess if you want to type in the side chat, Mr. Fiddlebones, if go ahead and describe your globe proof to him.
All right, so who wants to debate for real? Hey, DJ! DJ! DJ!
Do we necessarily have to debate? I mean, can we just have a discussion?
No, I want to
Okay,
debate.
okay.
DJ, hello?
Yeah, I'm gonna go on mute for a sec. I'll be back.
Nobody freaking cares, lads. Oh my god, my package need to get here for real. This is a mess. Anyway, since nobody's really talking, the day that I got banned, I went like on a big, really like not a big shopping spree, but it was like I found a couple items here and there, and was like,
Oh,
like I'm waiting for my.
don't. You're gonna get muted again. Don't do it.
Okay, never mind. Since you
Oh,
just
don't
want to
do that.
ruin the vibe,
No, I'm saying you're gonna end up getting muted if
DJ,
you
can you
go
come
on.
on here, bro? Stop being scary. Thank you. I still believe that's you because your other profile, you had a man that had like some flipped up blonde hair and he was wearing shades. I think. No, I don't know. I forgot. Yes, you go back to your old profile. I'm not tripping. You had somebody like that. And he was like by the pier or by the beach or something.
You definitely sound like one of my ex-wives, especially the ones that got quite a bit of money from me. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
That's ironic you say that.
I'm just teasing with you. Over.
I have my own business. I work my own. I get my own money. Thank you. Crypto hack. Period.
What type of business are you in? Curious.
Oh, I can't tell.
Okay.
It's a secret. But just know it's crypto.
It's okay. It's all good.
What was I gonna say? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, DJ, get your booty up here, bro, so we can debate. Sorry. Okay, do y'all only hear one smoke alarm? Because I think I unplugged the other two. But I don't know if it's the one that's all the way in the back hallway or the one in the front of the house. Because I hear it. But I just don't know which one. No, wait, there's only one left. I'm tripping. Yeah, there's only one left. Okay, so nobody wants to talk to the queen? Okay, I see how it is.
I do have to say that this is the quietest I've ever heard the group be. Over.
Nah, they've been way more quiet. You see how everybody want to start joining when I get here, period. So, can I debate now?
Take both sides. Let's hear it.
Take both sides? What the hell are you talking about?
Steel man the globe and then prove the Earth is flat.
Well, I'm a glober. I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, but it'll be good practice for you to spin the glove. And make sure you change your voice with the other characters so don't get confused.
Boogie Woods, what the hell are you talking about?
Talking about debating yourself, man.
Oh, y'all want me to debate myself? Oh, period. Okay. So, I believe that the...
Hippo,
What?
I'll tell you what, I'll debate you if you can steel man the flat earth side.
What does steel man mean? What the hell why y'all keep saying that word?
That's why
You mean
nobody wants to
defend?
debate you. You don't
You
even
mean
you
defend?
don't even know what steel
What
man.
does
You
a
mean
steelman
Look
mean?
up
defend
steel man.
your side?
No. Look up the word steel man.
Hey Siri, what does steel man mean?
The term steelman was coined by the philosopher Eli Brando as a word for and respectful dialogue in discussions by encouraging people to the positive and fair-minded way, not a hope to prove more
All right, that's
productive.
enough. Thank I still don't
Jo-
understand what that means.
Johnny Law, is that a Springfield prodigy?
1911.
Nice, nice.
Okay, now I know how you're seeing me, but you're not like in the call. You're just listening to the little live thing. To stillman is to represent the wait. To stillman is to represent a opponent side, which is the strongest. So like I take y'all strong as evidence and like try to like backhand it? You mean it like a rebuttal?
No.
Hello, you.
Yep, exactly. But I said steel man the globe and then prove they're flat
No,
Earth.
you could have just said rebuttal. The hell? Anyways. So yeah, y'all strongest point is about some booty laser test that like other people do and y'all don't know if it's edited. So I'm just gonna say it's edited because like what? Y'all never did a test yourself. So how can you say that's true proof or true proof of the globe. Da da da. Like that doesn't even make sense.
You're wrong again.
What? No, tell a flat earther what their position is in the way you understand it? What? I don't. Yeah, I gotta be slow or something because I just don't understand.
I think I can feel myself getting dumber.
No, I think you already are dumb, but it's okay.
See, that's why nobody wants to entertain you, Ivo.
Okay, so just because I'm a little slow, that's why nobody wants to entertain me. So you're prejudiced towards retarded people, and I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Exactly.
That's your problem. That is not second grade reading comprehension. I can read really good when I want to try. That's why I got a level 4 on my reading test. Thank you. And the highest is a level 5. And mind you, it was a high level 4. So eat that for breakfast, boy. Thank you.
Was that in second grade?
No. I was in high school, stupid.
Mm. Why don't you look up your favorite poem and read it to us?
I don't have a favorite poem, but I do have a favorite book, and it's called How to Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, okay.
And also, what is it called? I think it's called 1985. It's about Big Brother and like this government thing, and yeah, I read that right before we went on summer break.
1984, George
Something
Orwell.
like that. Yeah, him. And we
Good
also
book.
read, what is it called? Animal Farm, Pig Farm, something.
Mm-hmm. Good books. Good books. What do you think of the ending of 1984? What do you think about it?
We ain't read to the ending.
What? What do
Yeah,
you
we
mean?
ain't read to the
What?
ending.
Well, but you said you read it.
Yeah, I read it, not to the ending. It's two different things.
Okay, how much of it did you read?
I read to the part when he thought like that violent thought of like hurting that little girl or something, cause like he was like he ain't never really get like girls like that, so like he was like real mad. And then yeah, it was that part when he was thinking about killing that girl, but also doing it with her or something like that.
Right,
That was like
right.
the last part.
A lot of
Cause after
psychology in there.
cause after that, I just stopped going to school. Like not stop going to school, but like like the end of school year, because it was around the end of school year. I was like, I'm not going to school no more. I'm not. I don't care about y'all. Fuck.
Was that this year?
Yeah, it's this year.
Okay, okay. I got it. I see your picture here. I get it.
I literally can show you. Like I don't have to lie. What I have to lie for?
Did you finish To Kill a Mockingbird?
Nope. But I did finish Pig Farm or Animal Farm. Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
I think we read another book, but I forgot. Mr. Jones was a great teacher.
I bet he's proud of you.
Maybe. I used to get on his nerves. I'm not even gonna lie.
No way.
Okay, but he was like a really good teacher. Like I like that. Like he was father figure type stuff. Like the best teacher hands down in that high school.
Did you tell him that?
Yes, bro.
Nice, nice. That's good of you.
Anyways, what I was uh what was I what was I debating about again? I forgot.
Yeah, you were debating both sides, and I'm pretty sure you were losing it pretty bad.
Why would I debate both
Yeah.
sides? Stupid.
Well, you need to learn what debate even is before you
I
even
know what
try to
debate
debate.
is. I take debate classes. What?
What's a logical fallacy?
Miss Godfrey probably told me that word, but I forgot. Honestly, we was class clowns in Miss Godfrey's class. She ain't care, and that was like last period too. That was 8th period. So, but I do know, like, like I was talking about the rebuttal, and then like you got like your thesis. Wait, is it called your thesis? I don't forgot your intro. Then you got your little conclusion and stuff like that. Bro, I'm really good at debating when it's like I got my information and like da da da. Like I'm really good at debating abortion and like uh stuff. But yeah, when it comes to like this, like I don't really care too much to like do my research. So like I'm just gonna look at TikTok videos and that's how I'm gonna get my research. And ChatGPT.
Do you even know what logic is without Googling it?
Like something being logical? I would say like, you know, I don't know. I always thought it was logical, like not thinking like of like your emotions, like something like you like something like that you think about, but it's not
No,
like from emotions.
no, that logic is something totally different.
Oh well, I don't know what the hell you talking about then.
That's why I'm telling you you're not debating. That's not what debate is.
All right, so I'm just gonna start it off. If you think the Earth is flat, you're a fucking dumbass.
Netanyahu.
You see what we got to deal with?
You got a problem with it? You got a problem with my name?
It'd
Is
be nice
So,
Netanyahu an Israelite?
it would be nice
yeah.
if you could form some sort of argument and maybe go from there.
Okay, Johnny Law, do you think the Earth is flat?
No, I do not,
So why are you in the channel?
because I know the earth is flat.
You know the Earth is flat?
Did I
That's just
stutter?
like, no, that's just like dumb as shit. I mean, like, there's like videos of people being in space and like the Earth being like round as a ball, and you think the Earth is flat.
Wrong again. I know the earth is flat. It is measured flat, my kid.
It's measured flat?
By everybody, yes.
So you think, let me guess, you believe in the ice wall?
No, that is a globe earth term coined by the US military.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat, why doesn't it just like drop off somewhere?
I haven't been to the edges of our reality, so how would I know?
Well, because there's no edge to the Earth. Like, but if you think the Earth is flat, there has to be an edge somewhere, right? So where the
Dude,
fuck is the edge?
your whole ball is an edge.
Dude, what?
Yeah.
Yo, you gotta be dumb as shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
And here we go.
Why is everybody just muted? Like, y'all just sit on here and like do nothing?
Cause they're weirdos and they like to just stay on mute until like something.
No, because we have manners and we let other people talk, and then when they're done talking, we
No,
unmute.
y'all just funky.
Yeah, bro, y'all are just weird. Like, y'all sit on this fucking channel and like just sit on mute and like do nothing.
So should we all just come off mute and just start talking all at the same time? Does that make any sense?
No, but
I
I'm
would like
saying
to
if
see
you don't got
Makes a
nothing
lot
to
more
say, you
sense,
should
y'all, to
like
be on
probably hop
mute.
off the call.
This makes a ton more sense to be on mute.
I
What?
know, but if
It
you want
makes
to
a
be
ton
on
more
mute,
sense
why
to be
not
on
just leave
mute.
the call and like
See,
go
the
to
thing
sleep or
is I
nothing?
used to spend a lot of time sitting there on my phone and like scrolling through and watching
like, American Song videos type shit of people, slamming their face into 2x4s they didn't see that were too low.
Ew,
And
what the
instead, you can
hell
just
is you
sit here on
talking
mute
about?
and listen to it happen. So
No, if you got something else to do, or if you're not talking, just hop off until you hop back on.
Yeah,
That's
facts, bro.
They're
Bro,
funky, and they don't want to admit that they're funky. It's okay to be
Epo,
funky.
Epo, I like you, bro. Thank you.
Those feelings I rejected. No thanks.
No,
No, but I
like,
like you as a person.
yeah, obviously. What? I was gonna say I like you,
Okay, good. What's this boy want? I'm not delusional. And if I am so delusional, how about you hop in here, Mr. Wolf, and debate me yourself? All you do is talk in that chat. Oh, I can't say that. But you're scary. You're real scary.
You're a pussy, bro. Yeah, I'll say it. Don't
Well,
worry
he
about
said it for me.
We just went over this, Hypo. You don't know what debate is.
Shut up.
Okay, but like, y'all know what debate is, but y'all think the Earth is flat. So y'all did have someone like any standpoint on anything.
You must have a listening problem because nobody said they believe the Earth is anything here.
Okay, y'all know the Earth is flat. That's just dumb as fuck.
Okay, then why don't you tell us how you know the Earth is a globe?
How I know the Earth is what?
A globe, a ball. You said you got pictures from space. How did you validate those pictures? And no, there is no pictures from space. They're
There is.
digital images
Okay,
that are
so if
acquired by data.
alright, bro. Alright. So if y'all know quotes, like air quotes, y'all know the Earth is flat. Like, where does it like? How come people go to like Japan, right, and they don't just fall off? You know, there's got to be some point where, so you leave Japan, right? You can either go to the left or the right. You can fly from either left or right, up and down. But like, you go to the right and you don't fall off. Like, that just makes no sense.
Well, it doesn't make any
Or,
sense of falling off a lake, too. Can you fall off a lake?
I mean, yeah,
You can fall off a lake.
yeah, you can.
Oh my goodness.
So you're
Explain to
saying,
me how you
hold on,
fall off a lake.
shut up. So you're saying the Earth has no end?
How would I know, dude? Have I traveled the entire Earth and found
Yeah,
these
but
edges? No.
people should have. If you really think the Earth is flat, then if you really know the Earth is flat, my bad. How come people haven't traveled to these edges? And
How do you know they haven't? We can't go past the south 60th parallel. We can't go within 500 miles of the North Pole. You need permits. You need all kinds of things to get there.
okay, well, I've actually been to the North Pole before.
Okay, show me that. Yeah, pictures, anything?
I actually do have pictures. They're on my computer right now. You want me to send them? Like in the chat real quick?
Do me a favor.com. Send him the final experiment. This will destroy his entire narrative.
The what
How does that
experiment?
destroy the narrative?
It's called the final experiment. It's where they took like flat earthers down to Antarctica to like show them like.
Oh, I've seen this on TikTok. Yo.
Yeah.
Okay, how does it
this guy's
destroy any narrative? Tell us how,
because
please.
you just said you're not allowed to go in between whatever 500 something miles of the North Pole, but they literally took flat earthers down there and proved the Earth is
Yeah.
And
right?
what did I say? You needed permits, did I not? Did I
Yeah,
not say
and
you need permits?
people went
Yes.
down there.
Sure.
But he stayed in the North Pole, not the South Pole.
Okay, it doesn't matter what fucking pole.
Yeah, it does matter which pole. The
No,
North Pole
fucking
has no landmass as the South Pole does.
Okay, they're both poles.
Yeah, but
Yes,
they
but
used
there's
to say that nobody, like Nathan Oakley used to say you couldn't go to Antarctica, but then like when we did the final
right.
experiment, like we
Sure.
pretty much proved like there's a 24-hour sun down there that doesn't exist on the EE map, right? It says right there in the bottom right-hand corner of the EE map, sunlight cannot reach like, what was it, like 90 degrees south or something in Union Glacier, when obviously it does.
So you're debunking your own globe model.
But like
no,
here's
the
the
AE
problem
map
with
is the flat Earth
earthers.
map, bro.
No,
Here's
the
the problem with
AE
flat
map
earthers.
is a globe projection.
It's
The
your
AE
map.
map is a
Turn right,
globe
then your destination
projection.
will be on the left.
It's a flat Earth map.
Nobody
no.
here claims the
Hey.
AE map, dude.
Hey, Johnny Law, hush up for a second, all right?
Yes, because it's been debunked. That's why, like,
Okay,
you guys
so,
have to.
No, because it's
there's
a
literally-
globe projection.
Homie,
Johnny,
Nathan
bro,
Oakley used to
quiet.
say there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Am I Nathan Oakley? Are we Nathan Oakley?
Okay, yes, you are. You backtrack
No,
on
I am
everything
not.
you fucking say. Yes, you do. He
No.
deleted all of his fucking videos claiming
He
that
did
there's
not
no
delete
24
any of his videos.
Yes, he
All
did.
his videos are
Yes,
on
he
his
did.
channel. Every single
Yes,
one
he
of
did.
them.
No, they're not.
Okay, but there's videos out there of people taking flat earthers down to like one of the poles. I don't know which fucking one, and then like
Okay,
them
what does
doing
that
a little
prove?
test. That what?
The
Dude,
sun
can you
moves
let me
over your
finish?
head, so what?
Can you let me finish, bro? Holy shit!
Yep.
So basically, like they took flat earthers down to like I think it was the North Pole, and they did all like their little tests, right? All the flat earthers did their tests, and literally everyone was proof. Like
Just
every
south.
Turn left
single one
onto
was proof
TriStar
wrong.
Drive. Then
Okay,
you'll take
South
your
Pole.
first
Sorry,
left
my
to
bad.
Kensington Place.
The South
Okay,
Pole,
okay. Yes.
and
I've been.
and then
I did my research there.
shut up, bro. And they took them down the South Pole, and then they did their tests, and all of them got proved wrong. So, I mean, Earth ain't flat, bro. Earth ain't flat.
Okay, what was proven wrong? Tell me what was proven wrong.
Yo, listen, bro.
There's
I didn't come
a
here.
there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
So what?
I'll just let knowledge
What is
talk.
that?
If it
What's that
if
proof?
it follows the tropical of Capricorn, which is going left, and it does a 24-hour like sun, that means that the Earth is rotating on its axis about 23 degrees, and that's why there's always a 24-hour. There was always a
No,
24-hour
you're
sun.
making a mistake in claiming the AE
How do you
map
get
again.
sunlight over in Australia and New Zealand when there's a 24-hour sun down in Antarctica and it stays there?
Because that's what the sun does, dude. That's what the sun does.
No. Explain to me. There's another
I don't need to explain
There's
it to you.
another side of the map, bud. It stays there for 24 hours. There's obviously nighttime
I don't
and day.
claim the AE map, bro.
Why is there sunlight on the other side of the map when there's a 24-hour when the sun stays on the left-hand side of the tropical of Cape Horn for 24 hours? Why is there night and daytime cycles in Australia? Why?
Because that's what
How
the
is that
sun
possible?
does. The sun
How
moves
is the
above our
sunlight
heads.
reaching it, buddy? It's on the other side of the fucking globe.
Yo, Johnny Law, you're a dumbass, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, what you're doing is you're using a coordinate system, and you're trying to say that coordinate system, the AE map, is reality. Nobody here claims that.
I want you to explain to me. There's one side of the globe where the sun stays on the left-hand side. How is the upper right-hand side being illuminated by the sun if it stays in that position for 24 hours? How?
I don't know, dude. That's what the sun
That's a good
does.
argument.
If you don't know,
see, like this guy has no way
If
to
I
back
don't
it up.
know,
He just
then
says
the Earth is a globe.
No. You claim that this, like you guys used to claim that the sun is 3,000 fucking miles above the Earth.
Nobody fucking claims that, bro.
That's what you guys used to claim.
Nobody claims that.
Exactly, you used to claim it.
Is it 93 million miles away, or is
I
it
don't
much
know how
closer?
far away the sun is. How do we know? We don't even know what the sun is, bro.
Jesus.
The sun could be anywhere from 5 miles to 100,000. Who knows?
You're just a dumbass, bro. I'm sorry, but like,
no,
I'm a dumbass because I can't give you an explanation.
Yes,
Do
like
you
people
know
have
that
proved with science. Like, do you
Do
not
I
believe
have
in
to
science?
come up? Do I have to come up with another explanation to Santa Claus?
You told
Okay,
me
listen,
that
bro.
the Earth is measured flat. If the Earth is measured
It is
flat, that
measured
means
flat.
Antarctica sits right in the middle of that fucking flat fucking
No, it doesn't.
surface. Yes, it does.
That's stupid to even
when
say
you
that.
have to when you make it into a pancake, or like when you say it's flat, that means that Antarctica is the North Pole is gonna sit directly in the middle. In order for there to be a 24-hour sun, there would be no fucking nighttime cycles in anywhere.
Once again, you're reifying the AE map. Nobody here claims the AE map.
This is a Nathan Oakley talking point, bud. This is
No,
a rule
it is
that him
not.
and Eric Dubé established after they got proven wrong. Yes, I can Google it for you right now.
Go ahead. I'm not Nathan Oakley. I'm not Eric Dubé.
Why?
None of us here
They
are
say
Eric
the Earth
Dubé
is
or
measured
Nathan
flat.
Oakley.
This is a rule they came up with after they were proven wrong about the final experiment, right? Then
No,
after he started purging all of his videos, that's how Jaron and like Austin left the like they got into a big fight over this. There's a power struggle happening. I don't know if you've been watching. Okay, there's a big fight in your fucking community because Nathan Oakley's a fucking moron, and so is David Weiss. Because you guys claimed for years that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and then when there actually it was proven by like fucking what was it, Will Duffy and like McToon and fucking David McKeegan, right? You guys all started purging those fucking videos, and then you guys
And
get on the roll
they're
saying
really
just say the
reputable,
Earth
aren't
is
they?
measured flat,
They're
right?
really
This
really
is a Nathan
reputable
Oakley
sources.
talking point.
There's one video from Dave McKeegan that shows somewhat of 24-hour sunlight. One. That's it. And that's the only one that's been proven. You're proven over the last 100 years.
If there's sunlight
All right, I'm out here, bro.
on
You sound
one
like a fucking
side of the
idiot.
poles and it stays there, how does it illuminate Australia?
That's what the sun does, bro.
How does it work that way?
How
It
does
stays
that
on one.
prove the
There's
globe?
you claim that it travels in a full 360 degrees around the Earth, right? The sun
Now
does. No, it does not.
you're just
It
putting
stays.
words in our mouth. Nobody here
How
claims
does the
that
sun? How does the sun illuminate Australia? I just
because
want to
that's
know
what
that.
the sun does, bro.
If it's it's down at the South Pole on the left, following the tropical of Capricorn. It
The
goes to the left,
Tropic
and then
of
it
Capricorn.
circles Antarctica for 24 hours. Okay, it's down. It's not moving on the other side of the globe. The sun stays in its one fixed position during summer solstice. It does not move from that position. Now
Dude,
you have a problem with the top right hand corner of your map. How does the sun reach that? How does
show
it
us our
illuminate
map.
that?
Show us this map.
Sure.
Put it in the chat.
Sure. Jared used to be a former flat earther. This is what made him leave. I'll go to his YouTube channel.
I don't think Jaron was ever a flat earther, but that's my opinion.
He was an honest person. Like he was like on the fence.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's neither here nor there, though.
But Jared can explain it.
Jaron can't even fight his way out of a wet paper bag, bro. Have you ever listened to any of Jaron's debates?
Yeah.
Him and Ipo would have a good time.
Excuse me?
I said you would have a good time debating him.
Debating who? Another retard person? No, thank you.
Did you put that map in the chat yet? I don't see no map yet. This guy thinks we claim the AP projection of a globe. Where's your map knowledge? Or did you finally realize how stupid it was?
No. So, like, this is like the map that like Jaren, like, wrote out, right? He said that he said like when he was in there for 10 years, he said we claim that the sun follows the outer portion of this ring around, like in it, like, right? That's what he said, right? So here's the problem that you have during summer solstice.
I understand what you're saying.
Do you see where like Antarctica is? That sun
Oh my goodness.
circles that white dot 24 hours a day for 6 months. So
okay, knowledge. Hold on.
Where
Hold
is
on.
the sun? Where is the sun? Like if it's down here, right? The sun.
Knowledge.
What's illuminating over here in Australia, buddy? Like your
Hold on.
right.
Hold on. Please hold on. Okay. Do you understand that that map is a globe projection?
I need from you. This is like when he went from Punta Arenas down to Antarctica.
I don't care. Don't care.
The sun is not on the right-hand portion ever.
I don't care.
Where? How does it work?
Do you understand that that is a globe
How are there
projection?
daytime cycles in the right-hand portion on the right side of this map when the sun doesn't go over there for 6 months straight?
You can't answer the question, can you?
There's 24-hour sun in Antarctica for
You can't
6
answer
months.
the question, can you? You can't answer the question, can you?
I want you to explain to me.
I want you to answer the question.
The right-hand portion side of this ring, the sun stays
answer
over
the question,
here.
knowledge.
I need
answer
you
the
to
question, knowledge.
You answer the question.
You can't answer the question because you know it debunks yourself.
No, it isn't.
You're debunking
the
a
tropical
globe
of Cape
model.
Horn like goes left. That when the sun is traveling against this ring, what it does is it goes left, right, and it's like where the circle is, and then it circles this white dot for 6 months.
I don't care. It's the Tropic of Capricorn, by the way.
Yeah. Where? How is the sun illuminating the top right portion of this map?
I don't care.
There
That's
is
a globe
no other.
projection.
You said that the Earth is measured flat. This he said in the video. This is the only map that will ever exist for flat Earth. Always. Once you disprove this, it's fucking over.
No, it's not. That's a globe projection, you idiot.
Okay. Where? No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. That is a globe projection. You're debunking the globe.
Now let me go get your map that says there is no 24-hour sun in like Antarctica. Let me go get that for you. I'll show you.
You're not getting anybody's map that's a flat earther, dude. You're getting a globe projection and then debunking the globe projection, you moron.
I don't know. Flat Earth just seems more simple to me. It just seems like it's got to be what it is.
Well, he's taking the AE map, which is a globe projection, and then debunking it, and then claiming it as it's our projection. It's stupidity.
It's got to be flat. I mean, just look.
It's measured flat. There's long distance observations, laser tests that there's no way it can be a globe. There's no curvature. None. Zero.
I mean, I ain't rolling.
I just get a kick how he's trying to pin the AE model on us and then debunking it as it's a globe model. Globe projection. Oh, good, Matthew. Hey, Matthew.
Yo, what's up?
would you be so kind to let Knowledge know that the AE map is a globe projection?
Yeah, doesn't everybody know that?
No, he's trying to claim it as the flat Earth map.
It could be both, right?
No.
Probably is.
My impression is that most people who say the Earth is flat don't say there is a map. So I don't
Correct.
think yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think there is a flat Earth map.
I mean, how could you ever know?
By
No.
using celestial navigation to figure out distances between cities, and then
Well,
draw a map from that.
right. Matthew's right. It would take a lot of effort, a lot of money, a lot of time to actually go out and confirm all those distances and all that kind of stuff. So
Ain't nobody got that kind of
So
time.
let's read your so-called projection during summer solstice. It says December says the sun moves around the tropical of Capricorn, like during the daylight, the southern portion of like the Earth, like from the Arctic Circle to the same portion. Like there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees fucking south. That's
good,
bullshit.
That's good knowledge. I'm glad you
Now,
know
can I
that.
ask you a question? Where was the final experiment? Was that 80 degrees south? Why do you
It
think
doesn't. I don't care.
Why do you
I
think
don't
we
care.
chose that location?
Listen, did you hear what Matthew said? He is a
On
glober. Did you
Google
hear
Earth
him?
is Union Glaciers exactly 80 degrees south.
Knowledge. Did you hear what Matthew said?
I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm asking
exactly.
Yeah,
you.
You don't care.
in December, right?
Yeah.
Well, anyways,
So there's a
welcome to Flat Earth
24-hour
knowledge.
when your map says there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, that's not true. There's a 24-hour sun at 80 degrees south for 6 months.
Knowledge. That's your map.
That's your map.
Oh my goodness, Matthew.
Yeah, this is wrong. It's saying there's nothing below 80 degrees, but that's at the June solstice, not the December one.
Yes, there is. During the final experiment, when they went to Union Glacier, that sunlight, that's 80 degrees like south, like that sunlight
Right.
is reaching beyond that.
Yeah, I'm saying that this thing, the December solstice thing that you posted, the image,
That's the AE map. It's the flat Earth map. It's the one where they claim there's no fucking sunlight 80 degrees
No,
south.
it's a globe projection. It's a globe projection. Knowledge.
This is your projection. Our globe
It's a
projection
globe
says that
projection. Knowledge.
Listen to me. The Earth is tilted on its axis by like 23 degrees. Okay, the globe projection, the actual globe projection, says that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica for that reason, right? Because
Good.
the Earth is tilted on its axis, right?
Good.
We've always said this. It's always
Okay,
been
good.
the case. It has
I'm
never.
glad.
Wait, so Knowledge, where did this December solstice quote come from?
Exists. It's not the 90s or fucking 80s anymore. You guys can't just make bullshit claims anymore. Now we have the technology to go to these places, right, to where people can actually see it. We chose Union Glacier because we knew that this would disprove like what you guys were saying about the December solstice, right? You guys claimed there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica because
Nobody
it
nobody
exist.
here claimed that. Nobody here claimed that. Not one person here ever claimed that.
Your fucking map claims it, buddy.
It's a globe projection. Knowledge. It's the last time I'm going to say it.
Nathan Oakley talking point, bro. Like,
I don't give a shit about Nathan Oakley.
Yes, you do. You keep talking his talking.
You're the only one that brought up Nathan Oakley. You're the only person that did.
I watched Eric Dubay. I watched David Weiss. They all David Weiss had to fucking like distance himself, and so did Weiss, because fucking Oakley had to eat fucking shit because there was a 24-hour sun that was proven, right? They went and purged all their fucking videos about it.
Nobody purged any videos, dude.
Yes, they did. I'm not saying you did. I'm saying Nathan.
Yeah, nobody. They didn't do that.
So,
anyways,
do you agree that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Yes or no?
I don't care.
Of course you don't care because it disproves what you're saying.
It doesn't disprove anything what I'm
You said
saying.
that the Earth is measured
It
flat.
doesn't
If the
take
Earth is
away
measured
the
flat,
fact that
that means that the
there's no
Antarctica
curvature.
is the North Pole, is going to be in the direct center of that map. So if there's a 24
No,
hour sun in Antarctica,
you're
then
already
for
wrong.
6 months
You're already wrong.
on, if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in the middle portion of your map for 6 months, there would be no
That's not even
daytime
what's
or
claimed.
nighttime cycles anywhere on Earth, right? Do you
That's not
understand
even
how?
what's claimed.
Do you understand how like the how light
You're
how
not even
light
getting.
moves?
You're not even get the. You're not even get the argument right. The claim is that the North Pole is in the center, bro. It's not the pole.
Antarctica sits in the middle.
No, it doesn't. It sits on the outer rim. The AE projection shows Antarctica as the outer. That's a globe projection. You're debunking the globe.
The AE map says that Antarctica sits in the center. That is in the middle, fucker. What do you think center and middle mean? Do you understand
No,
this?
the North Pole is in the center.
Are you stupid?
No, you are stupid.
Do I have to Google it for you?
Go ahead.
You don't even know your own map.
Yeah, go ahead, do it. It's not our map again. Once again, it's a globe projection. Thank you. I can't believe this dude thinks that the Antarctica is the center. Did you Google that yet, Knowledge?
Yo, what's up, retards? Oh, fuck.
What's up, smarty pants?
How you doing, man? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, doing all right.
I gotta put my phone in the charger. Wait, who here is a flat earther? Which one of you retards is a flat earther? There we go. My phone's charging. Ah, fuck.
You seem pretty intelligent. What do you need?
You're a flat earther?
Oh my god, dude. What's your question?
Yo, how does the solar eclipse work under a flat earth?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm
No,
gonna
answer
pass.
the question.
No, I'm gonna pass.
I'm gonna pass because you're a retard. Okay, next retard. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Matthew,
Yeah,
I'll
what's
pick
up?
you. Are you a flat earther?
No.
Fuck you. Knowledge, are you a flat earther? And also, who the fuck has a username?
Dude, your best bet would probably be just going on mute for a little bit.
Yo, Johnny, you refuse to answer my question. So shut the
It's not
fuck
that I
up.
it's not that I refuse to answer your question. I just don't have the patience to deal with you at this moment. So that's why I said I would
I
pass.
think you're a little bit ableist, not gonna lie. Yo, D-Town. Yo, D-Town, what's up, man?
I don't engage with people in bad faith, so you're welcome.
Just because of the fact that I have gay sex, that doesn't mean bad faith.
And see, the fact that you're making fun of people for having gay sex and thinking that means something as a pejorative or something like that, or we're gonna bash you for being gay, shows more bad faith. So keep it up, buddy. You'll go nowhere.
I'm not making fun of people who have gay
Hey,
sex.
Killjoy, I'm just giving you a forewarning. I would seriously simmer down a little bit.
Have you guys seen the movie Obsession? It's pretty good.
I love it. It's a great movie.
It's a great movie. I like it.
Most brothers haven't watched that yet.
Why is everyone here muted, by the way?
I think they're too shy of our aura. Sorry.
I think that everyone here who is muted sucks big fat black cock.
Alright, what the hell?
Wait, I thought that would work. I'm sorry.
This is not junior high, so those kind of jokes aren't going to go very far here.
I think that people shouldn't grow up.
People should grow up.
Yeah,
If people do you mean physically? Like they stay the same age?
Because if people grow up, it's boring.
You've been forewarned. That's all I'm saying.
I've been forewarned. You mean warned? Like, am I being warned or forewarned? There's a difference. Oh god, this hangover sucks. Oh fuck. Is anyone gonna talk here, dude? The first person to talk is gay. Me.
Me.
Yo, it's not fun. This is not fun. I came here to like debate flat earthers, and like everyone here is muted. Like, come on. I don't think there's such thing as flat earthers anymore. Oh, dude, this hangover sucks. The only people. Oh fuck, dude.
Thank you for unmuting me. Over.
Hey Johnny, you doing all right?
Yep.
All right, cool. Just wanted to say, bro, you did great the past couple hours, bro. Be sure to take care of yourself, all right?
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
So, how was everybody's weekend? Eventful? Non? Relaxing? Over?
Pretty fair to pretty fair to Midland. Thanks for asking. And yours?
Ah, excellent, excellent. Glad to hear that. Sorry.
Matrix, buddy. Matrix. Yoo-hoo.
Haven't been in here 10 seconds and you're already coping. What's the problem?
Huh? I was gonna say, why is your name Doctor? Are you a doctor?
Yes, I help Globers with their coping problems.
Yeah, funny, uh-huh.
Well, you missed a lot of them here a little bit ago.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, your debate, Johnny Law, with his was ass. I don't even know what the hell y'all are talking about. You're talking about some bullshit.
Hey, Hippo, you want to go back to
Hippo.
what
Excuse me?
I said? Hippo.
Yeah,
Did you
making sure.
did you figure out what a logical fallacy was yet?
No. What I was gonna say? Nothing. Bro, and you still don't want to debate me. Oh, I don't even know how to pronounce your name. That's guys. Wait, is that how you pronounce it? This guys? That's guys?
You
Something
need
like
to
that.
learn what debating is first.
I
You're
told you, I know what it is, bro. Jesus.
Formal debating is slightly different than what happens in here.
What are you talking about? CNN? The hell? Oh shit, my bad.
So anyways, Hippo, why would you want to debate? You've got absolutely no idea on the subject matter.
What did you say? Oh shit. What did you say?
I said, why would you want to debate? You have absolutely no idea on the subject matter.
Yes, I do. I know more than you, Matrix.
So how's the Earth measured then?
With a measuring tape. Duh.
And what was the result? Duh.
8 inches per square mile, period.
And what have you done to verify this?
Going outside and measuring it.
So when did you do this?
I did it yesterday.
And what
Are you
surface did you do
eating?
this over?
What did you say?
And what surface did you do this over?
I did it over the street.
You did it over the street. And
Hmm.
how far? What distance did you do it over?
I did it over 6 miles
6 miles. How did you know it was 6 miles?
because I had my friend measure it for me and go to the other
So
side.
you believed it's 6 miles. Okay, that's fair enough.
No, 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 no. I ain't say I believe. I told you I had a friend and he was on the other side and we put the measuring tape. We put like 20 measuring tapes down to fit the miles or something like that. And then it came up
You're
to 8
you can't
miles.
afford that.
What?
You are a brokey. You can't afford 20 measuring tapes.
Excuse me? Yes, I can. Don't ever call me broke. You work a 9 to 5.
No,
And you're eating chips, fatty.
they're not chips.
What do you call them, Chris?
No, they're not crisps either.
What? Okay, so what are you eating?
Well, what's it called here? I'll just get the top of the wrapper. It's called lunch on the
What?
go. So you get 4 wheat crackers, 8 slices of cheese, and this
Ew, what
balsamic
the
beetroot
fuck?
relish to go with it. It's actually quite tasty. But anyways, you do you. I've got no problem with that.
Ew, who the fuck eats cheese and crackers?
Who eats cheese and crackers?
That's disgusting, honestly.
I'll tell you what disgusting is. Having sandwiches with tuna and mayo on it. That's disgusting.
That's what you eat. I ain't never eat that shit.
I don't eat that shit.
You obviously do.
No, I obviously don't. If you've ever seen a
Obviously
little
you
baby
do.
projectile vomit, Hippo, just listen to this. You'll go, now that's disgusting. If you've ever seen a little baby projectile vomit, imagine someone that's 200
Ew.
pounds projectile vomiting after eating tinned seafood. No, thank you.
I don't even, you don't fucking make sense. Oh my god. Your Australianness is getting in the way.
I should hope so.
What?
So you've claimed you've measured the street. Your friend measured the street, so therefore you have a belief. How do you know they measured it correctly?
Cause we counted? Duh. Obviously.
And what did you say? Because we've what?
Cause we measured it and we counted it. Obviously.
We measured it. You measured it with multiple tape measures linked together.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said. How
Mm-hmm.
many tape measures?
Low-key, I forgot.
How long's a normal tape measure? About 24 foot?
Low-key, I also forgot.
Something like that. That's a lot of tape measures when you're going to go 6 mile.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So maybe I might call you a liar.
Why are you calling me a liar for?
How many tape measures did you get?
I told you I forgot.
So you didn't do it.
I did do it. I just forgot.
What, you forgot to do it? That's all right.
No, ha ha ha. Funny. Shut up. No, I forgot the
We
the.
know you're full of shit because you've told us
I'm not
before that you
full of
don't leave the
shit.
house. You
We're
don't have any
actually.
friends. You've already told us before, Hippo. You've told us before you don't have any friends and you hardly leave the house. So you saying you've got friends and you left the house and actually did something, we know is a lie straight away.
I do have friends. What the hell? And actually, technically, we're all full of shit. Whew. But yeah, I measured it, and I measured the curve. Bam.
Excellent. So you've measured 6 miles. How much drop should there have been at 6 miles if you've measured it?
Somewhere around like 200 to 4.
Are you a tiny earther?
Huh?
Huh? If
Huh?
you've measured curvature over 6 miles, there should be a drop. So what you've done, you get some kind of straight edge and you hold that horizontal. Then when you get to your 6 miles distance, you measure from that straight edge down to the surface. Usually this is done over water to limit topographical issues. Okay. So what you should have done is had some kind of straight edge, whether you use a laser or maybe you're good enough at 6 miles to pull a string line tight enough. I doubt it. And then you would measure from that straight line down to the surface of the road or surface of the water. Okay. So what was the distance between your straight edge down to the water? If you've
I,
measured drop over distance, number one, you would have already calculated how much it should have been. And number two, you would have gone, hey, look, that is or is not what we are measuring.
I already told you, bro. I said, um, what did I say again? Yeah, somewhere around 200 to 4.
Inches, feet, miles.
I forgot.
It's because you didn't do it. There's no forgetting
I did
something like
do it.
that.
I did do it.
No, you didn't, because you would have remembered the numbers.
No, it was just like a day ago, and it was like, I have short term memory loss, so you gotta give me a week to remember it.
Yeah, there's a phrase that you've probably heard before. Got to lie to glurf.
Nobody heard that phrase. You just came up with that. You're full of shit.
Really?
Mm. Anyways, I debunked y'all. I'm not a troll.
You
Literally,
haven't debunked
post
shit.
this
You said
everywhere.
between 200 and 400. Hippo, at 10 miles, it's only 66 feet. So you getting 200 to 400, I think you've done something wrong.
Oh, I must have miscalculated or something like that. I forgot. Maybe look,
You didn't even
I'll do it
go
again
there.
tomorrow. I'll do it again tomorrow, and I'll actually like be on the phone, and then I'll turn on my camera, and then I'll show y'all. Period. Oh, and if I can prove Earth curvature, y'all gotta each give me $200. Period.
We've each got to give you $200. I
Yup.
think you should be paying us to put up with
$200.
having to put up with you.
Put up with me? No, excuse me. Nobody puts up with me. I put up with myself. Period. I stand on 10 toes. Business.
You're probably sitting down right now.
Laying down. I see your joke. Funny. So, like I was saying, post this everywhere because y'all got demolished by me. Period.
You'd be
It's
lucky to
okay.
demolish a bowl of ice cream. Seriously.
What? It's okay to cry in your little corners because y'all got debunked.
You haven't debunked anything.
Yes, I have.
You've spat out a couple of numbers which mean absolutely nothing. You've got no proof that you've even done anything other than sat on Discord and spoke bullshit. That's the only proof you've got because it's recorded. You made a claim of 6 miles. You've got a claim of between 2 and 400 for your elevation drop, whereas it should have only been something like about 25 feet drop, and you're between 200 and 400. You've got absolutely no idea.
Okay, but if you divide the 400 by 56, you're gonna get 15 feet, period. So I was right.
Why would we be dividing the 400 by 56?
Because that's how you measure stuff, bruh. You always divide it.
What's the
You always divide it
56
because of the
represent?
atmosphere.
You,
And
listen,
it
hey,
kind of,
listen, hey, gorgeous. When you're
thanks.
measuring
You know who the
stuff, you
queen
use
is,
a
and you
tape
know who
measure.
gorgeous is.
So at least you got that bit right at the start. So what's the 56 for?
Because you gotta divide the atmosphere slash with all the like cars and traffic. So you gotta divide that, you know?
And today's professional tip for all the young boys and girls out there, please look both ways before you cross the road.
I looked both ways before I crossed the road. That's why I never got hit.
You never done it. That's why you never got hit.
What? That wouldn't even make sense. I would have to. Shut up. But you know who did get hit across the road? My enemy, and I was so happy when he got hit, bro. Wait, okay, this sounds real messed up, but he deserved it, bro. He was bullying me for no reason. I'm literally like the nicest human being on this planet, bro. I don't never hurt a fly. What was I talking about again? Yeah, I literally ate y'all up. Wait, no, that sound big. Um, yeah, get fucked. So, Matrix, I want you to go ahead and apologize and say that the Earth is actually a globe. Thank you. I'm waiting. I don't have all day.
Say what?
Apologize and admit that the Earth is actually a globe.
I apologise to everyone for not banning this idiot earlier on,
Oh,
and
hey,
the
chill,
Earth
chill, chill, chill,
as a
chill, chill,
globe
chill,
is only a
chill,
figment of
chill.
stupid people's imagination.
We don't have to ban me. I think that's
There's your apology.
overkill. I think that's really overkill. Because one of your mods banned me for no reason. Like, I literally just hopped in and then I got banned for no reason. I don't know if that was a mistake, but I don't think it was.
I don't think it was either.
What, a mistake?
Correct. I think
Bro, what is
it
with
was
him and
pretty bang
sending
on.
that stupid picture of the little. Oh my god. I don't know how to say your name. Sir, stop sending me that stupid picture of the little flat tub thing. Oh my god, you use that picture more than I use my memes.
The only person I know that sends pictures out is Crit, and he sends the science news out every day. That's the only one I know.
Not that one. Tobin something 503.
Well,
Look in chat.
Okay, so let's have a look at the image. Right at the top, it's got a picture of a bathtub, yeah? Is that the one you're looking at?
Mm-hmm.
And the water in that bathtub is flat, level, horizontal, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And then the next one looks like it's a puddle. The water in that, flat, level, horizontal, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Then the next one looks like it's a small lake or a river, I don't know. The water in that, flat, level, horizontal, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Then the next one is a large lake, flat, level, horizontal surface, yeah?
Yep.
And then the last one, looking out at the ocean, flat, level, horizontal. What's the problem with that? I don't see an issue.
Cause every time he just comes here and I'm here, he sends that stupid picture.
Do you know what it means, though? See how
Yes,
earlier on
yeah.
you were saying, see where you were saying you've measured curvature? Well, that means the water would be curving also. But you learned in second class, maybe before that water is flat, level, horizontal whilst it's at rest. Didn't you?
I don't remember learning that.
Yep. You probably don't remember learning much because you forgot about yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're excused.
Whatever.
So, 10 toes standing on business. Check it out. Water
Don't do that.
at
You're
rest,
not black, bro. You're not black enough.
water at rest, flat, level, horizontal. Correct?
Something like that.
Excellent. So you finally got that. Now, this is the really confusing bit. When you're at school, you were told that the Earth is approximately 70 to 75% water. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say 70, just for a nice round number. So if the Earth is 70% water and water is flat and level and horizontal, how can you have a sphere?
What do you mean? Obviously, it's a
Well,
sphere.
allegedly the Earth is covered in 70% water. That's what we learned at school. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we all agree with that because we all got taught the same stupid shit. You also agree with the fact that water at rest is flat, level, and horizontal, just like in the picture that you hate that keeps getting sent to you. Yeah, we learned that at school
Mm-hmm.
too. So, how can you have a sphere if 70% of it is flat and level?
Well, um, I don't know what. Anyways, where is curving? We just don't see the curve, bro. Jesus.
That's because it's not curving. That's why.
No, it is curving. We just don't see it
Well, how do you know it's curving if you can't see it? Surely you'd
because
be able to see it and you
outside.
go, oh, look, it's curving. I see
No,
it
no, no,
curving
no, no,
right there.
no, 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 no.
Yes, 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 yes,
Obviously,
yes, yes, yes.
no, no,
You
no,
don't
no, no,
listen.
no, 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 no,
If
no, no.
your kitchen table, what shape is it?
Flat.
What shape is it? Is it a square? Is it a circle? Is it a rectangle?
It's a rectangle.
It's a rectangle. Do you run around and tell people that it's a circle? No, because you can see that it's a rectangle. So, where do you see the curvature for you to be saying that you know that it's curved?
From the pictures that we took in outer space.
So, the pictures that well, no one's been to outer
Why are
space,
you mocking
so
me?
I'm not mocking you.
Not you. Okay, shut up.
What were they saying?
That's my brother.
Both can't exist. One of them we can touch. That's correct. Globe only exists on a screen. That is also correct. Have a think about this, Hippo. Aside from books, computer screens, phones, and televisions, you have never seen the curvature.
I have.
Something to think about, isn't it?
No, I literally just said I have.
No, you haven't. You're a liar. Where have you seen
I'm
it?
not a liar. I have.
I have. Where did you see it?
In my dreams.
Yeah, right.
Oh, excuse me.
That's the same place you beat Matrix in a debate.
What did you say? I don't,
In your
I still don't,
dreams.
but, huh? I can't hear you. You're very quiet. I believe still that it's like not like completely flat. Like I feel like it's just like has some curve because y'all still can't explain how earthquakes work, bro. And yeah. Mm. Like what's under flat earth?
Well, I'm glad you asked because the Kohler super deep borehole, they dug down about 7.6 miles and they come to a screaming hole. Well, actually, it took them a long time to get that far down because of all sorts of random issues, but they can't seem to get past that. So anything that's beyond about 7.6 miles would be pure speculation. In other words, it's just me making shit up.
No, I don't think so.
Well, how do I know if we've never been down there?
It's like I can use that same stupid logic with water. Nobody has been to the bottom of the ocean, but we know there's a little bottom or something. There's more water down
I've
there,
made no
bro.
comments on the. Hey, Ippo, I've made no comments on the bottom of the ocean, so why would I care?
I know you don't care. I never said you did.
So why did you need to bring up something that we haven't been
I'm
speaking
saying
of?
because I'm using your same stupid logic. We ain't never seen it and we ain't never been down
Yeah, but
there. Therefore
that's a
it
false
doesn't
analogy,
exist.
Hippo, that's a false analogy because we have not been
Nah.
speaking of the ocean. You wanted to know what's under the earth. We've only been as far down as 7.6 miles. It's the Kola super deep borehole. It's in Russia. There was another one in Japan that they had a good crack at too. And for a while, it was leading the race.
Well, we know what's on the bottom of the earth. It's just more earth. It's just twisted, bruh. Because we took
Yeah,
pictures.
and anything beyond
Wrong. They were wrong
7.6
too.
miles is anything beyond 7.6 miles is pure speculation. They don't know.
We took a picture. Like, why can't you, like, just not believe the fucking picture, bruh? In the satellites. Yo,
Satellites
turn it
don't
down.
satellites don't take pictures, Ippo.
I never said they did.
You just said, why don't you believe the pictures taken from satellite?
Oh, I did say that? My fault. Yeah, Matrix got scared and cold feet because he knew he couldn't freaking win against the queen. Oh my god. Anyways, who wants to go next and get cold feet? Because y'all are losers. You can't debate, bro.
Okay, so no
You know,
pictures from satellites then, right?
What?
I said, so no pictures from satellites then, right?
Satellites don't take pictures, then sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what do you mean by why don't you believe the pictures from outer space?
Cause they saw a camera or something up there to go take pictures.
cameras cameras wouldn't be able to exist in outer space of what they claim.
No, I'll say like you took something that looks like a picture to take. I don't even know what I said myself. My bad. They had something up there. It was like kind of like something like to take a picture or something.
Like,
Boogie, what are you talking about?
do you know, like, a camera, the lens, there's trapped air in between the lenses, and if it went into outer space, the lens would shatter and explode.
Mm-hmm.
So no cameras in space then.
Something like it. Oh my god, that was like my second time yawning. So everybody's quiet because they can't debate me.
No, it's because you're intellectually dishonest. Or wait, hold on. Willfully ignorant and you're suffering from cognitive dissonance, and it's
Wrong.
nope, it's true.
Wrong.
Then can you explain how we can have flat horizontal water on a ball?
Bro, what it doesn't have a shape? Jesus. How many times I gonna say it? What it takes the shape of like whatever it's like,
Flat?
there.
Yeah.
No.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No. I'm not welcome in flat Earth. What the hell?
So Ippo, if the Earth were flat, wouldn't you like to know?
No. I don't want to stay ignorant. What the hell?
Yeah, that's exactly what Toby was just saying. That's called cognitive dissonance.
Bro, turn that down. Anyways, sorry. I'm not like ignorant, but like y'all theories suck, bro. Like really think about that theory.
No, you are very ignorant, and that's not a bad word. That just means you don't understand things.
Whatever you say, buddy.
I wouldn't want to stay ignorant. I'd want to know.
Right. Bro, all I'm saying is flat earth does not exist, bro. Like y'all are delusional.
How can we find this out, man, if you want to know? How could we test to see if the surface is curving or
By going really, really far. Really, really far and taking a picture. And I literally showed y'all a picture of boats disappearing from the bottom, but you can see the top. And mind you, it's not anything fake. It wasn't a Glober thing. It wasn't edited or none of that. It was literally a picture of a boat I had saw in Thailand.
And do you know that things can disappear bottom up on flat surfaces also?
No,
Yes, they can.
no, they can't.
Roll that
I'm
footage.
sorry.
And don't show me that bum ass fucking video, bro, because I'm not gonna sit there and believe it. Because all she did was turn up
Hey,
that stupid
hey,
ass temperature.
Hippo,
What?
ask Daddy Google what
You're right.
what
No, I'm gonna
sinking.
ask Daddy
No,
Siri.
ask Daddy Siri what sinking fraction.
Thinking what?
Sinking refraction.
Hey Siri, what is thinking refraction?
Uh-huh.
Can you read it out to me? Bro, Siri, what the fuck? Siri usually reads it. Siri,
Man,
Uh-huh.
what is
you,
thinking
you
refraction?
not even AI wants to talk to you.
Sinking is a refraction phenomenon
Intellectually
in which
dishonest.
stationary objects that are normally seen rise and appear to be lowered, or may even disappear below the horizon. This is from Wikipedia.
Anyways, proved you wrong. Siri does want to talk to me. Okay.
Well, Siri just gave you the answer, and it was exactly what he said.
Wrong. Okay, let's ask Siri.
Okay.
This thinking refraction only happens in curved surfaces. Hey Siri, this thinking refraction only happens on curved surfaces.
The difference between reflection and refraction is that reflection
What
always
the?
happens on a flat surface, while refraction can happen on any surface.
Oh,
This is from
Siri, shut up, bro. You're stupid. You're making me look bad.
Exactly.
No, Siri is Israel Apple intelligence, so we can't trust Israel. Like I said, my point still stands.
What was your point?
My point was it only happens on curved surfaces.
In the face of us and Google telling you otherwise?
Google is run by Israelites. I don't trust Israel.
Well, it's too late now.
No, it isn't. Hey, I got a theory. What if Israel is tricking y'all into believing Earth is flat when it's actually a square?
Well, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Sounds
with
kind
the
of
theory
silly.
that the Earth is square.
At
You
least it would
think
not have
they're
curvature.
what do you think they're doing, Hippo? You think they're out there straightening all the water? Go and test it.
Something like that.
Wait, Google was founded by Larry Page and Sergey Brin. They were American.
What did you say?
Google was founded by Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Sergey Mikhailovich Brin.
No, but I'm saying Apple is like Israel intelligence and Siri is Israel, so I was using Safari, not Google. Two different things. Also with ChatGPT, also, I think they're run by Israelites. So I got a question for everybody. Were y'all dropped on y'all head when y'all were like younger? This is why y'all think this?
No, that's not why.
Cause I was dropped on the head when I was younger by my brother
Oh, you
and
were?
sister because they ain't watch me when I was a baby. And I came out perfectly fine. Water does not curve. Earth is not flat. Oh my god. Man, how the hell he get in Tokyo already? She was like there. I want to go to Tokyo.
Hey, listen.
Didn't you actually disconnected from the
What the hell was that? So are we just gonna do this like quiet thing, or
Left alone with 10 seconds of your own thoughts is too uncomfortable.
yo, Boogie Woods? It's really time to take off them damn headphones. I don't know what the hell you got on with your phone, or if that's your phone speaker, but it's time to get a new phone or new headphones ASAP, because I can't hear you.
hello flat brains. Sorry for interrupting your meditation.
4 out of 10. 410. 4/10. What? See, this is what I mean by y'all being funky. Oh, now you want to show up. Actually, then Zang, whatever your name is, now we can actually debate. Because you talk a lot of shit in chat and you still don't want to debate me, bro. Well, I didn't know that because I'm not a radio communicus. And like I told you before, I'm not dumb just for not knowing something.
Yeah, ding zang.
Okay, first of all, shut up. Second of all, shut up again. I think that's how you pronounce your name. Then Dine, then Gaz, Ze. Oh my gosh.
Maybe like Dagaz?
Dig ass. The hell type of name that is?
No, Dagaz.
Dig ass.
Dagaz. Dagaz.
Dagaz.
Dagas.
Dagaz.
Why would your parents name you that? Ew.
That's probably not his real name.
Why would you name yourself
I'm
that?
just going out on a limb here. I'm gonna probably say that's not his or her real name.
That's a guy, but okay. No girl acts like that. Unless it's a tranny, which is still a guy.
I just want a little.
Come on, what the fuck with the ads? Damn. I'm sorry. Big ass. The guys. Wait, big ass. Yeah, I'm gonna call you big ass. Big ass, unmute, please. Thank you. It's okay to like get proven wrong by me, guys. I'm not scary. What movie is that? I ain't never heard of that movie ever before. I know that actor though. His face looks familiar. That's fine shit right there. Oh, I ain't even see that title. Wait. Mm. Oh yeah, something like that. Dang, that's all you did me. I'm not confused about anything. I know that Earth is a curve. So, anybody gonna debate Brad Pitt when Epo says who's that? I know who Brad Pitt is. Hey, you date that girl. What was her name? Megan Fox. Or I'm thinking about somebody else. Or that model Angelina Jolie or some shit like that. No, I never watched Pinocchio. That movie was so boring. The hell? Like I know, like the tale of Pinocchio, but my nose, no, girl, my nose is very small. I think I have a Greek flat nose or a button nose, cause like the little tip, like it points up, but not too much. Or like a stub nose. ChatGPT told me it was a flat Greek nose, but it don't look like it. I don't know. Yeah, it looked pretty flat to me. So, are we gonna debate or no?
I think they converted all the people and they all agreed that it's a flat Earth. So we no longer need to debate.
Todd, what are you talking about? Okay, since I'm not a funky person, I'm gonna go. This is funky activity.
Okay, the second platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. Okay, so this is a good example, right? Because we can use a 10-mile distance, like we were just talking about. So the mathematics is pretty simple. Okay, now the observer is standing on the beach, and his height above the water is 8 foot high.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we can calculate how much curvature should there be over 10 miles. The answer is 66 foot, 66.7 foot. That's just the general curvature over that distance. Okay, now we need to take the observer's height into account. So the observer's height is 8 foot above the surface. Right now, what should be present in the observation based off that? Okay, the horizon should be at a certain distance away. The horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. So because we have the oil platforms there as distance markers, now we know that the horizon isn't where it should be or where it has to be on a globe. Okay, the horizon's actually far beyond 10 miles. But on a globe, the horizon actually must be at 3.46 miles, halfway to the first oil platform. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon line. Okay, the horizon line is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of a horizon, the mainstream definition. Okay, and it's a byproduct of what's that?
The higher you get, the higher you get in the sky, the later the sunset is. Do you know that?
Yeah, because you're changing the angle. You're changing the angle in which you're looking at the object in the distance. Okay, so if you go up higher, you can see further. This is another one of those things that's easy to explain on a globe or on a flat surface. You go higher, you see further. It's common sense, right? On a globe, you would see further over the curvature of the Earth. And the curvature of the Earth is what we're testing here. So if the Earth was curving, then over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of curvature. That means the horizon would be at 3.46 miles, and the bottom 29 feet of the second oil platform would be hidden behind the horizon. But that's not what matches up with reality, right? If you were to watch a sunset right now in this observation, you would see the sun setting behind a horizon that's halfway to the first oil platform if the Earth were a globe. That doesn't happen. The horizon isn't anything to do with the curvature of the Earth because there is no curvature of the Earth. And long distance observations and laser So this is what we're testing. That's the claim, right? The sun sets behind the curvature of the Earth. The boats go over the curvature of the Earth. Things are blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Okay, let's test it. When we test it, that's not what's happening. In fact, the horizon is a byproduct of the way that you see, right? It's a byproduct of perspective convergence and the weather conditions on the particular day. That's why the definition of horizon is the apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. They don't say it's where the curvature stops you being able to see further, because that's not what the horizon really is.
But also, you know that according to your position on the Earth, according to the globe, okay, the globe period. For example, in Egypt, you can see the Sirius stars compass, but in South Africa, okay, this star cannot be seen, and the Polaris, the South Star, is appearing there in that location. So in different locations, you can see different stars. Like it's not stable. Like for example,
that's right.
even in the same continent, in South Africa and in Egypt, like in the north of the continent and the south of the continent.
Exactly. Yeah, I get you. You stand at different places, right, on the Earth, and you look up and you see different lights in the sky.
Yeah, but it's only like happens in a spherical or like a round body.
No. It can be explained on a spherical Earth, right? And it can also be perfectly explained on a flat Earth as well. It's another one of those things that can be explained on either, right? But the prerequisite, right, the requirement for it to be explained on a globe would require this water that we're looking at here in reality to actually be curving over distance, and that's not happening. So it's impossible for it. it to be happening above a spherical Earth. Okay, because there's no curvature, you need the curvature to have the spherical Earth in the first place. So yeah, we can explain it quite easily. We have a limited field of view. Okay, the atmosphere has extinction, and we don't see forever. You don't see forever. You move far enough away from something due to perspective convergence, right, and the opacity of the air, you're not going to be able to see forever.
But I'm talking about the best conditions, like without any
Yeah,
air
in the best
pollution.
conditions, you can see 200 miles. 200 miles in the best conditions, which is, we never have the best conditions. It's not even possible. But a technicality, you would be able to see in perfect conditions 200 miles through the medium of the air.
But the moon is much, like way farther than 200 miles. So how can you see it?
That's according to a claim that requires the Earth to be a globe, right? That's according to the heliocentric mathematical concept of this place that we live in. It's not something that you're able to validate or that has been validated empirically. The distance to the moon is based off the size of the Earth. It's based off the globe model. Okay, the globe model requires the Earth to be curved. The Earth is not curved, right? It requires the space to be a vacuum, and that you have a big rock floating around in a vacuum, right? That's not something that's been empirically validated. It's a belief that you have, and it's an explanation for something that you see in the sky. That's all.
So you're saying that we can see this compass of stars in Egypt because it's kind of close to Egypt and South Africa, yeah?
Yeah, you have a limit. You have a particular way of seeing the sky. Everyone observes the sky in their own unique perspective, depending on where you're standing on the surface of the Earth. But if you're too far away to see what's on a different section of the Earth, right? You can't see forever. You like I just said, you have perspective, and you have a limitation of how far you can see due to the opacity of the atmosphere.
Okay, but there's also one other point that, for example, in the polar, the South and the North Pole, sometimes like during the winter, the sun can last for about 6 months. How do you explain that? It's moving around the flat Earth.
Well, it stays light for about 6 months, but you can only see the sun in the sky for a shorter period of time.
But how do you explain it? Even if it was just like...
Yeah, so there are some flat earthers that do try to explain it using a model, right? But we don't live on a model, and models usually have flaws, right? Just like the globe model has an explanation for why we can see that in the south, right? But the globe model has big flaws as well, doesn't it, right? Like we just went over in this observation. When we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, so it cannot possibly be happening above a globe Earth. Now, everything in the sky works like a big clock. Everything runs in cycles. None of us know exactly how it works, right? None of us know exactly what the sun is, what the stars are, what medium they're in, what distance they are. Okay, we've just been fed a big story about them. That's all. That's as far. So you have a belief that it's happening in a heliocentric model, right, which falls apart at step one, which would be actually having curvature to be able to have the globe in the first place. So whatever's happening in the sky doesn't change that the ground is flat.
What about the shadow of the Earth and the Moon during the eclipse?
Once again, it's something. It's like an assumption based off a spherical Earth. Like you're first having to assume that what you're seeing is caused by a spherical Earth. Think about this. Okay, if we can measure a surface flat, okay, it doesn't matter what happens above the flat surface. It's not going to make it curve. Okay, it's already been measured flat. Let's say you have a room in your house with a flat floor. Okay, you've tested the floor. The floor's flat. Doesn't matter what you see on your ceiling. It's not going to change that the ground is not curving. Okay, that's the case with the Earth. So whatever's happening in the sky. How do you? So you're claiming this is your. I don't try to explain things that I can't empirically validate. Okay, it's not logical to do that. Okay, so I could try to give you explanations, but I don't need to because I'm not making a claim about that. The things I'm making a claim about, I can empirically validate right now. Okay, you're claiming that that you're seeing a shadow on the moon, and it's caused by the Earth being a globe. Okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is actually a globe, right? Because that's the requirement
for your claim.
Okay, I'll tell you something. The eclipse of the moon, it only happens when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. That's why we see the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Yeah,
That's simply how it is.
That's the claim, right? So that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
people do here. They claim that
It's the
the
most
shadow that we
rational
see
one,
on
I
the
think.
moon is caused by the Earth. And then when I ask them to validate that claim, they just give me the explanation in a different way. So all you did was just make the same claim again. I'm asking you to back that claim up. Okay, so what are the requirements for the claim you just made? The Earth has to be a globe, right? Right? For the Earth to be a globe, what do you need to have? You have to have Earth curvature. Has to be there. Okay, so I just showed you an observation where the Earth curvature that has to be there isn't there, right? And I could show you one after the other, after the other, after the other, laser tests, long distance observations, over and over again, all sorts of different methods that prove that the curvature that would have to be there for your claim to be true is not present in reality.
But
So
come on, you don't
yeah,
even have an explanation for that.
yeah, you need
Can't even.
okay X.
He
Okay,
doesn't
so
understand the logic.
yeah,
What?
it's basic logic, right? So if
Yeah,
you don't have
Ricardo,
the
logic is failing you pretty badly right now. Listen, for you to claim that the Earth is getting in the way, producing a shadow, you would need to have measured curvature.
Okay, the curvature we can measure it. I think by the difference of the shadow at the same time at the same cities, for example, in different cities. For example, it has like I think it was done 200 years before Christ. When
Okay, how did they do that then?
I think the scientist, his name was Artastonus, something like this. He was Greek. Okay, he noticed the difference in the length of the shadows in two different cities at the same time, and
Well, why would that require a curving surface?
Because it's at the same time.
Yeah, but they're two
Like
different angles. Why would that prove that the surface is curved if they're two different angles at the same time?
Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I think if we have
Think about this. Listen, I'll give you an analogy. Let's say it's really, really dark. It's nighttime outside. You're in a parking lot, and there's a big bright light above you in the parking lot. If I go stand 100 meters away, my shadow is going to be very long. But since you're under the parking lot, your shadow's very short, if any shadow.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not on a curved surface, right?
Well, yeah, I can't say any other thing except that. Well, I get your point, but like you can't say 100% that the Earth is flat or it doesn't have any curvature because in that experiment, he didn't measure the curvature of the Earth, but he measured how do you call it? The circumference. Do you get me? Like
You're not measuring.
the length.
You're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadow.
Yeah, circumference.
No, yeah, but you're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
How did he get circumference? How did he go from measuring shadow lengths to circumference? Can you explain the logic?
I think it's something with mathematics. I don't have anything to do with mathematics, honestly, but I think like over almost 2,000 years, if it wasn't true, like we wouldn't have known today. Yeah.
Well, the logic isn't sound. The reason why is because he's making a deductive claim based off of inference. He had to assume the curvature existed in the first place for him to derive a circumference from those angle lengths.
Fair enough.
You couldn't have done it any other way without first assuming. So here's the other thing. If you were to assume no curvature, then you would be able to conclude that the sun is not very far away and that the surface isn't curving.
But another thing, okay, you assume that the sun is like 200 miles away, yeah? I think
I don't know how far away it is. I have no idea what it is.
The person who was talking to me, I don't remember the nickname, but
I
he said that the
definitely
sun.
didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. I said nobody knows the distance, the medium, or the
DJ.
size, or what the
Right, you
sun's made
can't.
of, or anything like that. That's what I specifically
I
said.
said it was 75 miles away. Debunk me. I dare you to.
Yeah, so that was just a thought experiment there. The point is, listen, if you're triangulating things, you should be able to get the height of the sun. But we know that you can't do that, flat or globe. You cannot triangulate the height of the sun. You can't do it on a globe because they say that the sun is so far away and the surface is so.
Yeah, someone made a claim in our other call like 4 days ago, and that's really what I've been thinking about. And I'm like, you know what? And my brain kind of like branched over from that thought just to kind of your call, and then I'm like, you know what? Well, let me go ask this other question. But what would you say to the claim that the Great Pyramid, like the actual latitude of the Great Pyramid, is the same speed of light? Would you say that that's just
What was the last thing you said? Is the same.
It's the same as the speed of light.
The latitude is the same as the speed of light. What? I don't.
So the Great Pyramid of Giza is 29.979 2458 north, which is the same as the speed of light. 299,792, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that. It's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about the pyramids and megaliths and things like that, because the ancient cultures, which were all flat Earth cultures, by the way, they were obsessed with the sky, right? And obsessed with, they're the people that originated like predicting eclipses and mapping out the stars and where they would be throughout the years and things like that, and how they correlated with the seasons and with natural occurring events and cycles and things like that. So yeah, you'll find there's a lot of crazy alignments when it comes to the way that the megaliths are related to the placement of the stars. But with the latitude, right, that's not something that has anything to do with the Earth being a globe, right? That's to do with the celestial sphere and the way that we have a certain angle to Polaris from that particular point, right? And then that's mapped into like a sky coordinate system based on the angle that we're seeing the stars from different places on the Earth, and that's because they conceptualize the celestial sphere, right, is like a big hemisphere above your head.
Right.
Okay, that's the way that we see things, is in like a big hemisphere above our head for various reasons, including perspective, convergence. Okay, and yeah, that's it's an interesting topic. I don't know, I haven't heard about the speed of light thing that you're talking about, but I'll definitely have a look into that. Do you think it correlates to a globe in any way, or it's just something interesting?
No, it's just something really interesting. That's all. If it is true, it's interesting. If it's not true, of course, it's just a claim. But I didn't really spend necessarily, I would say, too much time. I haven't divulged into it as much as I probably would want to.
Yeah. There's a lot of
something
crazy
interesting. I'm kind of like
a lot of crazy coincidences when it comes to math, and so then the way that we view the sky, the motions of the celestials and things like that.
Right.
But yeah, we try to stay away from speculation as much as possible. Like if we don't know something, we'll just say, yeah, we don't know that because we can't empirically test it. But we know it can't be happening above the surface of a globe because we can test the surface of the Earth and it's not curving.
Yeah.
And then there's no evidence that the Earth is in motion as well. Okay, we would say that the sun and the moon and the planets and the stars, right? They're like a big clock above the flat Earth, right? Doing particular motions and cycles in the sky that repeat each cycle. And that we can't validate exactly how the sky works, what medium these lights in the sky are actually in, what distance they are, what size they are, what they're made of. We can't validate that empirically. We all just make observations of it. We can observe it. We can log the observations that this does this and this moves in this certain cycle. But we've all been taught this big giant story about how this light in this particular position, right? That is a burning ball of gas, right? That's a sun, a big burning ball of plasma gas that's X size, and it's made out of this particular thing, and this is the exact distance, and it's in a big giant space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum, and that kind of thing. So we've been fed a big story which we can't validate. It's kind of faith-based, and it's originated on a whole bunch of presuppositions, assumptions.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then we would say that we're in a contained system, right? Just like all of the ancient cultures depicted. Have you seen the ancient depictions? Yeah, I'll put it in the side chat. Okay, so the ancient cultures all depicted something similar. Even though they allegedly didn't have communication with each other, they all came up with a similar idea of the layout of this system that we live in, which would be a flat surface inside a contained system. Because we have gas pressure, right? Air that we're all breathing, it keeps us alive. And if you start looking into gas law, you'll find that there are a whole bunch of natural laws, rules associated with gas, right? Firstly, being that to have gas pressure in the first place, you would need to have a container. It has to be in a contained system because the gas particles, right? The gas pressure is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of the container, right? Or when they bounce off of each other as well. So you need gas pressure to have you need a container to have gas pressure. There's no evidence that the Earth is in motion, right? Because they tell us, like most people don't realize this, right? They tell us the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That's faster than a 9mm bullet. That's faster than the speed of sound. On top of that, it's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. On top of that, right, it's moving in another vector chasing the sun because the sun is shooting through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. And then there's a whole bunch more motions and speeds on top of that, which is hard for the human brain to even comprehend how fast these motions are. So there's no evidence of all of this. It's just a model, a theoretical mathematical concept, essentially. Yeah. So we're just looking for people to provide evidence of this belief system that they have and that we all had growing up, and that what we're all taught. That's all. And we don't get any empirical evidence. We get explanations. We get a lot of feelings, right? It hurts a lot of people's feelings because it's like their worldview. It's their deeply ingrained belief system. They thought that they were going to go to space one day or something like that. So it triggers a lot of emotion in people. But we're just looking for the evidence and trying to present people with our evidence. Trying to give people a better understanding of exactly what the argument is, and that there isn't actually the type of evidence that people think there is about the globe. Most people have never thought about it. They think, oh, some really smart people worked it out. I never have to think about it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Someone said hello. Hello.
Yeah. What's my neighbor?
Oh.
I was just
Ricardo?
wondering.
Something.
Yeah, Ricardo. Hi, bro. I was just wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth. If you do.
Wait, you have the same profile picture as an Australian guy that comes in here all the time. What the hell is going on? Is that you?
No, it's not me. I'm a different person.
With the same profile picture, man. That's Nice. tripping me out. Yeah, okay, man. What was your question? Say it again.
I was saying that I was wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth theory.
Well, I did just explain all that to Stone. But yeah, because we've gone out and tested for the curvature of the Earth and we can't find any. It's been extensively done. And then when we look for evidence throughout all of history from the globe side, who has actually gone out and empirically validated that the Earth's a globe, you don't find any empirical evidence. You just find assumption-based reasoning and calculations based off those assumptions.
Yeah, but like logically, the Earth has a curvature, and for example, if we move from one country to another, there are some different time zones. That's why.
Yeah,
If you
time
keep going,
zones.
like for example, if you keep going towards the west, like you will always be in the past. You understand me?
Well, if
Like,
you
for
keep going
example,
west, yeah, you could come back to where you started again, potentially.
Yeah,
But yeah,
for example,
time zones. Look, this is what you're going to find. A lot of things can be explained on a globe Earth or on a flat Earth. Now, you probably haven't heard the flat Earth explanation for how that could work over a flat surface, which is understandable. But it's not something that's exclusive to the Earth being a globe. Okay, so we don't think that the Earth is a flat planet, right? So people think of outer space, right? That's the globe Earth version of outer space. Then they think of the globe, and then they try to squish it into like a flat disk, and they think that that's what the flat earthers are claiming, like a flat Earth as in a flat disk planet. We don't claim that. Okay, we would say that the Earth, yeah, is that what you were thinking?
No, there are some narratives in my mind.
What do you have in your
That was
mind?
one of them. For example, some people believe that the Earth has 4 corners. Yeah, I think they believe so because of the Christian like perspective.
Yeah, but in the Christian perspective, it says it has 4 corners, but it also says it's like a circle, like the circle of the Earth. So I don't know. It gets, once you get into like religious texts and things like that, sure, they support the Earth being flat, but it's kind of getting into the weeds a little bit, in my opinion, because it comes to like, well, what did he mean by this? What did he mean by that? What does this verse really mean? Like, how could that work? It's, I don't know. We try to stick with empirical evidence here that we can actually go out and test in reality. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming by flat. When we say flat Earth, we don't, like, flat's not a shape. Flat's the description of a surface area that doesn't have any curvature. So that's what we mean by flat Earth. We don't know the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth. I don't think anybody truly knows that because we can't test it at this stage. And then seasons and time zones and things like that, that's just due to the movement of the sun, right? So we would say the sun, whatever the sun is, right, is much closer, it's much smaller than in the globe model. And it takes particular cycles over the surface of the Earth, right? So its circuit will be responsible for daytime, nighttime, and seasons.
But how do you
also responsible for wind and waves and all that sort of stuff.
But for example, if you keep going to the same direction over and over again, you will come back to the same point. How do you explain this in that theory?
Well, because east and west are actually circles around a north. Okay, so if you have like a just a hypothetical. Okay, if you put a magnet down on the ground, right? So you go outside, you have a big magnet, like a bar magnet, and you stick it in the ground. And then you have a compass. Okay, and you stand next to the bar magnet. The compass is going to point towards the north, right? It's going to be pointing towards the magnet, the north.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you want to go west, right, you have to go in a circle. You're going to walk around in a circle and have to keep adjusting your path to the north, right? So you're going to have to keep turning left, 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 left. You're going to go around in a circle and you're going to come back to where you started again. Now, you just did that on a flat piece of ground outside, showing that even on a globe or on a flat surface, east and west are just circles. Now, tons of people have circumnavigated east to west, right? But what wouldn't be possible is if, just say, think about that hypothetical out on the ground with the magnet. Now, if you wanted to go south, right, you're going to be walking directly away from that magnet south, right? You're never going to come back to where you started again. Okay, that's not going to be possible on the flat surface. Now, nobody has ever actually done that in reality. No one's ever done a north to south circumnavigation and come back to where they started. But east to west, yes.
But how or where do you think we would go if we keep going in the same direction? Like ultimately.
I have no idea. You're probably going to eventually hit ice, but nobody.
Yeah, I heard about
it's not.
the ice
It's not.
wall.
It's a hypothetical. Well, I'm not even claiming an ice wall. I said you're most likely going to hit ice if you keep going in a straight line, right? Even if you're on a globe, you're eventually going to hit ice as well. But this is the thing. No one's ever just gone in a straight line. It's not possible. It's not something that's possible to do. Because you're gonna need to use a compass to navigate. Okay, and because you have in the ocean you have ocean currents, in the sky you have wind currents, and it's just no one's ever done that, right? If you try to look up like who's actually gone in a perfectly straight line for the longest distance, it's not going to be a long distance, right? It's not possible, especially when you're going over the ocean or something like that. Okay, you're going to need to use something to navigate because you're going to be getting blown around and.
Yeah, but you can use, for example, the stars for navigation. Like you can just get it for like.
Yeah, but you can only use them like the stars are also moving constantly, right? As well, so.
No, there are some stars which are like.
Yeah, you might be able to go if you can see the North Star and you go directly towards the North Star, right? It only moves a tiny little bit, the North Star. So if you pick out the North Star and then you start going towards the North Star, sure, you can go in essentially a straight line, but then it's going to become daytime, right? You can't see the stars anymore.
Yeah, but then you can stop at night. Yeah. I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah, you could stop, put your anchor down, wait for it to end. But then what are you going to do once you reach the geographical North Pole? What are you going to do then?
Go to the opposite direction from the opposite side. Then I'll come back to the same point.
What are you going to use as your reference to keep going in a straight line?
The North Star, so I can go.
No, you're at the North Star. Just say you're at the North Star. It's directly above you at your zenith, above your head. Now what? Now how are you going to keep going in a straight line?
I think it's not impossible, like even theoretically.
This is why no one's ever done it. What you're talking about, I get, like you could imagine it on like a basketball or something like that. You could wrap a straight string around the basketball or use a ruler or something like that. But in reality, on the actual giant globe that's claimed, it's not such an easy task, right? To go in a straight line. It's actually impossible.
I think I never heard of someone who have ever tried to go to like in the direct direction, a straight direction.
Yeah, exactly. That's why most people just use a compass and that kind of thing. Or you can use a sextant for the stars, but once again, all the stars are moving. The North Star only moves a little bit, so you could use that. But that's not going to help you once you get to the North Star. You're just going to find the North.
Yeah, for example, and I think that most of the theories of the flat Earth, like just hypothetical.
Well, the same thing would happen on a flat Earth, right? Just say the Earth was flat, right? Just remove the globe from your mind right now, and just say you're on a flat Earth and you want to go in a straight line. You're going to use the North Star. Okay, the same thing, right? It's the same thing. You're just going to go in a straight line. You're going to get to the North Star. You're not going to, and you're not going to have detected any Earth curvature over that trip, right? You're just going to feel like you're going over flat water. And you're going to get to the North Star, and then you're not going to have another reference point to continue going in a straight line. So it's not going to really determine anything.
Yeah, but you know, there are some groups of stars. They're called Arcturus. You know them. Like they're always like directing towards the east. So I think you can use them as well.
No, there's no other fixed There's no other like fixed star. Polaris isn't even fixed. Actually, Polaris is 3 stars. There's 3 Polarises, but they do move a little bit. But yeah, you could think of it like a fixed star. But there's no other fixed star that you can see. Like there isn't a counter star of Polaris in the south, and even if you're at the North Pole, you can't see that far anyway. Like whether even if you're on a flat Earth or on a globe, you still can't see the. Even if there was a South Polaris, you wouldn't even be able to see it anyway. So you'd still be screwed, right? You would have to rely on a compass. And then if you have a look at the magnetic field lines on the Earth, the magnetic field lines don't even match up with the latitude, longitude. They don't match up with the celestial sphere. They don't match up with the globe, right? So magnetic north and magnetic south don't match up with the geographical north and south poles.
Yeah, I get your point. For example, I think these contests of stars are like always stable or like the same place in the sky. For example, Orion's belt, like the direction of Orion's belt is always towards the south. So
this is the problem, though. They're going to be at the same place in the sky at a certain time on a certain day. They constantly.
Yeah, you can use them for direction. That's why, like, almost when back then in time, people who used to stay in the sea, they used to use these stars. Like, they didn't have any portals back then or any device.
Yeah, they used the stars, and they thought the Earth was flat as well, right? But this is the thing. It's not going to help you determine if you're going in a perfectly straight line or not. Okay, they don't. You can't say that you're going in a perfectly straight line.
Well,
no one's ever claimed to have gone in a straight line and come back to where they've started. No one's ever even claimed to have done such a thing throughout all of history, because it's impossible to do that. So I get the theoretical idea. If the Earth was a globe and you went in a straight line, you would come back to where you started. Sure, but no one's ever done that.
It's impossible because the vast ocean. That's why, because like it's impossible to go.
Right, it is impossible. It is impossible. So
yeah, but for example, you can go from Morocco to Dubai, for example, and it's proven. Some flights go to this direction from Morocco to Dubai, from Moscow to USA. This direction isn't like proven.
You can do that on a flat surface as well. Like I said before, you're going to be able to do things on a globe or on a flat Earth, depending on what the thing is. Perfectly logical to explain on either. Just say you have a flat surface, right? Like a lake, a giant lake, right? Think of it like the world, like exactly what we experience in the world, as if it was a giant lake, right? All of the oceans are actually just one big ass lake, essentially.
Yeah,
right? They're all connected, and then you've got land masses, right, which are like islands popping up out of the lake in certain areas, and we call them continents in countries and islands. Okay, and then you go from one, and then you go to the other one, and then you can go to a different one, right? And it's all happening over a flat surface. That's the most logical and exactly what we experience.
Yeah, but you know what? For example, like how much do you know? How much do you think the distance from New York to Moscow in a straight line?
I don't think you can't measure that. It's very difficult to measure that. I don't know the exact distance, but you can calculate the distance based off a coordinate system that's based off the sky, right? Which is going to be spread out onto a ground-based map. Okay, so you're not able to measure the exact distance, but we can tell, okay, if we get on a plane and we fly in this direction, the plane flies at approximately whatever speed the planes claim to be flying at, right? And every single time we make the flight, there's a margin of error due to the wind and all sorts of different factors, and we can say, okay, it's approximately this distance away. But you're still using the coordinate system as your reference, so it's very difficult to know the actual layout, like the proper layout and the proper distance, right? To actually know it for sure. One thing that you're not going to find is that it's exclusive to a globe. Yeah, it's not exclusive to a globe. You know what is exclusive to a globe, though? Earth curvature, right? Bending water, right? So if you had a globe, then over 100 miles, you have 6,666 foot of Earth curvature over that distance. That's something that isn't possible on a flat Earth.
But I think
Right.
even 100 miles isn't enough. Yeah.
Well, 6,666 foot. Right, that's a huge amount of curvature. Even 10 miles is enough, right? 10 miles would have 66 foot of curvature. 66 foot, that's more than a 10-story a 6-story building. A 6-story
How can we
building.
measure it?
Okay, so if you have, let's say we have a lake, okay, and the lake's 10 miles across.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, let's use the ocean, and I'll show you a example in the real world right now. So just give me a second. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. I'll just pull up this one observation here. One second. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Harrison tourism.
Yeah, can you see here's just a clip from a video. One second.
Uh-huh.
Did that GIF work? Can you see the GIF?
Okay.
Okay, right. So let's check that. Okay, so we've got an oil platform, 2 oil platforms. Okay, the first platform is 6 miles from the shoreline, called platform C. Okay, the second platform is called platform habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. Okay, so this is a good example, right? Because we can use a 10-mile distance, like we were just talking about. So the mathematics is pretty simple. Okay, now the observer is standing on the beach, and his height above the water is 8 foot high.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we can calculate how much curvature should there be over 10 miles. The answer is 66 foot, 66.7 foot. That's just the general curvature over that distance. Okay, now we need to take the observer's height into account. So the observer's height is 8 foot above the surface. Right now, what should be present in the observation based off that? Okay, the horizon should be at a certain distance away. The horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. So because we have the oil platforms there as distance markers, now we know that the horizon isn't where it should be or where it has to be on a globe. Okay, the horizon's actually far beyond 10 miles. But on a globe, the horizon actually must be at 3.46 miles, halfway to the first oil platform. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon line. Okay, the horizon line is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of a horizon, the mainstream definition. Okay, and it's a byproduct of what's that?
The higher you get, the higher you get in the sky, the later the sunset is. Do you know that?
Yeah, because you're changing the angle. You're changing the angle in which you're looking at the object in the distance. Okay, so if you go up higher, you can see further. This is another one of those things that's easy to explain on a globe or on a flat surface. You go higher, you see further. It's common sense, right? On a globe, you would see further over the curvature of the Earth. And the curvature of the Earth is what we're testing here. So if the Earth was curving, then over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of curvature. That means the horizon would be at 3.46 miles, and the bottom 29 feet of the second oil platform would be hidden behind the horizon. But that's not what matches up with reality, right? If you were to watch a sunset right now in this observation, you would see the sun setting behind a horizon that's halfway to the first oil platform if the Earth were a globe. That doesn't happen. The horizon isn't anything to do with the curvature of the Earth because there is no curvature of the Earth. And long distance observations and laser So this is what we're testing. That's the claim, right? The sun sets behind the curvature of the Earth. The boats go over the curvature of the Earth. Things are blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Okay, let's test it. When we test it, that's not what's happening. In fact, the horizon is a byproduct of the way that you see, right? It's a byproduct of perspective convergence and the weather conditions on the particular day. That's why the definition of horizon is the apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. They don't say it's where the curvature stops you being able to see further, because that's not what the horizon really is.
But also, you know that according to your position on the Earth, according to the globe, okay, the globe theory. For example, in Egypt, you can see the Sirius stars compass, but in South Africa, okay, this star cannot be seen, and the Polaris, the South Star, is appearing there in that location. So in different locations, you can see different stars. Like it's not stable. Like for example,
that's right.
even in the same continent, in South Africa and in Egypt, like in the north of the continent and the south of the continent.
Exactly. Yeah, I get you. You see, you stand at different places, right, on the Earth, and you look up and you see different lights in the sky.
Yeah, but it's only like happens in the spherical or like a round body.
No. It can be explained on a spherical Earth, right? And it can also be perfectly explained on a flat Earth as well. It's another one of those things that can be explained on either, right? But the prerequisite, right, the requirement for it to be explained on a globe would require this water that we're looking at here in reality to actually be curving over distance, and that's not happening. So it's impossible for it to be happening above a spherical Earth, okay? Because there's no curvature. You need the curvature to have the spherical Earth in the first place. So yeah, we can explain it quite easily. We have a limited field of view, okay? The atmosphere has extinction, and we don't see forever. You don't see forever. You move far enough away from something due to perspective convergence, right, and the opacity of the air, you're not going to be able to see forever.
But I'm talking about the best conditions, like without any.
Yeah, in the best conditions, you can see 200 miles. 200 miles in the best conditions, which is, we never have the best conditions. It's not even possible, but a technicality, you would be able to see in perfect conditions 200 miles through the medium of the air.
But the moon is much, like way farther than 200 miles. So how can you see?
That's according to a claim that requires the Earth to be a globe, right? That's according to the heliocentric mathematical concept of this place that we live in. It's not something that you're able to validate or that has been validated empirically. The distance to the moon is based off the size of the Earth. It's based off the globe model, okay? The globe model requires the Earth to be curved. The Earth is not curved, right? It requires the space to be a vacuum, and that you have a big rock floating around in a vacuum, right? That's not something that's been empirically validated. It's a belief that you have, and it's an explanation for something that you see in the sky. That's all.
So you're saying that we can see this compass of stars in Egypt because it's kind of close to Egypt than South Africa, yeah?
Yeah, you have a limit. You have a particular way of seeing the sky. Everyone observes the sky in their own unique perspective, depending on where you're standing on the surface of the Earth. But if you're too far away to see what's on a different section of the Earth, right? You can't see forever. You like I just said, you have perspective, and you have a limitation of how far you can see due to the opacity of the atmosphere.
Okay, but there's also one other point that, for example, in the polar, the south and the north polar, sometimes, like during the winter, the sun can last for about 6 months. How do you explain that? It's moving around the flat Earth.
Well, it stays light for about 6 months, but you can only see the sun in the sky for a shorter period of time.
But how do you explain it? Even if it was just like...
Yeah, so there are some flat earthers that do try to explain it using a model, right? But we don't live on a model, and models usually have flaws, right? Just like the globe model has an explanation for why we can see that in the south, right? But the globe model has big flaws as well, doesn't it, right? Like we just went over in this observation. When we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, so it cannot possibly be happening above a globe Earth. Now, Everything in the sky works like a big clock. Everything runs in cycles. None of us know exactly how it works, right? None of us know exactly what the sun is, what the stars are, what medium they're in, what distance they are. Okay, we've just been fed a big story about them. That's all. That's as far. So you have a belief that it's happening in a heliocentric model, right, which falls apart at step one, which would be actually having curvature to be able to have the globe in the first place. So whatever's happening in the sky doesn't change that the ground is flat.
What about the shadow of the Earth and the Moon during the eclipse?
Once again, it's something. It's like a an assumption based off a spherical Earth. Like you're first having to assume that what you're seeing is caused by a spherical Earth. If we think about this. Okay, if we can measure a surface flat, okay, it doesn't matter what happens above the flat surface. It's not going to make it curve. Okay, it's already been measured flat. Let's say you have a room in your house with a flat floor. Okay, you've tested the floor. The floor's flat. Doesn't matter what you see on your ceiling. It's not going to change that the ground is not curving. Okay, that's the case with the Earth. So whatever's happening in the sky.
The shadow?
How do you? Okay, so you're claiming this is your. I don't try to explain things that I can't empirically validate. Okay, it's not logical to do that. Okay, so I could try to give you explanations, but I don't need to because I'm not making a claim about that. The things I'm making a claim about, I can empirically validate right now. Okay, you're claiming that that you're seeing a shadow on the moon and it's caused by the Earth being a globe. Okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is actually a globe, right? Because that's the requirement for your claim.
Okay, I'll tell you something. The eclipse of the moon, it only happens when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. That's why we see the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Yeah, that's the claim, right? So that's what people do here. They claim that the shadow that we see on the moon is caused by the Earth. And then when I ask them to validate that claim, they just give me the explanation in a different way. So all you did was just make the same claim again. I'm asking you to back that claim up. Okay, so what are the requirements for the claim you just made? The Earth has to be a globe, right? Right? For the Earth to be a globe, what do you need to have? You have to have Earth curvature. It has to be there. Okay, so I just showed you an observation where the Earth curvature that has to be there isn't there, right? And I could show you one after the other, after the other, after the other, laser tests, long distance observations, over and over again, all sorts of different methods that prove that the curvature that would have to be there for your claim to be true is not present in reality.
Come on, you don't even have an explanation for that.
Yeah, you need.
Okay, he doesn't understand the logic.
Yeah.
What?
It's basic logic, right? So if you don't have
logic is failing you pretty badly right now. Listen. For you to claim that the Earth is getting in the way, producing a shadow, you would need to have measured curvature.
Okay, the curvature we can measure it. I think by the difference of the shadow at the same time at the same cities, for example, in different cities. For example, it has like I think it was done 2,200 years before Christ. When
how did they do that then?
I think the scientist, his name was Artastonus, something like this. He was Greek. Okay, he noticed the difference in the length of the shadows in two different cities at the same time, and
well, why would that require a curving surface?
Because it's at the same time.
Yeah, but they're two different angles. Why would that prove that the surface is curved if they're two different angles at the same time?
Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I think if we have...
Think about this. Listen, I'll give you an analogy. Let's say it's really, really dark. It's nighttime outside. You're in a parking lot, and there's a big bright light above you in the parking lot. If I go stand 100 meters away, my shadow's going to be very long. But since you're under the parking lot, your shadow's very short, if any shadow.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not on a curved surface, right?
Well, yeah. I can't say any other thing except that. Well, I get your point, but like you can't say 100% that the Earth is flat or it doesn't have any curvature because in that experiment, he didn't measure the curvature of the Earth, but he measured how do you call it? The circumference. Do you get me? Like the length.
You're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
Yeah, circumference.
No, yeah, but you're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows from
How
the
did he
light
get
source.
circumference? How did he go from measuring shadow lengths to circumference? Can you explain the logic?
I think it's something with mathematics. I don't have anything to do with mathematics, honestly, but I think like over almost 2,000 years, if it wasn't true, like we wouldn't have known today. Yeah.
Well, the logic isn't sound. The reason why is because he's making a deductive claim based off of inference. He had to assume the curvature existed in the first place for him to derive a circumference from those angle lengths.
Fair enough.
He couldn't have done it any other way without first assuming. So here's the other thing. If you were to assume no curvature, then you would be able to conclude that the sun is not very far away and that the surface isn't curving.
But another thing, okay, you assume that the sun is like 200 miles away, yeah?
I don't know how far away it is. I have no idea what it is.
The person who was talking to me, I don't remember the nickname, but he said that the sun.
Didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. I said nobody knows the distance, the medium, or the size, or what the sun's made of, or anything like that. That's what I specifically said.
I said it was 75 miles away. I dare you to.
Yeah, so that was just a thought experiment there. The point is, listen, if you're triangulating things, you should be able to get the height of the sun. But we know that you can't do that, flat or globe. You cannot triangulate the height of the sun. You can't do it on a globe because they say that the sun is so far away and the surface is so big that the surface is effectively flat from the sun.
Yeah.
This is why the rays are parallel to a curving Earth that's really tiny. So you can't triangulate that. You can't triangulate the altitude from parallel rays. We say, well, on Earth that is not curving, the angles to the sun do appear to diverge from the sun as a source, but nobody can triangulate its fixed point in 3D space in a sky. Both of these ideas are true. So how do you determine whether or not the sun rays are parallel versus diverging? Well, you measure the surface. If you can't measure the curvature of the Earth directly, then you cannot conclude anything about it being curved.
But even Aristotle, do you know Aristotle? Do you know him?
So Eratosthenes is out. Is that it? We're going to toss the knees. We're going to toss him out.
Yeah, but he calculated the circumference of the Earth, like.
Yeah, but we just went through that too. And we just went through why that's not a proof, right?
But even till today's like the present time, we take into consideration these calculators. Like we don't just ignore them.
Well, no, we don't just ignore them. We ask them to substantiate their claims. People accuse us in here all the time. I'm not saying you're doing it, but all day people accuse us of ignoring evidence. When we do the exact opposite, we're like, no, we're not ignoring it. We're demanding justification and substantiation of that evidence. That's not ignoring. This is saying, let us accept your claim for the moment. Now justify it. Provide us the data. Provide us the logic. And when the Glober comes in, right, and they make a claim and they can't justify, they cannot substantiate the claim, then why should we automatically accept the claim?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
I
this
think
is about using logic and
a bit.
empiricism.
Yeah, I'm open to all theories, honestly, but I'm just wondering. That's what I'm talking about. And also, I have a question about the UV light. If the Earth is flat, like, how do you think we getting protected from the UV light? Otherwise, it could kill us.
I mean, we measure the sun's spectral rays, right? And we get a complete set. We get UV, IR visible. We get gamma, X-ray. We get all kinds of stuff coming off the sun.
Yeah, but how do you
Yeah,
get
I don't know why.
protected from them? Because in the globe theory, it's because of the polar, like the North Polar and the South Polar. So they kind of like somehow protect us. But what about the flat theory?
So the question is why does the sun emit a full spectrum of radiation as we measure the Earth to be flat?
No, it wasn't like that. Wait, I was saying that if the Earth is flat, so why do we not getting killed by the UV light? Because if it's globe, okay, we can clarify that.
Right. So you're jumping back into flawed logic again. Listen, what DJ is offering you is a flat Earth observation and measurement. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of them.
Okay, how do you explain it as a flat Earth?
Why should we have to explain something that is not necessary?
Yeah, there's explanations. Yeah, hold on, sir. There's explanations. Sir, can you hear me? There's explanations that are already given that explain all of the ideas and like the ways that people talk about light and how we interact with the sunlight. That's already been shown. That has nothing to do with the cosmology aspect, like the size or the shape of the Earth. So the UV light and all that you would really want to know about, it's already been told to us how that is. We agree with a lot of the particular science about the nature of the Earth, except for when it comes to when people start making claims of the size of the Earth or what the shape of the Earth is. So there's specific claims that we already agree with. They don't need explanation. That's exactly how we understand things like science and the properties of the Earth and which we understand it to be are the same. It's not like a different Earth that we're talking about. It's the same Earth that you understand with applied science, physics, right? So we're not going to go off into like talking about something else with like UV light. It's going to be the same as you. The only thing we're talking about is what people think of the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth. That's what's different. Do you understand? Like that's the only difference. Everything else is basically the same. That you know it.
So the only thing you're against the global Earth or just the globe itself, yeah?
Yeah, well,
like, the claim,
the claim that it's a giant sphere in the vacuum of space, because that's a huge claim that nobody can substantiate. And that's what we're talking about. Everything else, like the physics of the Earth, like we're experiencing the same thing as you. So it's not like a different Earth. It's the same. The physics are the same. It's just you have an explanation as to what those things are based on a spherical Earth. So we're not basing it on a spherical Earth. Do you understand? Like,
yeah, so the globe is not the consequence of observations. It's not the consequence of measurement. It's not even the consequence of scientific claims.
Okay, but I'll tell you something. For example, people who believe in the like spherical Earth, they believe in the how to say the two polars as well, like the magnetic field. Okay, we cannot have a magnetic field if we have a flat Earth. So how do you explain that?
Again, we measured the Earth. Okay, the surface does not curve anywhere it is measured.
No, I'm talking about
not in accordance with the globe.
point.
Okay, so listen, this is the crux of the matter. All of your questions about how things work beyond that point are not necessary to the claim that the Earth measures and is observed to be flat.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking for like
Oh, listen,
precision knowledge. If you
we
have
can
any
come up with
about it.
speculation, right? Because listen, nobody's ever measured the sun to be 93 million miles away. Nobody's measured the sun to be 400 times bigger than the moon.
I think
Nobody's
it's
measured any of
measurable
these.
because, like, if you calculate the light speed and, like, for example, if we in a certain point of the Earth we get light after, for example,
Okay,
2 3
how do you
seconds.
measure it takes 8.25 minutes for light to get from the sun to the Earth? Does a photon have a little clock on it? It's
No, it doesn't.
no.
Okay, I get your point.
The reason why people conclude that it takes 8.25 minutes for light to reach the Earth is because people have assumed that Earth is a globe inside of a solar system.
Yep, and that the sun's a specific distance away from the Earth. It's all about calculations. It's not about measurements. These guys are just like making assumptions.
Yeah, it's physics.
It's all assumptions. Listen, and here's one more thought for you, okay? A flat Earth is not inside a space vacuum. There is no space underneath the Earth.
I don't know, bro. I think
Maybe.
you have
We don't know that
a
yet.
certain claim. No, I tell you something. If you have a claim, I think you have you have to have like narrative for that claim. For example, why do we get protected by the magnetic field? If we don't have a magnetic field in the flat Earth, how you get protected then? Okay, that's the point. Another one.
Hold on. How do you get a magnetic field if the Earth isn't a globe? Listen, we already measured the Earth. Why is this question necessary, logically or just philosophically?
But literally, even people who
Do you think they know why Earth has a magnetic field if it's a globe? They don't even understand that.
Why? But they literally have the magnetic field.
We're actually working on that project.
The flat earthers.
Why can't we have a magnetic field on a flat Earth?
Exactly.
Yeah,
why can't we? When nobody knows how a magnetic field is created on a globe, why should we have to answer how it's being done if Earth isn't a globe?
Because the magnetic field is like formed by the iron in the bottom of the Earth. That's why, like the nucleus of the Earth.
All the things, guys.
That's why. But for example, in the flat Earth, you can't explain that.
We can explain it, okay? You just wouldn't like the explanations.
Okay, how explain to me?
And your look, your explanation is just wrong and can't even be right. You understand that metal like iron loses magnetism at high temperatures. It's called hysteresis. So why don't you explain how you even have a magnetic iron core when it's supposed to be thousands and thousands of degrees and a liquid? So the magnetic domains can't even line up in the first place.
That's right. You need dipole alignment. And when everything is vibrating because it's excited due to heat and friction, those dipoles can't align and suspend a magnetic field. That's right.
And it's liquid.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no
yeah,
structure.
I understand.
See, but hey, you got an explanation.
I don't know honestly, but maybe I need to think about it.
You know what they say? The Earth is a giant electromagnet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, what kick-started it in the first place?
I don't really know.
Right. Well, we demand an explanation. I demand an explanation from you.
No, I'm telling you, I'm not like.
Well, they say the magnetic field creates an electrical current, and that electrical current creates a magnetic field. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you guys, I'm not embracing a certain theory. I'm just open to like talk about it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you.
We're only concerned with one thing: what does the surface of the Earth measure? Because then we can figure out if the Earth is a ball or if it's flat. Looking in the sky and just imagining the Earth is like those things or should be like those things or other phenomenological ideas, that can't even prove the Earth is flat as a matter of logic. The only thing that can prove the Earth is flat or a ball is to measure the Earth. That's it. It's your only choice. There are no other choices. If I want to know how tall you are, I'm not going to look at the lights. I'm not going to look at the ceiling. I'm not going to ask your neighbors. I'm not going to look at other people to figure out how tall you are. I'm going to take a tape measure and measure you. That's it. It's really simple. People overcomplicate this.
Okay, but you know what? Even the flat earthers, they have some measurements of the Earth space.
Hmm?
You know what? You know it.
Measurement of what?
The Earth space.
The airspace?
The Earth space.
Earth space? Are you talking about Jaren? Are you talking about that stupid Netflix one, dude?
Okay, I'll tell you what. For example, in people who embrace the flat, the spherical Earth, they believe that the Earth has 510 million square kilometers.
Yes.
And they're divided into like land area and water area. You know that, yeah?
Yeah.
The water is about 71 and the Earth is about 29. So they literally explain that.
We don't care about the surface area. How does that tell us the surface of the Earth is curved? Has to be curved, right? Not a straight line.
Okay.
The surface area don't matter. Okay.
I'll tell you something.
Let's do this. So if you were do you know how much the Earth is supposed to curve?
Yeah, he just told me about 66 feet. Yeah?
Yeah. Do you know how much that is?
About 10.
Like in meters? Like 20 meters? Is that it?
Yeah, he just told me. I just
yeah, so like 20 meters and 15 kilometers. It gets worse than that. So at like 30 kilometers, it's like 120. At 30 kilometers, or not 30, like 40 kilometers, it's 127 meters.
Okay, we're back to that point
So
again.
think you're three times farther, but the amount of curvature increased way more than 3 times, right? And of course, it increased 6 times.
Look,
this is an exponential. Brother, what I'm trying to tell you is the curvature is an exponential function. It should easily be visible from the surface of the Earth, or measurable, in fact. But nobody measures it or sees it.
But bro, how could you calculate it? The curvature that you're claiming. If it's 66 feet, how could you calculate it? You should have some physics for that, yeah? So how do you get it? Hello?
So we're not the ones claiming this. This is the geometric. This is the geometric constraint of the globe.
What does it mean?
Okay, so if Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles on average, then we can use the Pythagorean theorem to derive the distance to the horizon, and also we can derive the curvature rate and approximate it. Right? So we do this by using math, by using geometry, and we can fact check this by visiting astronomy websites, by visiting NASA. They will tell you the same thing that we're telling you right now.
NASA would say that.
Yeah, the drop, that over 10 miles, the drop is about 66 feet.
Could be.
Okay.
Not actually.
That's why the further you go in the sky, for example, in a tower, that's why the further you can see, like in the vision field. Yeah. And the later the sunset was, is it the same reason you're talking about? The same thing.
Oh, I mean, you see farther because your angle changes. I mean, that's just obvious. You never climbed a tree because you were trying to look over the curve of the Earth. Okay.
Well, but even it's not.
But you can
It's
see
not only
farther
about
from the top of the
angle.
tree, right?
But now we're not talking about the angle itself. We're talking about the later the sunset. Like
What
the
about the
sky
sun?
is already. Yeah, the further you go up in the sky, the later the sunset will be. The sun
Yeah,
is
and
already up there. Like we're not taking an angle over it. Yeah.
no, but look, but what's the sunset? It's when the horizon chops the sun in half, right? Cuts the sun in half, but the horizon is not the edge of the earth. It's not the edge of the ball. It's not any of those things.
Okay.
You know how
Then
we
what
know
is
that?
it?
You know how we know that it's not that? Because the horizon moves without you moving. You can stay in the same place and go to the ocean and watch the horizon and see it move around, as in it'll be 3 miles, and 2 hours later it'll be 6 miles, and 6 hours later it'll be 30 miles. So if the horizon itself moves around, that can't be the Earth, unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Why you interrupt me every time I talk? This 3 times in a row. Unless the Earth is changing size. You understand? Do you think the Earth is changing size?
Of course not.
Okay, then why does the horizon change?
What do you mean the horizon change? How can the horizon change?
One day it'll be like 3 miles away from you, and then another day it'll be 10 miles away from you. Now, when you calculate the curvature of the Earth, the first calculation you have to do is you calculate the tangent, which is the horizon distance. Okay? Now, if the first part of your calculation is moving around,
okay,
then what do you have? You can say, hey man, we watched the sunset. It was cut in half by the horizon. Well, okay, what's the horizon? Well, that's the edge of the Earth cutting the horizon in half. Well, your horizon's moving around. So how's it the edge of the Earth? Is Earth changing size? Is it? No one thinks it's changing size. It just shows that what you think the horizon isn't true.
What is it? Okay, you're keeping moving.
The horizon is purely an optical effect created by a shallow angle of view to the surface of the Earth and the meteorological conditions of the day. That's it. Different weather, different horizon. Different elevation, different horizon. At high elevation, in fact, NASA says that the horizon is not well defined and that it's impossible to measure the distance to the horizon from like an airplane.
Okay, I get your point. I get it, but it also doesn't explain whenever I say that the further you go into the sky, you say that you change the vision angle, like you see further.
Yeah.
But
dude, I think you're looking at a checkerboard, right? Think of a giant checkerboard, right? And there's squares everywhere. And then the higher you go, the more squares you're going to see down that checkerboard. Right? It all depends on how high you are. If you go really, really high above this infinite checkerboard, you'll see more and more squares. But if you're really, really low, you'll see less and less squares.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt there, guys, but if nice one, guys. Hottest man, his name is. When you say you get the point, can you please acknowledge that that is an anomaly against the globe? Okay, it means the globe has a problem. You're getting the point, but you're not acknowledging it and you're not registering it. Please, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
I just told you that I'm open to all theories, so that's why I'm talking here. If I'm not open,
you don't have a theory, dude. A theory is something like for cause and effect relationships, phenomenon.
Yeah, I can.
We're talking about what is, not why or how or any of those things. We're just talking about what is, right? Whether something exists or not.
But you don't have
a different type of question. That's all I'm saying, brother.
Okay. Anyway,
right. Theories are for like how and why. It's scientific theories are for how and why. How does this happen? Why does this phenomenon happen? It doesn't concern itself with whether something exists or not, unless that existence of that thing is testing a theory of how and why, such as a Higgs boson or something like that. They want to test a theory like the standard model of physics. They go, okay, we need this Higgs boson to exist. Let's test to see if it exists. So we don't have a theory. We're just saying, hey, dude, you observe the Earth is flat and motionless, and we don't measure any curvature. So now what? And we're not telling you to trust us over NASA or anybody else. We're just saying this, that if you go out and you take what they say the globe is, and then you go out into the natural world and you test what they say is there, it's not there. That's what we're telling you. Now, you can do whatever you want with that. You can ignore it. You can stick your head in the sand. You can do whatever. But we're telling you, if you go out into the natural world and test if the Earth is a globe, you'll find out that it isn't.
Okay, bro.
And this is where the rub happens, because people get afraid to test it. They don't want to know.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the consequences are too scary for them.
Yeah, I understand you. But also,
well, what if you went out and did a test tomorrow, right? And you could, like, you went to the ocean and you watched the boat, and you watched the boat sail like 50 miles away, and you could 50 kilometers away, and you could still see the ship.
I don't have explanation for that, honestly.
Well, I've done this myself. Yeah. I tracked the ship. I tracked the ship for 3.5 hours, right? So they have an app called Marine Traffic, which tells you where the ship is. So I watched and photographed the ship for 3.5 hours as a cargo ship. And after 3.5 hours, it's 30 miles away, and I can still see it with the naked eye. I even took pictures with a shitty ass iPhone 4S. Okay, still seeing the ship the entire time. Now, if the Earth was a globe of the size they say, that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon, which is like 130 meters.
Yeah, I understand you.
Yeah, so
that's why
So that's what I mean. I went out and tested it. And I'm like, holy shit, bro! Like, the Earth actually is flat, and not because somebody told me, but because I was like, okay, you guys say it is. I can go test it myself. I'm gonna check see if you guys are full of shit. Now, let's go with NASA. Can you test what they say?
No, we can't.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even test it. You just got to completely trust them. People that aren't trustworthy.
It's not only NASA. That's the point. It's not only NASA.
Well, you got to trust whoever it is making the clip. You got to trust whoever.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
I mean,
like,
my mom told me never trust strangers, but
What this means, you need to ask them to explain. Ask them to explain how Earth suspends a magnetic field, even though we've got contradictory claims. Ask them to explain how space can be an infinitely expanding vacuum and gravity compresses gas down to the surface of planets.
Better yet, ask them what the evidence is, and then you're going to get nothing.
Yeah.
What's the evidence the Earth is a molten iron core? Well, we have this theory based upon plate tectonics, and yeah, but I asked for the evidence, like the physical evidence, like what did you do in the lab? What data do you have? And they don't have shit, dude. Nothing.
Okay,
There's more fucking data about schizophrenics in the world than there is about, some molten iron core.
But I had a question. One more, just before I go. You guys, flat earthers, you don't believe that like humans have been on the moon yet?
Hell no. You do?
Some flat earthers think so.
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think people went to the moon, bro?
No.
Not you, the other guy.
Well, we have some rocks from the moon.
Well, can you explain to me this? I'm not going to get into like the various problems with their documentary evidence. Now, you know what telemetry is? Telemetry is like data that tells you exactly where something went
No,
So the telemetry data for the Apollo program doesn't exist. They said they lost it. So the only thing that would prove they went to the moon, they don't have.
Right. So they can't explain contradictions and provide evidence for said contradiction and claim.
They say they lost it. They say they taped over it because tapes were scarce.
I don't know.
And why were data tapes scarce? Because they stopped whaling, and they made the tapes out of something from the whales.
Yeah, I also wanted to add something that when some reporters have asked the astronauts of the Apollo, okay, they asked them if they ever been on the moon, something like that, and they asked them to make a note on the Bible, and they refused to do that. You see that thing?
Yeah, that's astronauts gone wild.
Yeah.
Bro. That's not the only one. One of the guys that accidentally left their wireless microphone in there, his son asked him if he wants to call the CIA to have him whacked.
I was in a globalist space yesterday. Well, it wasn't quite globalist, but it was like a conspiracy group of people. And they're talking about the Apollo program. And the pro Apollo program people had no clue what year it was, who the president was, how many times they landed. They just kept repeating the mantra, we landed on the moon, science is great, all that crap. And the people who were like, against, or not against it, but like, hey, it didn't happen the same way. They're telling them like, all the story, everything wrong with it, and then finally they had what broke the debate. What finally, after all the discussions going back and forth, this is like the facts, the evidence, all of it. What finally broke it down was that clip from Buzz Aldrin, who says, "We didn't go there." So I'm like, as you like Yola just said, you never know when you talk to these people what is going to be that spark, that click that's going to get them to think, let me reevaluate this position that I went to the moon. The guy who said he did there didn't go there.
Yeah, you made a good point, man. You never know because there's so many things that destroyed the moon landing. It's like, is it going to be the photographs? Is it going to be the frickin' telephone call? Is it going to be just the contradictory nonsense that they said afterwards?
Lack of shielding, lack of protection from the radiation.
Technical reasons. There's technical reasons, but you never know. Some people, like Kurt just said,
the power it would take to transmit from the moon to the Earth.
Yeah, there's so many things. It's like freaking, it's a potpourri. It's like, where do you want me to start? I don't even know where to start. This just too much.
Yeah, I tried with the whole thing that there was no advancement of humanity. There wasn't a kumbaya moment. There wasn't the overview effect. And I said you basically had Nixon carpet bombing Cambodia. George or Carl Sagan saying how ironic it was, and their counter was, what does Nixon and Sagan or Cambodia have to do with this at all? And I'm like, what? Wait, so you're trying to say actions taken by Nixon at the same time that Nixon was in office are unconnected to what Nixon had done when Nixon was in office? And they're like, yeah. Completely unrelated. Like they said, if I go to the grocery store on Tuesday, that doesn't mean I can't go to a restaurant on Friday. Or so, I don't know. It was like something that just as bizarre. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to tap out here at that point. It's irrelevant talking about this with you guys. Like, you'll never get it. I could spend the rest of my life trying to explain to you the overview effect and, whatnot. So then another guy jumped in and, tried to talk about like antennas and wavelengths and whatever. Nope. Didn't get that. And then, here's a clip of Buzz Aldrin. What was the scariest moment about going to the moon? Well, it would have been scary, but it wasn't because we didn't go there. And they're like, oh, shit. What does this mean?
Well, there's the other one. Like they never tested the LEM. They tested it on the moon, basically. Oh, that thing we're going to land on the moon with, the most crucial part of the trip. We'll test it there. When they couldn't get it to work on Earth, it's just so absurd. If you know anything about humans and how they engineer things, especially mechanical devices, they at least test them. Especially if you ever put anything together, you'd never put like, oh yeah, I'm going to build this thing I never built before. Let's not test it.
Yeah, usually you test it to destruction, and from that destruction point is where you begin to build the new one. You see what I mean? But no, they didn't do that.
Well, even you buy a new car, right? You test drive it, even though you know they manufactured 500,000 of them. You know what I mean? There's still the one that you got.
At least kick the tires, right? Like you're gonna walk.
I want it to be a lemon.
Hey, did you hear how they found out that they knew that they could orbit the Earth? They sprayed and prayed. They just sent something up there and used some trajectory that actually made sense on a model, on an idea, and then they hope for the best. That's what I hear from these guys. They're like, how do you know that you could go around the Earth like this spheroid that you think exists? Well, we just, they sent things up there and they hope for the best. Have you guys heard that?
You know how you know that method works? Because it works.
Because they did it.
It's called real good engineering.
That's like you're gonna send a particular craft up there to go around the Earth. How do you know it can go around the Earth? How do you know the Earth is what you're claiming it to be with the calculations? How do you know that? Yeah, that's weird, huh?
Was it easier to fool than to give it to someone they'd been fooled? Somebody has an identity that they are smart. They can't fool them. They're wiser than the average bear. Smarter than the average bear. They're the ones who bust the foolings. And then you tell them, dude, you got hoodwinked. They got you coming. They saw you coming.
Yeah, that could be why some of these people, we've seen them who, they'll even accept the moon landings didn't happen. And they'll accept alternative versions of events that have been portrayed a certain way in the mainstream media, or they'll realize if any new event happens or is said to happen, assume it didn't happen until demonstrated otherwise. But they can't get to the flat earth because that also, even that kind of alternative mind set puts you in a place, of thinking, I can't be fooled again. Because I know for me, that was 2012, the last time I got fooled by a media thing where everybody was crying, and I might have even cried. And then like 2 days after the so-called event, in 2012, I was like, shoot, they did get me again. They are never going to get me again. But then I realized, oh, they got me when I was, first a tiny child with this globe thing. Shoot. So people should be able to humble themselves and say, like, yeah, I got fooled when I was a child. Yeah, and then everything around me reinforced that fooling. Like, that's not, like, it's okay, guys. Like, you were just a child when they indoctrinated you into the globe cult, so it's not your fault. But it is your fault if you keep clinging to it despite having zero evidence. Then you're proving yourself to not be as smart as you thought you were.
I think the globe is like a chink in the armor. It's like a gap that they can always exploit. Because they just use the same type of messaging, and people just like Pavlov's dog just fall into that type of thinking. Because it's already just like a gigantic case study in cognitive dissonance for like all of humanity. Well, you have to think, if you're running around thinking you're in a frickin' illusion, because kids don't believe that crap. So you get brainwashed by adults into thinking it's true, and you have to suppress that cognitive dissonance. Otherwise, you could be in crisis. For me, that's why people are mentally freaking ill, because they're holding around this idea, this contradictory idea. Here's life, and they're saying that it's not like this. But the point is that it's like if you're mentally holding on to something that's not true as true, then it's like anything can slip through that door. You have a big hole in your intellectual protection. I mean, they got me at 9/11 for I can't even believe I fell for that shit for a couple days at least. Then I realized how ridiculous it was, and other people realized how ridiculous it was.
It was the invincible passport that got you, huh? The one that was on the plane and it.
No, them turning it to dust like that.
They found the passport.
No, that is pretty cuckoo. It was the freaking dustification, the turning it to nothing.
Oh yeah. 3 buildings, 2 planes.
Yeah, but there was like nothing left to the buildings.
Yeah. 500,000 tons of material just gone.
Well, and then if you just start thinking about it, okay, say you had a plan. I want to destroy the World Trade Center and turn them into a 3-story pile of dust. We're gonna hire the U.S. military. How many weapons does that take? Like how many whatever their biggest thing is? I think it's like the Moab. How many Moabs is it going to take to flatten the World Trade Center? It would take like 200 of them to turn it to dust. It would take hundreds of them.
Yeah.
If you look at like the war in Ukraine, they got freaking a lot of their buildings. You can't use the Middle Eastern buildings; they're trash. But if you look at the war in Ukraine, these are getting hitting with 300. What they're called Fab 3000. So they're 3,000 kilogram bombs, 6,000 pound bombs. And while they're being destroyed, they're still standing. They're not being turned into dust.
Yeah, they're gutted. Like the exterior walls are kind of up, but everything inside is gone.
Yeah, but the World Trade Center, there was no exterior walls. It's gone. It was freaking gone.
I like how they say the 24,000 gallons of fuel in the airplane is what took it all down. Where the fuck do you put 24,000 gallons of fuel at? In the wings?
Well, I had a friend that said that too. I said, "You know that giant fireball that shot out the back? What was that?"
That's impossible. You got to think about how, because of the momentum of the fuel, it's supposed to be going 500 miles in one direction, and then the fuel shoots out, an explosion shoots out the back the way the plane came. Would the fuel forget it's going 500 miles an hour? I mean, what really broke it was Web Theory. There was an article called Muslims violate laws of physics, and it just went through it, just using Newton's laws of motion. That the pancake is impossible, the plane smash crash is impossible, the fuel explosion is impossible. Like all these things that are just impossible. Just basic 9th grade physics.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm even more embarrassed that I was actually teaching high school physics, watching the towers fall on CNN in the classroom with the students. I'm such a bad teacher. I should have seen it instantly. But I was thinking about all the poor people. I had the emotional, the emotional side. It clouded my brain.
Yeah, they have the lists of the old people. An elderly couple that was married for 70 years. They were high school sweethearts from New Hampshire, and they died in the world. They died crashing in their plane. And then you go look, because I went through their.
Anyway, Indio, it's fine. They were 70 years they were married. Get rid of them.
Well, their flame never died. It just got brighter in the center of the World Trade Center. I went through the CNN list, all the people they said died, and went and looked in their local, like where they were from, to see if they had an obituaries, see if they owned any property, because you can look at the registry of deeds. I got like 30 into the list, and I hadn't found a single freaking person where that local, and these people are like from small towns. I brought up the old person one because it's an actual one. They said they lived in this town for 80 years, worked in this factory, whatever. There's no obituary in the local newspaper. There's no funeral. There's no, anything that happened like in the school, the freaking city council or mayor or whoever was running that little podunk town. Like nobody did anything. Like they never heard of them, these people. CNN heard of them somehow, but nobody else heard of them. No property records, nothing in either the husband or the wife's name. Because one of them was supposed to be a school teacher. They retired. Nothing from the school was celebrating her, whatever. But if you just go down the list and the names, dude, you won't find anybody. Whether there's an actual like funeral or an obituary about that person.
It makes me wonder, right? This is why archive.org and archive.is and all these others, Wayback Machine, are so detrimental to them. Because taking snapshots of records and images of databases as they appeared in that time is going to be very hard for unscrupulous evildoers to backdate information and start backstopping this stuff. And then having AI run.
Yeah, what did archive.org capture in 2001 though? You know what I mean?
Probably not much yet.
Yeah. And they had those weird freaking web pages that they were hard to scrape because they were running like what was it? ActiveX or some trash.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean everyone remembers MySpace, right? You can inject all kinds of code into that shit. But we're seeing where people are going through these archives and pulling up information on a lot of these highly visible politicized events and just debunking the narratives of the bad guys that are pulling stuff off.
I know, but it's just whack because the normies will never buy it unless the very people that told them that 9/11 was real also tell them 9/11 is fake. Like that's the conundrum. I mean, how many people we get in here like
right there.
they have to like, well, I'll believe everything you say when the authority says that you're right.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. I was going to say that when you were talking about the globe. Yeah, when you're talking about the globe, because you were saying how how they had a inherent understanding of the world the way it is, which is flat and stationary, the way they experience it, and then all of us said, "Oh, you're so silly, ha ha ha! You just think it's flat and stationary, but here's what it's really doing." And then, yeah, they put all of their trust in those people. So, you're talking about the cognitive dissonance, yeah, because it's like admitting those people were wrong. Yeah, is not only admitting that you were very badly fooled by them, but then admitting that the people that you think have all the answers have not only don't have the answers or aren't giving them to you if they have them, that you have to pretty much like start over. It's a very intimidating prospect for these globetards. I'm say PSA, you don't actually have to start over because you've taken this amazing step of understanding that it's possible to accept the world on the terms by which it presents itself and not have to rely on an external authority. What an amazing life that will be if you choose to accept it. You're going to start ahead of the game. You're going to start at the point where you can be as maddening as we are to the Globers, because you can be 100% confident that there is no globe. And imagine all you can do with that amazing level of confidence. I guess DJ's talking about that image of the flags with I guess these are the various alleged moon landings. Okay, yeah, I guess so. What we're saying there is the lander should still be there and it's not there. Is that what we're saying in those images?
Those graphics are on par with Nintendo 64.
If they never showed you that, right, and they showed you some other picture and said that was the Earth, and they showed you this and said, this is a fucking exoplanet a light year away, you'd think that was an exoplanet a light year away. Whatever they fucking captioned that fucking image, you would just buy it, whatever they said.
Oh, so no one else has ever captured something like that. Just them, right?
Want to look in the chat?
Has this ever been?
Look in the chat for a second.
So if I can
it's very convenient that I made this. I just happened to make this today.
I can find other people validating
look in the
this.
Chat.
So if I can find
find the
sources, hold on. If I can find other sources going up to space or going upwards, take the picture downwards,
and it don't look like that,
and it gives more Earth-looking balls.
What do you mean Earth-looking? How do you know it's Earth-looking?
If green and blue balls,
all they can do, all they can do is be consistent amongst each other.
If you go upwards, okay. What is the color of?
You don't actually listen, do you?
What is the observed color of the water and the sky?
Well, it depends.
What is the average color observed of the water and the sky?
Well, if I go to the Atlantic Ocean, it looks
what
green.
Is the average color?
Green, dude, green.
Okay, green. So what is the average color of trees?
It depends on the time of year.
What is the average color of
Depends on the time of year.
Average.
Are you deaf?
You know what the word average means. What is the most likely color of a tree?
Well, I guess green.
There you go. So what's the most likely color of sand and desert?
But the water's green, dude. Didn't you hear me?
Okay, so we're getting some colors here. We've got green. We've got maybe some blue. Maybe we'll get some arid for desert. Maybe get some white for snow. But if you're not going to see that, like obviously those colors are colors we see on Earth of things. So if you see a round shape
we see the
of
rainbow.
a lake or of an ocean or some body of water, and you go up and you take a picture. If you look at a city or a shape of a landmass that looks
okay, less fucking words, dude. Less words. Less words. You're filibustering. Well, you know you are.
Yeah, but you're also sea lining.
So when I talk, you're gonna interrupt me 50 fucking times, not listen and say a bunch of bullshit, right? Or you're gonna sit there and listen, and I'm gonna fucking drone on and on and on. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna listen to me.
Well, I listen
because you're just droning on and on.
I droned. I apologize. I listened to what you said. The point was just that we know if you go upwards and you take a photo downwards, unless there's something in the way, it's of the ground, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So if I can produce another image from another source, so it's not just them, to validate them.
It's another person making another claim.
Will that sway you?
No.
So no matter how many different validations we get or different sources.
There's lots of photos of Santa.
And taking a picture downwards, no matter
you don't
how
know
many
that they
times
did
it's
that
done,
though, Ice J. That's
you
the thing
won't
you're
believe
trying
it.
to. Ice J. That's the thing you're trying to prove, that they went up and took a picture downwards.
No, but here's it. No,
You're
if we
just
have a
assuming
video-
the thing you're trying to prove is true.
So okay, so then more people are like, here's the issue.
Now you're
You
going
just
on
framed
mute.
it as,
Okay. You're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true in the premise. You understand? They went up and took a picture downwards, and we're just going to compare the claims to each other. Right?
well,
Are you assuming?
well, then here's the issue. Either they're lying, right? Either one, they're lying. Either one, they're lying.
They?
Either one, they're lying. Two,
Who is
they don't know how to aim a camera, and we somehow found something else that looks like.
Dude? Who is they?
What?
Who is
Well,
they?
European Space Agency, NASA.
That's not a they, dude.
I'm
That's
listing
not a
them.
they. Okay, so the guy that sweeps at the European Space Agency, he's lying.
Are you okay? Can you just listen for 1 second?
No, dude.
No,
we're gonna sift through your fucking bullshit propaganda.
Very hard time with this.
We're gonna sift through your bullshit propaganda tactics, Ice J.
You're having a very hard time understanding my point.
I know what your point is. I've heard this point for fucking 10 years, dude.
No,
10 years.
Not.
Oh, you come up with something original. Hey, no, I'm new, Ice J. You come up with something original. Oh, let's hear your original point. Let's hear your original point, Ice J.
It's one.
Why lie? How can they all be lying? That's so original.
Observations of.
You don't know their observations.
And so, hold on. Unless it's a lie or fake, it's an observation.
No.
Or manipulated or somehow. Okay.
Okay, there's a whole book on this, Ice J.
Let me
there's
just,
lots of listen.
From a guy.
You're just too incredulous.
From a guy resting his entire, not you, but the other dude, resting his entire basis of flat eartherism on his subjective observations. It's rich to say, oh yeah, these observations can just be bunk by the more.
You can repeat our observations.
Bunk, I don't give a shit about your flat Earth observation if you can't accept any.
Okay, your word count is getting irritating, dude. You're saying like 30 words for every one word I say. You're not gonna filibuster anymore. Okay, you're gonna listen. You said a lot of bullshit. You stacked a real high pile of shit. Okay. You can replicate our claims. You can go test them yourself. You have no reference, as in, you can't say whether these images look real or not because you have no reference from which to evaluate them from. All you can compare them to is the claims of other people. So this is a self-referential circle jerk.
You can go up. No, nothing's stopping you from going up.
And you can go up and take this picture.
You can go up. Yeah, why not?
You can. How do you know that?
Nothing's stopping me. What's stopping you?
How do you know that,
What's stopping you? What's stopping you?
How do you know that?
What's stopping you?
Why are you asking me a question? I asked you a question.
How
do you know that?
Because other people do it. There's nothing.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
All you're doing is appealing to somebody else saying they did that. I said, how do you know that?
What reason could I not do it?
I didn't ask you what you believed other people did.
What's stopping me?
I didn't. Well, obviously I can't jump that high, but.
Okay. So jumping is your limit. I got rocket science on my side.
No, you don't. You're not part of them. What are you talking about?
No. What's stopping me? What you don't have physically stopping me from building a rocket and going up?
Because there's nowhere to go up to. There's no vacuum of space to go into to take this picture.
On. So I can't go into the sky?
You can go into the sky, but not high enough to take a picture of the entire Earth.
How far can I go up?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe 300 miles.
I keep going up, so I can go up.
We're not. Let's go so now we're back in imagination land.
No, we're not.
Some people told me they went higher than that.
You said
some people said they went to La La Land, so they did. They really pinky promised that they went really high and took a picture of the Earth. And I believe them, and you don't. And there's something wrong with you because you don't believe liars.
Yes, we can.
You just believe that, dude. And you only believe that because someone told you that.
Bro,
You're a sycophant. You're a sycophantic suck-up, dude.
A fucking rocket. Bro,
I don't have.
It's true.
There's no reason to believe them.
I go in planes all the time.
Yeah, that's right. You can't see the curve of the Earth from there, can you?
And if you shoot a rocket upwards, straight up,
you just believe that.
You keep going upwards.
So
you can take a photo
just chanting your belief.
You can take a photo downwards. The higher you go.
Okay, you're just chanting your belief over and over again, and you have never substantiated how you actually know that, other than people saying they did it. I want to know how you actually know that to be true. Not how you believe it to be true, or how you believe the claims of other third parties to be true. I want to know how you know it's true.
Because the laws of physics entail it to be true.
Because the laws of nature, physics,
nature, observations, data. How do you know you can go to view a oil rig?
Are you really making that type of false equivalence?
Yeah, no, how do you know? How do you know?
Because there's oil rigs out in the ocean.
Oh, because there's oil rigs, but how do you know you can go out and make that observation?
Because there's an airport and they sell plane tickets.
No, but how do you know that you can make the observation?
And I know people that have been there. Well, I can just go to my ocean. I don't need to rely on the oil rigs.
So not the oil rigs, but
I don't need to rely on that.
You have to. You don't know.
I don't rely on that. You're trying to create this crazy straw man. You're trying to create a crazy false equivalence, dude.
No, it's not.
It is a false equivalence.
Oh wait, how do you know that if you go up, you can go up and then take a photo down? It's like, are you serious?
No, take a photo down of a fucking ball from a vacuum. You're leaving out the You're leaving out key details intentionally.
No, it must be a joke.
Which make it a fantastic claim. You're leaving out the key details. Everybody knows there's an ocean. Anyone that's been to water knows, hey, it's not very freaking absurd to have something in the water out there and a human being put it there. That's not that absurd. When you start claiming, I went very high, hundreds of miles above the surface of the Earth, and I captured the entire Earth inside my camera's field of view. And not only did I did that, it was from a place that was near. Shut up! Why are you interrupting me? No, shut up! Why are you interrupting me? I told you this is exactly what you would do. Okay. Now I'm on my fucking soapbox, and you're interrupting me. Okay, so it's really simple. I'm showing that the claim is not these are false equivalences. They're claiming they go into a near fucking perfect vacuum and take a picture of it, the entire Earth, from a place where things don't fucking fall, where they're going 17,000 fucking miles per hour. Okay? This is not an equivalent claim, dude. They're not even close. This is like saying you went really high and saw fucking Santa's village on the North Pole. You guys always do this. You try to drag flat Earth down into your shit. I don't have to imagine. I don't have to appeal to a third party to tell me fucking what the Earth is. I can just walk out my door.
Are you done?
I can just walk out my
video.
I'd like you to address something I said.
I'm posting a video in the chat. Look at it. Is this also fake? Is this fake? They put a camera on a rocket.
Uh-huh.
You're saying so
you
this
think
must
that
be
that's
impossible,
you
right?
think that that's the curve of the Earth?
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying this is impossible.
How high did the rocket go?
You're saying this is impossible, right?
No, that rocket only goes like
stops it from
dude,
going further.
listen closely.
So, hold on.
Shut up,
What is stopping it from?
That rocket only goes less than 100 kilometers. Okay? Can you see the whole Earth from 100 kilometers? Can you see the whole Earth from 100 kilometers?
What is stopping it from going further?
Fuel? Size of the rocket?
So if
what do you mean?
Add more fuel to it, it can go further, right?
Hypothetically, but then you need something to push off of.
Great. So
you need something to push off of, though. You need something to push off of. And if the air gets thinner, you're going to reach a point where you can't create thrust.
Air gets thinner. It's
that's right.
as if we're approaching this thing called space, where it keeps. Think about it. There keeps getting less and less air the higher you go up. So eventually,
does it go to zero?
No more air at some point.
Oh yeah, so it goes to zero. It goes to absolute vacuum.
Yes, there you go.
He just said absolute vacuum.
That is our observed reality.
Observed reality. Okay, how did they measure the pressure in this absolute vacuum you say exists? This would be funny. How'd they measure the pressure? How'd they even measure the pressure at 100 kilometers?
I'm sure the same way you measure
I'm
anything.
sure. We've actually had
or anything else. I mean, you're asking questions that if you really actually cared, you would know the answer to.
I do know the answer.
Okay, so what's the
I
answer?
want to know if you know the answer.
What's the answer?
They haven't.
Oh, they don't? Ever?
No, they
No
can't.
one has ever
We had a
taken
look, bro. We had a meteorologist in here.
Okay, I'm gonna
professional meteorologist
of pressure from
tell
space,
us that they
you're
can't.
gonna eat your words and hopefully never speak on this again.
No, you're gonna find a model, but you'll never find measurements.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right, Ice J. You'll find a model, but you won't find measurements. Your entire worldview is based upon a fantasy land created in somebody's head.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Oh, you're helping create it in your head because you see this.
Right.
You see this 2D image and you see a circle and you go, "Yep, that's the Earth. Right. That's obviously the Earth." The only reason, if you were shown that and you were never told it's the Earth, you never would have thought it was the Earth for 1 fucking second.
You can literally see it coming from the ground and then going up.
Yeah, not high enough to see the Earth.
So at what point, like if you're in a plane, at what point does what below you not become the Earth? Like how retarded?
You know you're committing the most atrocious logical fallacy.
Suddenly stops becoming the Earth.
You're committing a uniformitarianism that you can do something that you can do it forever. That's stupid.
No, it's basic logic that if you're looking at the Earth,
it's not basic logic. It's a logical fallacy.
If you're looking at the Earth and you keep going upwards, and you keep going upwards and you're looking at the Earth, you're going to keep looking at the Earth.
Yeah, you know, people thought they got microscopes and they kept looking smaller and smaller shit, they would continue to see smaller and smaller shit. But that wasn't the case. And they thought if they took a telescope and looked in the sky and they'd see shit further and further away, but that's also not the case. So what are you talking about?
I don't understand how.
You don't understand this
reality
is like
but if you're looking at
you're not talking about reality. You're talking about mental constructs, dude. You don't know you don't even know what reality is. You literally don't anymore. You're fucking
I don't know what reality is, right? Says the guy denying what we are seeing.
What you're seeing? I'm telling you what you're seeing. You're seeing an image on a fucking screen.
Of
you
what?
Can't accept that.
Of what? What is the black stuff when it goes up high enough? What is that blackness?
What do you mean, what is that black? What does that even mean?
You watch the video that I sent in the chat.
Yeah, it's just the Elon Musk's freaking returning rocket. Yeah, what about it?
So when it goes up.
So the space is black shit. Is that what you're defining space as?
No. When you see the blackness, all that black space, space, and then below it, you see the blue, you know, the sleepy ground and all the sky.
Yeah. You're too verbose, dude.
So the clouds.
Dude, are you a communications major?
The blue and the black, the blue in the sky and the white is under the black.
Yeah, great. You don't even believe it under.
That black stuff, what you're seeing, that is not. You think that's a billboard or like a paper?
No.
You think that's a CGI?
No.
Then you understand that is space.
Oh, so black shit's space.
Well, why do you think it's black?
Because there's no light reflecting off of its contents.
Off of its contents, it's empty
so
space.
The contents of the Earth, right? The solids, the liquids, the gases, the light reflects off of it.
Whoa.
It is absorbed and re-emitted, and then we see it. But
hold on.
But the light doesn't reflect out. Well, no, but there isn't enough contents to see it.
Wait, so you're admitting that there is literally nothing for light to reflect off of or refract off of.
That's not what he said. Stop listening, boy.
He said there's nothing for it to reflect off of.
There's not enough. I said there's not enough.
Enough? There's literally
enough. This isn't a dichotomy, dude. This isn't yet all or nothing. You think there's an absolute vacuum. I don't. Nobody thinks that. In fact, all of physics says that that's not true.
There are spare particles, maybe, but there's clearly no blue. Like, do you know what causes?
Yeah. So so there's not enough air to re-emit the light. So what?
I mean, there's functionally no air.
You can't breathe. There's not enough air for you to breathe.
I mean, you're seeing it's pitch black, and there's a hard barrier, which means that you have a clump of air, like piled at the surface of Earth.
Why don't you see through the air, man? Can't you
Why
see
is
forever?
it the case that you can see
Why
the
don't?
blue
Hold
on
on,
Earth?
dude. I just thought of something.
Why
Why can't you see through the air?
You can see the blue on Earth.
Yeah, but shouldn't I see the Eiffel Tower from Washington D.C.?
But for some reason, there's a
You're
limit.
just in monologue mode.
I mean, we're looking
it's
at
funny,
space
bro.
right now.
Listen to you just monologue. Are you even like participating?
I'm sorry. I'm just looking at this video. This isn't on.
When you said the bit about physics, India, he didn't hear that.
Yeah, he doesn't know any physics. You're the biggest poser. Hey, there's lots of photos of Santa. Are they all fake? Is that a giant fucking conspiracy? I just want to know. I'm asking for a friend because they're looking forward to Christmas, and I just want to know if they're all fake. Showing the absurdity of your logic. There's no referent. You can't even evaluate that image. The only way to evaluate the image is to test to see if what's in that image actually exists in the world. And that means doing things like measuring the surface of the Earth. But you hate that. You'd rather look at a screen and have other people tell you what to think of reality is. I know it's safer. I know it makes you feel all squishy inside. And if you want to live like that, that's fine. While you're in here fighting with us, are you protecting your own belief system? I'm sorry that we're realists and we're relying on how reality presents itself and just say, hey, dude, that must be what it is. And we're not going any further and saying, well, maybe it's not that way. Let me ask these other people. Oh, look, he showed me an image. I'm a fucking baboon. I'm going to fucking believe his image and whatever he says about it. And I'm going to conduct my life based on what this fucking stranger said about this image. That's you. Sorry, we're not like that.
But that's actually good. But based on what you said, why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time above the flat disk, bro? Like, why doesn't?
Who said
how big is the sun and how far away is it? Like you're already assuming a lot of things.
Call it a pizza, call it anything you want, bro. It's just flat, bro.
Yeah, just flat. Stick with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the flat, but why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time, bro?
Because the air is not transparent. Newsflash: the air is not transparent.
I know that, bro. I know that.
How far can you see? Let me ask you this:
40 kilometers, bro.
Let me ask you this: if you're 400 meters underwater, why can't you see the sun?
Because I'm underwater, bro.
Why? It's not a why. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you?
Because there is water.
Okay. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you? Because there is air.
There is air, yeah.
Yeah, thousands of miles of air.
I get it.
With dust, water
I get what
vapor.
you're. Yeah, I get the
just
example.
Think about it. Like between you and say 3,000 miles, how many thunderstorms do you think there are?
Too much.
Yeah, there's no way you're gonna see through all that junk, man.
I get it. I get it. Finally, someone said something that I get it, bro.
Yeah, well,
This one is good.
Yeah, so check this out. What annoys me are people like you posting, we didn't answer in the chat. We do answer. Just because you don't understand the answer doesn't mean we didn't answer. Okay?
I get it. I get it.
You understand now.
You guys are hard to understand, you know? Like, because you have your own physics and stuff.
But we're not using our own physics, dude.
Nah, you're using your own physics, bro. Like,
no, you can. Everything I just said. Look, so is your weather app My Physics? because when you look on your weather app and it says the visibility and it says 15 kilometers, why is that? Is that the curve of the Earth? Or is that because the air is not transparent? It's not our physics, dude.
You believe in those apps?
What?
Hey, another one is why does it start getting darker before the sun's gone down?
Why is that?
Why is it brighter at noon than at sunset?
Because the sun at its peak, bruh.
Yeah.
Like,
And the air is what? When it's directly overhead, is there less or more air?
the same.
The same.
The same, bruh.
Okay, so when you go straight up, you don't go to outer space anymore?
Nah, you go out of space, obviously.
Yeah, does the air get thinner?
Nah.
Okay,
The
so you're
opposite.
trolling now. Now you're just being a goof.
Now I understand. Now you've spoken to him. I understand. I'm not going mental. Good, thanks, mate.
Nah, bro, because you're trolling on me, bruh. You're trolling on me.
You're trolling, dude. Your mind is. See, this is what all you guys do. You just start falling apart. You're falling apart, bro.
Listen,
You're
bro.
falling apart.
Nah,
I know
bro.
it
I'm not
hurts.
falling apart.
Look,
my question
here's
was
a better question.
extremely easy, and you
and
keep
it was
trolling me, bro.
extremely
You
easily
keep trolling
answered.
me. You didn't give me the answer. Listen, bro. You
Yeah, I
didn't
did
give
give
me
you
the
the
answer.
answer.
You keep trolling me. You
Repeat
keep
to me.
saying I'm
Repeat
not
to me the
listening.
answer.
I'm not
Hold on,
smart.
bro. Repeat to me the answer I didn't give you.
You didn't give me why the reason you see the sun for 6 months, bro. Like you're gonna make me crazy, bro. Like I can't take this anymore.
Why you see the sun for 6 months? Where?
In the North Pole, bro.
You can see the sun for 6 months.
That's 3 months.
You're making it up, dude. Yeah, Jedi's right. It's 3 months.
You can look this one, bro. You can look this one, bro.
It's,
you can look this
6
one
months
right now.
if you had the two summers together. If you had the north and south observations over the time of the year, it's 3 months in the north, 3 months in the south, right?
Bro, it's literally 6 months. You see the sun. 6 months you don't see the sun. That's it. You can Google this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't need
we
to
have.
fight about this one.
When you Google
I think
it,
you need to
in
Google
the
it.
north, it's like 69 days or like 72. In the south, it's something similar, but they're not the same.
There's a movie about this, a vampire movie that takes place in Barrow, Alaska. Yeah, it's called like 90 Days of Night or something.
Oh yeah, of course there is.
You guys,
it isn't, bro. It isn't 6 months a night in the movie, dude. It's 90 days.
Bro, listen, you guys, you even don't believe in Antarctica and stuff.
I also don't believe in vampires.
Nah, you don't believe in that. You said that there is no flies today.
Sorry.
Like there is green screen out there. Like you guys are.
Dude, who the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about flat earthers, bro. Flat earthers.
Yeah, we're not. Look, bro, we're not a club with a mailing address. Okay.
Bro, trust me. I know every one of you, bro. I know every one of you.
What do you mean when you say we don't believe in Antarctica?
Okay. He's got verbal diarrhea. Okay.
He really has.
Control yourself, dude. Control. No, go ahead, Jedi.
He said we don't believe in Antarctica. I want to understand what he means.
I want to know how he knows what I believe.
Okay, fucking hell, yeah. You can start with that one. You choose which one we start with, I guess.
Yeah, let's start with how he knows in the first place. Are you in my mind, bro? Like, how do you know what I believe?
Bro, flat earthers have all the same.
Flat earthers?
No. Listen. You are from
That's
what I
called, bro. Stop it. That's called a hasty generalization fallacy. We don't all think the same thing.
Hey, you know what? I'll play with them. I don't believe in Antarctica. I know there's Antarctica. Now what?
Stop lumping everybody together, dude. Are you weak-minded?
Nah, bro, I'm chill, bro.
Okay.
I'm talking to you like.
Well, I see people that are weak-minded as that have to like generalize and say all people are like this or this group of people is like that. It's because you're weak-minded. You don't want to spend the mental effort it takes to evaluate people individually. So it's just easier for lazy ass motherfuckers to just say all flat earthers instead of going, hey, each individual has their own ideas.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna go to each individual, bro. Like,
of course not, because
that's
you're
crazy.
lazy. Though, which is why
Like,
you're a
I'm gonna go
glober.
to each
You're
one
a
and ask
glober
him,
because
like,
you're
what are you
lazy.
talking about?
You're a glober because you're lazy.
Let's see if that generalization is hasty. Brings us into my question. What do you mean when you say we, flat earthers, don't believe in Antarctica?
Bro, you guys said literally.
Yeah, what does that mean?
From your guys, not you.
Yeah, and what
I'm
does
not
that
talking
mean?
about you, obviously. I'm talking about your guys, like flat earth.
Who in here in this room?
My guys.
I don't know, bro. Those guys
I've got
obviously have
guys.
their own things, but they
Who's
said
here
that
in this room?
in Antarctica there is
Okay, dude,
green
I've
screen.
had enough of this shit, dude. Honestly,
Nah, bro, I didn't
the
do nothing to you,
conversation
bro.
is now
I didn't
about
do
what
nothing.
flat earthers believe and what they don't believe. What about the evidence the earth is flat versus a globe? Let's stick with that, okay? We don't care about what people are believe, don't believe. This is why we stick to evidence, okay?
But there is evidence that flat earthers say that there is green
Who
screen
cares?
in
Flat
the
earthers isn't the
Antarctica.
topic. Flat earthers isn't the topic.
You don't believe in them.
Flat
You don't believe
earthers
in them.
isn't the topic, dummy. Flat earth is the topic, not flat earthers.
You know what you're doing? You're trying to straw man us with the low hanging fruit, bro.
Nah, I'm not trying to do nothing, bro.
Let me ask you this,
Just a
dude.
question.
How do you defend an idea you don't even understand? Yeah,
Bro,
you jumped in,
listen.
Cyclone. Maybe you can talk him in some sense into this.
I was just gonna say this guy.
Nah,
This guy's like.
don't do
This
this
guy's
to me,
like
bro.
when.
Like, I
This
didn't
guy's
do
like
nothing
when.
to you. I'm a
This
fully
guy's
human
like.
being. I
He's
know
like.
my thing.
Yeah, we're gonna
I
pass you
studied
around
biology
like a
and
bitch.
studied biology.
Just mute
And I
him. Just mute
studied
him. He's
ecology
annoying.
too.
Just mute him.
Dude, your verbal diarrhea.
Just mute
Shut
him.
it, or you're gonna be muted.
Yeah, this
Cyclone
guy's
wants to
like
talk.
when.
Bro.
This guy's like when CB pretends to be a retarded glober, but he's real.
Nah, bro. Like,
Yeah, you're
I
a
don't
joke,
get why you're
dude.
saying
You're a
this to me,
joke.
bro.
You're a joke. You need to stop. You need to stop. Your troll isn't funny. I don't even think you're trolling. I think you're just genuinely confused and helpless. So just stop it.
Nah, bro. Like who said
All right,
I'm
tell me,
trolling?
tell
I'm
me
just
your
talking
top
serious.
three.
I'm
Tell
just
me your
talking
top
serious.
three
Listen,
globe
bro.
crew.
I'm talking
Tell me your top three
seriously.
globe
You
crew.
say I'm
Okay,
trolling, and someone said I have
okay. Being serious. Tell me your top three globe crew.
top three. Nah, bro. I'm not gonna say that, bro. Like,
Well, then shut the fuck up. What are you talking
I'm
about?
not gonna
You don't even
say
have
that.
three
You tell
arguments.
me
You
your
don't have
three flat
three
Earth
arguments.
proof, bro.
You don't
You're
have
not
three
gonna turn this
arguments
to
for the
me.
globe. Why are you talking this whole time
You
if you
are
don't have
the
three
anomaly.
arguments
I
for
am
the
the
globe?
normal, bro.
You're the normal, but you don't have three arguments for your globe. Retarded.
I'm the normal. He's spurging out. Is that
I am
normal?
a normal. I am a normal.
I got three flat earth proofs: eyes, lasers, and radio waves.
There
This
you
guy
go.
doesn't have an argument for the globe, but he's going to spend 3 hours asking us questions about the sun in Antarctica that he's never seen and things that he doesn't understand.
And you
Big
were
one.
spot on, Indio, saying that he was just lazy. They are. They all.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna play
bro.
your game.
Bro,
You know that?
you were
No, I'm gonna play
literally.
your game.
You're
Why did you
literally.
guys.
Why'd you start talking in the middle of sheepdog sentence, dude?
No, because you all
Control your
fighting
mic.
me for no reason.
Control your mic.
I'm just gonna finish. I'm just gonna finish what I'm saying because he's not gonna let me finish. So they are lazy, but they were programmed to be lazy, right? Like it's not. It's their fault, but it's not their fault. Like they could choose to not be lazy at any time, but their entire paradigm has been based on someone smarter figured it out for them, so they don't have to worry about it anymore. And so they just choose to be lazy about it.
Well, was he saying he's going to present 3 globe proofs? Is he saying he's going to do that? If not, just keep him on mute. But if he says he's going to do it, then maybe we'll listen to it.
Maybe he should put it in the side chat. Say, hey, yes, I have to.
Well, let's explain to him. He seems a little touched. So the reason you need to present evidence and we don't, because you have the burden of proof for a very simple reason. The Earth is observed flat and motionless. absent outside more evidence that contradicts that, we don't need more than that. So if you have evidence to contradict the observation that the Earth is flat and motionless, give us your best three.
First of all, guys, like, you don't need to do all of this. Like,
no, we don't need you
all
to
of
do
you.
That's not a globe. That's
Just
not a
give
globe
us
evidence,
the
dude.
evidence, dude. Just give us the evidence.
I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk, obviously.
We don't need the bullshit. We don't need your excuses
I wish.
already.
Listen,
Just
I
give us
wish
three
nothing,
arguments
bro.
for the globe.
I'm
Okay.
gonna start. I'm gonna start.
You've got nothing.
Shut the fuck
Okay, you've
up,
got
bro. I'm
nothing
gonna
for the
start
globe
right
then.
now.
Nothing for the globe then, yeah?
Okay. Give me a
Absolutely
second.
nothing.
First of
Okay,
all,
welcome to Flat Earth then.
First of all, the first one is the stars, bro. Like
No,
North
okay,
Star.
talking
Oh,
about the
hold
Earth,
on,
not
hold
the
on.
stars.
Explain how the stars prove the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
I was about to explain. Come on, bro. The fuck?
Okay, we look
North
at
Star.
stars. We'll go through this step by step. We look at stars. Now what? Yeah, great. So I do that. I look. I take that observation. I look at my feet, and I go, "How does that prove that what's under my feet is curving?" By looking at the star.
Bro, look at the example I gave you and look what you said. What
Yeah,
the fuck
I
I'm gonna
looked
do
at a
with
star and I looked at the ground under my feet and I go, how the hell do I reach the conclusion the ground under my feet is curved because I looked at a star?
See, the fact that you said stars for your first argument
Again, I
shows us
understand
that you don't know
obviously.
why you think the Earth is a globe. You don't even know.
Bro, listen, I'm gonna say it again.
Why don't you be honest with us?
This.
Why don't you be
North
honest
Star
enough and
only
just
in the
admit,
north.
dude,
We
just
have
be honest.
direction in the earth.
Just be honest.
Fuck.
Just be honest.
Let
and
me
admit,
talk.
Hold on. Just be honest and admit
heard
that you
you.
believe the Earth's a globe because you were shown cartoon images and videos from the government. That's why you believe it. You don't believe it because you saw stars, you retard. You believe it because you were shown cartoons. Be honest.
No, retard, bro. Like, that's too much, bro.
You're an idiot.
Okay, so how long have been people been looking at stars, and why did it take so long to realize the Earth is a globe?
Listen, my second
How
thing
come
is
people,
the flight.
according you're probably an evolutionist, right? So men have been around for 1.5 million years, so they could see the stars the entire time. Why did it take till 500 years ago until they looked at the stars that you said look at to realize the Earth was a globe?
Bro, is 400,000 people gonna lie from NASA government?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
The rocket.
So it's not stars now.
You called it, though, Cyclone. You called it. It was the
I
cartoons.
told you. Of course it's the cartoons. It's
Bro,
always the cartoons.
400,000 people
It's never the
trying
stars.
to make a rocket.
It's never the
lie to you.
24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's never Foucault's pendulum. It's never the Cavendish. It is always the government space cartoon. That's it.
Dude, just freaking own it, bro. Just own it. I love cartoons. I like cartoons too. Probably not the cartoons you like, but I don't think my cartoons are real.
Bugs Bunny's funny, man.
How about flights, bro? Like you said, give me 3 arguments. I'm giving it to you. You don't just let me finish,
but
bro.
you're not talking. Look, bro. You're not talking about the Earth. You're talking about everything but the Earth. Like, look. Say I ask you. Hey, Seth. Well, I'll give you an analogy. I go, "What's your house made out of?" And you're like, "Well, look at my neighbor's house. Look at the house down the street. Look at that tree. Look at the sun. Look at the moon." I'm like, no, dude. We want to know what your house is made out of. And you're pointing me in every direction, but at your house. Okay, that's what you're doing with the Earth. We're saying, how is the Earth the globe? And you're looking everywhere but the Earth. Why is that?
Bro, I have a real image of the Earth. I don't need to.
How do you know?
To create a Discord.
How do you know it's a real image of the Earth? How do you know it's a real image of the Earth?
How do you know that I am a real person? That you are a real person?
Show us the image. Let's see the image.
You broke him.
Let's see the image. Show us your image of.
Google it, bro.
No, we want to see yours. The one. Show it, yeah. Show us the best one, the one that's the most real to you.
How about your pizza? Can you show it to me?
No.
Like, I don't get the shape of
You're
your
running
pizza,
away
bro.
from your own claim, dude. Go get the most real one and post
How
it in
about
the
the flights,
chat.
bro? How about the flights? Real flight times, only Mexico long map, bro.
Still not
How
talking
about
about the Earth, bro.
no, but you didn't
You
answer,
see how
bro.
you keep running away from the question mentally? You're just running away. Oh fuck! Can't talk about the Earth. Let's talk about everything else.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a challenge right now. If you prove me, listen. I'm gonna be a flat earther today, bro. I don't give a fuck.
No one. We're not trying to turn you into a flat earther. That's what you don't get.
Listen, if you
He's
give
turning
me
himself into
two,
one
just
by
two,
realizing how dumb he
you
sounds.
said three for me.
Yeah.
Listen, bro, you said three for me.
Does
I'm
he?
saying just two for you. Just two arguments for a flat earth using only flat earth. Don't use nothing else.
Okay.
Just the way you did to me, bro.
Okay. The surface
Come on,
of
bro.
water.
I'm listening. You can mute me if you want. I'm listening, bro.
No, that's fine. You are using only the Earth. Well, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Now, we use water as a horizontal leveling tool. It is parallel with the plane of the horizon when you contain it in a glass. The horizon that it's parallel to is more often than not, if not exclusively, over the surface of the water on the Earth. So that parallel line is parallel to any other horizontal line you would hold. That's how you reference to be level with the Earth. We can also measure water to be horizontal on the surface by observation and tools such as lasers, propagation. So being as 70% of the surface of the Earth observed, measured, and then practically in everyday uses used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth can't be curved.
So how do we join your podcast and call in? I would love to embarrass you on YouTube.
It's that simple.
Pardon me?
Has nothing to do with the sky.
Look in the chat. So the city of Chicago uses as a horizontal datum plane to measure the heights of all buildings, streets, lamp posts, everything in the city is measured from a horizontal datum. And it's a plane. So you want flat earth used in the real world, here it is. I posted an image of the main benchmark in the chat. Everything in this city, the whole entire city of Chicago, is measured in reference to this freaking cornerstone.
That's actually crazy, bro. I've never heard of this.
Well, you think you haven't, but you have.
No, I haven't, bro.
You have. Every single time you wonder why things keep rolling off of your table. It's not level. Well, when it's level, that'll be parallel with the earth. This is how your foundations, your wood and brickwork, and your house stay together. Right? It's fundamental to how we construct upon the earth. First point of order, find level, because we're going to either want to create a slope for maybe drainage or not. I mean, we do this all the time, dude. This point is just showing that this level of the city of Chicago and all of the points from this level, where do you think that level's taken from and is in reference to? That'll be mean sea level. That will probably be 0. That's where we also get the heights of mountains, right? The coastline, those cliffs, the depth of the seabed. It's all from a horizontal reference datum. We can create our own, which will be parallel, or use the one on the earth.
So here's the funny part: geometry was invented, and we invented Euclidean plane geometry. But the thing is, we didn't invent it conceptually. We built shit first. And they were like, "Oh my god, if we use these rules to build things, we have this thing called geometry, and Euclid formalized it. Now, how come we didn't have a spherical geometry right off the bat when we built things? Right? Oh shit, we better use spherical. Why wasn't spherical geometry invented first? Why did it take until fucking Gauss in the 1600s? With no application to the Earth. Spherical geometry is an application to the sky. That's why you keep referencing the sky. Moons, stars, airplanes, planets, everything that's not on the Earth.
This is concerning. This is the first time he's been quiet for longer than like 20 seconds, as an 3 hours.
I think
Nah, bro, this one is good.
he tripped. We tripped a breaker.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna lie. This one is good, but it kept me thinking, like
Why would you think that we're trying to condense? Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. I want to ask you because you said something which bothers me. You guys say this shit. Oh, I'll be a flat earther. Oh, you guys are trying to convince me the Earth is flat. This, that, and the other. No, we're not. We're not. We're showing you that a lot of information, a lot of things you think are true are not actually true. What you do with that information is up to you. You can take your head, you can stick it in the sand like an ostrich, and go back to believe in the freaking globe. They'll stick you right back in the matrix, no fucking problem. Okay.
So
you're gonna get. We're giving you information you're not gonna get anywhere else.
Be out of the matrix, bro. Like, did you get something? Like,
why do you have a home inspection? What, like, if you buy a house, why? How come you have a home inspection? You ever thought why? Why do you hire an inspector to come inspect the house?
I don't know, actually.
Because the person that's selling the house, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? So in school, when you watch TV, you listen to Nelson, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? The things that work. They're not going to tell you the things that don't work. You hire the outside home inspector to come in and inspect the house, and he's going to tell you all the stuff that's broken or needs fixing or there's problems with, right? We're the home inspectors, buddy. We're sitting there telling you there's a lot of problems here. Now, you can just buy the house, or you can, say, hey, dude, I want to lower the purchase price, or maybe go buy another house because the house is actually a wreck. This house is a wreck, man.
This house that you're looking to buy
doesn't get mad. Listen, bro. The home inspector doesn't get mad when he didn't find anything wrong with the house.
Yeah, because the house doesn't actually exist that you're looking to buy. There is no house.
Really, bro?
The home inspector came to you and was like, "Where's the house, man? You gave me the wrong address."
Yeah, there's no house here.
That's
house
brilliant.
Has 4 walls and a roof. This doesn't exist.
Bro, I really believe that we live in a simulation, bro. There is no flat Earth. There is no globe Earth. Of
course you do.
It's flat in your simulation too.
Yeah.
Nah.
That's how you imagine it in your brain, in your jaw.
It's a flat in the simulation, I guess, bro. That's crazy.
So, Saf, you understand the point, right? A sphere, a ball, has a curved surface, yeah?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, but Earth does not. You understand?
I got it. I'm with you, bro.
Right. So no curve, no ball, no globe. Yeah. Done.
What I don't get, bro, is that how the fuck all the space agency are lying, bro. I don't get it.
Yeah, because you're so gullible.
Even Chinese,
because you're
bro.
so gullible.
I trust
believe
Chinese.
anything. Because you'll believe anything.
I don't understand why my girlfriend cheated on me.
You just said earlier, I've got an image. You just look to present their bullshit image as proof of your worldview. That's why they get away with it, because you're gullible.
How is it going to affect my day-to-day living?
Every freaking time.
Will it reduce the cost of groceries or my rent? Will it lower the price of gas at the pumps? Or will it end hunger and war? Besides you all getting to say, see, we were right, how's it going to change my life? Because I don't give a fuck what shape it is. I have that life to continue living, maybe you should too. Well, when you put up a post like that, it's only natural people respond.
Well, I mean, he's literally making, without realizing it, right? He's making the case for us. $50. That dude is a nihilist, solipsist atheist that has no meaning in life, and their life is only defined by, pragmatism. Does it work? Does it help my life? Does it make me happy? Like silly. They have no meaning. They don't think life has any meaning. And they don't understand that the globe is the direct consequence of that, thinking they live on a globe. They can't even see it, that they're downstream of the idea. Right? That the idea is already permeated through their identity. And it makes them say stupid shit like, well, why would it matter?
There's five posts in reply to that. The first one is you sound, and I bet you can't guess what the last word is.
Yay.
No. Anyways, the second one, the most brainwashed thing I've ever heard. If you don't know, it's too late for you to even try. You'll be concerned when the space aliens and or World War III arrives. It'll be too late then. Okay. Because it's part of a huge jigsaw puzzle called the Big Lie that impacts every part of our lives, including the cost of living, banking, fuel, the climate hoax, toxic air, water, food, medicine, etc., etc., and of course, the plan for total state control.
Literally the foundation for state control. I mean, this goes to the highest moral authority is the state instead of the divine, right? And then morality becomes subjective, and then just whoever just happens to be controlling the state at the government level, they can just change what's moral and immoral, and poof, you're fine, you're absolved. I'm just doing what the government says. It's not my fault.
I'm just following orders. Yeah. Where have we heard that before?
But that can only happen if man has the highest moral authority, which is the globe, right? The globe is like, oh, it's freaking, we're just a speck of dust. Where there's a big bang, created everything. We're created by natural causes. There is no divine. There's nothing supernatural.
Yeah, we just had a whole mountain of people jump in. Welcome one and all. There's a whole heap of yous. I just heard the little bell thing going. Moon. Who else was there? Don't tell me they all jumped out already. Oh well. Professor Triangle, that was the other one. Hi. Moon, if you have any questions, please. Don't be scared to ask. Oh man, the clock.
Hello.
Can we vacuum cook a turkey?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. What do you hear?
You.
So, okay, I like it. The thing is.
The thing.
What are the posters you are defending? Yeah.
What? Say that again.
What are you
Sorry, I
defending
didn't.
right now? Yeah. I'm
defending.
I'm.
No, this is an interrogation.
Perfect, but
yeah, that's fine. This is an interrogation.
Okay. Who versus? Who is the globe Earth guy and the flat Earth?
any globe Earth believer, we're going to interrogate them on how they know the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space.
It's kind of easy.
Oh, easy? How they know it? Oh, so you know it?
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me how you know it. Now, hold on. Before you talk,
Okay.
don't tell me how you think somebody else knows it. Tell me how you know it.
Okay. Do you have a stick?
Do I have a what?
A stick.
Yeah, stick. There we go. Eratosthenes. And,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
it works on a
Perfect.
flat Earth too, dude. I mean, really.
Oh, I was
What?
getting my stick out and I was going to put it in the floor.
Hey.
Fair enough. I'll put the stick down.
I mean, do you know who is Eratosthenes?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what's the
We've
deal?
heard this tens of thousands of times, maybe hundreds of thousands at this point.
And what's the problem with Eratosthenes?
It works on a flat Earth.
It works on a flat Earth. How?
Yeah, look in the chat, bro.
How do shadows cast by sticks and a light source work on a flat surface?
Yeah. It's, I don't know how it works. I want to know.
Okay,
It's
take
a
a
shadow.
Yeah, look in the side chat. Just scroll up. I mean, press the triangle and make sure spamming. It's freaking so bad.
Okay.
Like I don't know how many times we have to do this. It's now what you really should be questioning yourself is people like you come in here and you go on the internet and you Google proof
No,
of the globe and you get hold on and you get stuff like this.
Okay, yeah.
And even in the academic literature, it says that this experiment is bullshit.
Yeah.
At the university level. But they teach this crap to kids. That's what you need to be worried about. Why are they
It's not
teaching this
bullshit.
crap?
It's an approximation. That's different.
Even, I'm going to post a paper from academia that says this experiment is bullshit.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second. And furthermore, the Chinese, during the same time period, 325 BC, did the exact same thing, but they had different assumptions.
But okay, you think with this gift,
hold on.
you are telling me this is bullshit. Okay, so
look in the side chat, bro. Read that.
Yeah.
However, the observation would have led him to very different conclusions if he had used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. Okay, he presupposed that the sun was an infinite distance away, and he presupposed he was already on a sphere. So he presupposed two things he couldn't prove in the first place: parallel rays of light, and that he's on a giant ball. And another thing, in that Cyrene and Alexandria are a certain distance away, which would be wrong.
And they're perfectly in line north-south.
Yeah, that's also wrong. And in fact, historians don't even think this guy existed, to be honest. There's a book about that too. Now, like I told you, the main problem we have here is why are they teaching this crap to kids?
Okay. The Lazarus experiments, for example. This is cool. This is interesting. I'm reading the paper. It's interesting. But did you see, for example, the laser experiments?
Yes, I've seen them. Yes.
And what do you think about it?
The laser test that flat earthers have done.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about Netflix?
No, Netflix. No, what?
TikTok? Are you talking about the ones we've done, the 40-kilometer ones?
For example,
40 kilometers.
what happens with that?
They go from 1.92 kilometers and then hit a target that's 1.5. They go from 1.92 meters off the water, shoot a laser 40 kilometers, and hit a target 1.5 meters off the water.
Okay.
Yeah, the laser should be 127 meters in the air.
So what do you think about all the orbital mechanics, about all the physics?
Orbital mechanics are kinematic models, and no one's ever seen an orbit.
Okay.
Okay, good. Look, if you can post
Okay.
a full orbit in the chat, I'll give you $100 US. An observation of one, an actual observation of a full orbit of anything ever.
Mate, I mean,
Yeah,
you can
that's
launch
right.
a
No one's ever
satellite if
seen.
you want. You can launch it, and you can do the calculations.
Yeah,
You
so
can
what?
do
I
it.
can
And
calculate
the
the number of
numbers
angels
will
that fit
be
on the
the
head of a
same.
pin too.
And the numbers will be the same. Do you think GPS is magic? Do you think all this shit?
You have no idea how GPS works. Don't even bring up
No.
GPS.
I'm doing
GPS doesn't use a globe, buddy.
aerospace systems engineering, magician. So shut the fuck up, man.
Okay,
I
yeah,
know
now
what
you're getting
I'm
angry
talking
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't drive angry. Don't drive angry.
Okay.
Okay,
But
you have
just
no
saying
idea how
this
GPS
is
works.
bullshit, man.
There's GPS works by ground towers. It's called differential GPS. This is well known, dude. How'd they have GPS in 1930?
Continue.
You know, GPS existed in 1930 before satellites. Yeah, it's called LORAN.
And why?
LORAN was called the
the Earth is
hyperbolic radio navigation system.
You can continue if you want.
Yeah, it existed in the 1940s.
Okay, and that's an argument, or what is that?
You said it was magic.
You
Inde's
said
pointing out what it actually is.
No,
we understand what it
you're
is. We
implying-
don't say it's bloody magic.
Perfect.
Okay, you're implying that the only way it can exist is with satellites, and that's horseshit.
No, I'm saying
Because it existed
that we
before
have
satellites.
right now, satellites doing orbits around the Earth.
Yeah, cool. That's a cool story. Now show me one doing an orbit around the Earth, an actual full orbit.
Okay.
Because from just looking in the sky, you can't tell if it's orbiting or what the hell it's doing. So we want the external view of anything ever of a full orbit, ever.
But now you're saying me.
Is science empirical, yes or no?
Only, yeah. But
okay,
I'm
so it's
saying
based upon empirical observation. If
Yeah,
you
empirical
want me to think anything about orbits, you need to show me the
So you
empirical
need a
evidence.
video.
Yeah. So talk over me. All right. So if you want to convince me about orbits existing, you need to demonstrate they actually exist with empirical evidence, not a bunch of equations on a piece of paper.
And what do you need? A video.
I just told you empirical evidence, dude.
Okay, do you need a video? So.
Yeah, that would help.
Okay, and you think there's no video?
Of a full orbit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said I'd give you $100 if you can produce one. Not a simulation, not some mathematics, actual video, full orbit, going around a ball. One ball going around another ball.
This case.
Not half an orbit, or what you think is an orbit. Not a third, not a quarter, the whole thing. I know you can't do it. I've asked hundreds of people.
Oh, y'all are funky, for real.
And here
This
we
is
go with a
unacceptable.
Google search. Hey, come back when you're done, and we'll never see. If you said to us right now, I'll be back when I find it, you'd never be back.
You really think this is the reality?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so you're saying right now.
Do I think what's the reality? The fact that you can't produce an orbit? Yeah.
Yes, flat.
Yeah, that's what we see, right?
No.
No.
You are in a location, but you are in a sphere, man. You are in a
No.
located plane. It's like a tangential thing.
Okay. No, we're on a tangential plane. That's a lot of tangent. How many tangents are there? Infinite?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Tangent dweller.
So the fact is, and the fact remains, that the ocean, the Earth's surface is mostly water, and that water lies flat and level and horizontal. Doesn't curve into a ball. You can go all over the world and find some water and measure it to see if it's curving, and none of the water's curving. So if the water's not curving, it's not a ball. That's what we see. That's what we experience. The shit you're talking about is
The water is
imagination.
not curving.
No, it's not curving.
But what does even mean that?
Do you remember laser tests? You asked what we thought about the flat Earth laser tests. They prove that the water is horizontal. If 70% of the surface of the Earth is water and it's horizontal, the surface of the Earth can't be curved. You asked about the laser tests. They prove a flat Earth.
Horizontal.
Yes, a straight line from left to right, where curvature would be a rate of change of slope. We don't measure that rate of change of slope over distance. We measure a straight line from left to right. That surface being the water. Water lies horizontal on its surface, perpendicular to vertical. Even with the satellite things and all of this stuff, still the claim that the Earth is a sphere, and by a very demonstration of those pictures, there's a size to it. Radius, diameter, circumference, rate of change of slope, drop over distance, a geometric horizon. Things on the surface we should be able to observe, things we should be able to measure, and we would actually practically have to take account for them, like signal propagation. That's why we use lasers. So the demonstration is the Earth is flat. The pictures show a sphere. We should measure that. We don't.
Damn, I didn't know this shit goes this deep, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're not just whistling Dixie, man.
What is the theme to Dixie? How does that go?
I live in the north, dude. We don't know that shit.
I was
I don't
gonna start
remember from when I was a kid.
If you ever say it again, I'm just gonna make sure I start whistling it. I just want to make sure I get the right one.
I think it's like, I wish I was in Dixie.
That's the one.
Hooray, hooray.
That's
I
the
wish
one.
I was in Dixieland.
Yep, I got it. Wrote it down. Got a sticky note on my lampshade right here. Indio, sing song.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Just write down Dukes of Hazzard. It's the car horn. Remember?
I never saw Dukes of Hazzard.
Really? Shit, dude. It was like the #1 show on television when I was in like 1981.
I'm not a hillbilly. It's just sucks for me.
In the nation, it was nationwide the #1 show on
No,
television.
yeah, I know. I'm not a hillbilly, and especially not a nationwide one.
You're not an NPC? Come on, man. So I had moved to Georgia in 1981 when I was a little kid, and like everybody's fucking car horn had that horn. They're like, "Oh my God, people are giving us attention." Then they realized it was racist.
So
because,
this mic is working then? I don't know how this mic sounds.
Yeah, you sound good. Yeah, and Al, whatever your name is, Alru, you still never told us how you know the Earth is a globe. You just started talking about two sticks. You never did that experiment.
I posted my flat Earth model for you
Okay, man.
also at 13 minutes.
You are right now. So, I mean, it's good to have a position. It's good to be a skeptic. I like that.
Not a skeptic.
What?
I'm a realist.
Realist. Okay.
Yeah, like as in what you see is
So
what
all
you
the
get.
proofs, all the proofs of you have the proofs for the flat Earth. That's good. Okay.
But
You
with
have
only
those
with any
things
evidence of
that are
anything.
not. I think there's no certificate
Okay,
evidence.
Alro, let me ask you
100%.
this: if we found somebody in the Amazon forest, right, and we gave him to you, and we said, "Hey, Alro, this guy, he's never seen TV, he's never seen anything. He's been in the rainforest. He's never had contact with anybody outside the Amazon. Show him how the Earth is a globe.
Bro,
What
you
would
can
you do?
disprove flat Earth
What would you
without
show him?
science, bro. We'd show him the
Mate,
curvature. That's what we show
I'm
him.
not the man who is going to do Neil demonstrate. I'm not that mate.
Well,
We're
where are you
talking
gonna
to
bring
him,
him? You can bring him anywhere. You got
dude.
an infinite budget. You're gonna bring him to the top of Mount Everest? You're gonna bring him in an airplane, hot air balloon? What are you gonna do?
Bring him to a beach and
If I
watch
have
the ship
infinite
disappear over there. Right.
resources,
Yeah,
yeah, got a rocket and go up, man.
every fucking time. Want to know what I'm gonna do?
What?
I'm gonna go. Where's the nearest lake? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go. Where's the nearest lake? Where's the nearest ocean? And I'll just bring them there. I don't need to go on a rocket.
Man, water, it's the level of the water is just perpendicular to gravity, and locally, you will think it's flat, but in reality, it's not.
How do you know that's true? Oh, a rocket. That's right. That's how you know it's true. Because the rocket you've never been on.
Yeah, of course. That rocket, yeah.
Yeah, the rocket you've never been on.
But it's crazy. So you can do
How many
this
people have been on the
infinite
rocket
times,
and seen the
but
Earth
you
as a
can do
ball?
this infinite times with everything in your life.
No,
Yeah,
no.
you can. That's the system in your. Yeah,
What's
you
the
can do this
system?
infinite times. Yeah, you can go and say, yeah, I didn't test this, so it's not a reality. It's not.
Yeah, but this is
Okay,
different because we're
but this
standing
is like the
on the
flat
Earth.
scale.
Anybody can test this, dude. Unless you're born in Cloud City.
I don't know, man. Say, ignore all the
Look,
facts
the
and
only one
only
with
erase
excuse are
that
people that are
facts are
landlocked.
what?
People that are landlocked in a desert are the only people with an excuse on how they can't test it. There has to be no water around, and you have to be nowhere near any water.
I'm gonna say this. All the people you talking about this and trying to rebate all the things.
All the people.
Okay, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool and it's funny, but go meet a PhD.
Oh, go meet a
Go meet it.
PhD. Oh, go meet a
Yeah,
PhD. Really? That's your advice?
yeah, yeah.
I've debated PhDs in this very fucking channel.
Okay, how it's going?
Oh, you want the recording? Want to know he ended up saying this?
What?
Well, I can't even prove I have hands.
And that's
These are the
all
people.
you
No,
think about?
no, no. This isn't even funny because these are the people you appeal to.
Yeah.
He can't. He's not even sure if he's not a brain in a jar.
But but that's the reality.
That's the people
You
you're
can
appealing
prove,
to. That you think that
personally
no,
all
the
the things
people
the
that
human
you
the
think
human is
know something, brother. The people you think know something aren't even sure for themselves that they're not a brain in a jar.
Indio. He said, of course, he doesn't. That Alru, he thinks that he doesn't exist either. So he's in total agreement with those guys. Nobody exists. Nothing is real. We're just brains in a jar. We're hallucinating, and yet the Earth is still flat in your hallucinations and brain in a jar, dude.
In fact, in your imagination, you created characters named Flat Earthers, and you're arguing with them.
Yep.
You created imaginary people in your mind in your jar called Flat Earthers, and you're arguing with them.
So the reality is the
No, you're talking to yourself, Alaru. If you're a brain in a jar, then you're talking to yourself right now. I'm not just a figment of your imagination. Why are you arguing with yourself? That's freaking kind of weird.
Or you guys are a figment of my imagination. But yet all of our imaginations have a flat Earth in it that can't be turned into a globe. That's go
crazy.
with the imagination, Earther, but why do you guys imagine it being flat? Tell me that.
But that's the funny thing, Elru, is that the people you guys appeal to, we've debated these people, and they don't have shit either. I got another one. I
So
got
debate
Maxos. We
me.
got freaking Professor
Why don't you
Phil. He's got
debate
a
me?
PhD. There's freaking
Why
Tony
don't you
G.
debate
Fucking
me?
you, shut up.
He was a physics PhD.
Why don't you debate me?
So we've debated plenty of PhDs in physics, in astronomy, in cosmology, and all these things.
You're not worthy of recognition, boy. Be silent.
See, there's
Listen,
what you guys
you'll learn
think is
something.
true, and then there's what's actually true. You have all these biases and preconceived notions about flat earthers. Oh, if they just talked to the magic science guy, then he'd fucking show them up. No, they get wrecked just like you do. You know why? Because they haven't done any tests. They don't know anything. I wonder why you're rude, Kelly. You got parents? Fuck, man. Has anybody been raised right?
His dad went to go get milk. Never came back. You know,
his mom went to get milk from him.
they both left this dumbass. Hey, you know what's actually kind of cool though about PhDs, or people with PhDs. At least some of them, when you ask a question and they're being honest, like they will admit, yeah, you're right. That isn't. You know, they will like agree in truth sometimes, as opposed
Oh
to
yeah, yeah.
who are like,
Most of the time, they're more reasonable than the average Glober.
right, because they will stand on like truth, you know, sometimes, even though they can still have their bias, but you can still catch them with like a, you know, like, and you could tell you can like you're making them double think, you know, like take a second look at it, like wait, hold on, that does make sense, or that doesn't make sense. Either way. As opposed to these like just Discord Globers.
Yeah, these freaking. Okay. Here you go. Here's a PhD that wrote his doctoral dissertation on direct and indirect detection of dark matter. Now, there's one guy. I posted in the chat. It's audio from here, as a matter of fact. It might have been the politics server. I think it was here. That's just one. I uploaded that on. I don't even know what the date was. August 31st. He also didn't know. See, none of these guys, they're just like you, buddy. They just assumed it to be true and just carried on with their lives. They've never gone out and actually tested it. That's the difference. The only difference between us and you is that we've tested it, whether the Earth is a globe, and you haven't. Though I guarantee you have flat Earth observations, and you just did not realize it. So, user, open your mic. Stop being a coward.
He's mad at us.
Yeah, I'm gonna text him in about 5 seconds. Open your mic.
It's all right. I want to bat him around a little bit.
Oh, okay. You're gonna freaking play with your food?
Yeah.
Carry your dead mouse around in your mouth for a while.
Beach flat shitter. What's that mean?
What?
He's lost his mind. We haven't even started with him yet. Dude, we haven't even broke you in half yet. You already came in broken.
Yeah,
Get yourself
Why
together,
do
would
y'all
you,
do
please?
this?
Well, this is a new game, man. You got to rehabilitate them and then break them.
All right, somebody show him a NASA space picture. That's great.
We're here
Okay,
listening,
I got
Epo.
one. I'll go find
Silence
one.
and learn
Got a good one.
something.
What's happening with this guy?
What?
What's happening with this guy? The Usain?
Oh, he's spurging out. Have you ever wondered, Alru, why this topic makes some of you guys very emotional?
NASA shoots pictures in Antarctica now.
Because what?
That's what one of you Globers, Alru, is spiraling so bad. Now he's saying NASA shoots pictures in Antarctica. So they lose their mind when they come in here. They no longer can think sensibly anymore. As soon as they come in here, it's just a who knows what the fuck they're gonna say next kind of place.
I'm just saying that a lot of things are very well explicated with a glove hair.
Nothing is. No, nothing's well explained.
Yeah.
No.
There's things. Yeah, of course there's things.
You know what a triangle is?
I know it.
Do you know what a triangle is?
A lot of you guys fail this test, so please take it. Let's see. You can be like in the top 1% of Globers by getting the right answer.
Okay, here you go. Here's the question. It's in the chat. Which of the figures below are not triangles? Jeopardy music.
Which of the figures below are not triangles? I guess all are triangles, but well, the last one is kind of strange, but because it's not close. But well, I guess D if you want.
All right, let's take a look at the answer. Both of you got it wrong.
Oh shit!
How is B a triangle, dude?
Because in a no Euclidean surface.
No, it's not
well,
called
okay,
a
no,
triangle.
there's a B. Okay,
Definition of a triangle has to have 180 degrees on the inside. How do you get an angle on those two?
Okay, that's right.
On B, how do you get an angle on the curved part? What's the angle there?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, see how you guys don't know what triangles are? It's amazing, and that's why you think you live on a ball. You're so brainwashed.
That's not a demonstration.
And not only that, you fight to continue to be brainwashed. Don't brainwash me. God damn it.
No, I mean, I did an incorrect answer. Okay, that's perfect. But
you
that's
did
not
answer
me,
it.
and I'm brainwashed.
I'm gonna show some NASA. I'm gonna show some NASA too. I'm gonna make you feel better. This is the Nile River. This is the Nile River Delta.
It's okay to say that. So, do you have demonstration of the mechanics and physics that we're using right now with a plain explanation?
For what? Physics of what?
Of everything we know.
Physics doesn't explain things, though. You got that part wrong. Physics only describes. Well, I mean, you just got that part wrong. Physics.
Yeah, you
describes.
have data interpretation. It's only
it's not. It's
I know that,
physics is just a description.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're typically in modern day they're mathematical models, but there's an infinite number of possible mathematical models for any data set that exists.
Okay, but do you have?
So which one is true then?
Yeah, okay, but do you have a list of situations where the plain globe, it's plain flat Earth, sorry.
What?
The flat Earth is is explaining all these mechanics.
Yeah, how does globe Earth explain the flat water?
But for example, Coriolis or some shit like this. Do you have an explanation with flat Earth? Do you have
what?
Or for example,
what?
Or for example, Coriolis force.
There is no Coriolis force.
Okay.
It doesn't actually exist.
Okay.
Remember what I told you
But
about?
Do you know the force in itself? It's not really. It's something for non-inertial systems. It's something that happens. It's normal. It's kind of normal.
That's a cool story, bro. Have you ever gone out and tested to see if it actually exists in reality?
Oh my god.
We know conceptually what it's supposed to be. That's the hypothesis. Did you see my last post?
No.
It said, well, not my last one. If it cannot be settled by experiment, then it is not worthy of debate. That's what Isaac Newton said. So whether there is a Coriolis force or not can only be settled one way, in experiment. In your experimental results will be there is no Coriolis force. Okay. Because you got to have two reference frames. You have to have a rotating reference frame and a non-inertial external reference frame. Which reference frame are you in?
Okay, well.
Which reference frame are you in?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. The Earth would be a rotating reference frame, right? Not being in the Earth would be an external reference frame. Okay. So the Coriolis effect is you shoot a bullet or a projectile, and the Earth spins out from underneath it, but the bullet or artillery round is still going straight. It's going straight in its reference frame, but from within the rotating reference frame, it appears to take a curved path.
Yep.
Okay. This doesn't happen in reality.
So, did you?
Okay, so there's something called Iowa-class battleships. The big U.S. battleships from World War I. They have 16-inch. Hold on, they have 16-inch artillery shells. Prove what? That it don't exist? Yeah, let's do a test.
How did you prove it? You prove it. So, why do you don't publish that?
Because you can shoot bullets, you can throw projectiles, you can do all sorts of shit. You don't have to count for it. And if it did exist, it would be impossible to land the airplane.
But if you prove that Coriolis force doesn't exist,
I don't have to prove it doesn't exist.
So?
You need to prove it does exist.
Okay, but
why would the burden of proof be on me?
Okay, perfect.
Why would the burden of proof be on me? There's someone going, "Hey, dude, if I shoot a bullet, it takes."
It's what I was telling you. It's a good reasoning. I mean that.
It's a good. Listen, it's a hypothetical, right? If Earth was a spinning ball, then we'd see this, right? That's a great explanation, but it doesn't exist.
I'm sorry, I would love to talk better English.
If Superman could fly, he'd fucking. Well, I mean, you're not listening, dude. You're in abstraction world. I'm in reality. So this is the problem. Like you go, oh, you have a great explanation. You have this fantastic story in your head that you love, but it's just a story.
Of course, yes. Because that if we need to prove everything personally, we can evolution.
This isn't even personal. You don't have to prove everything personally. No one said that.
You're saying that, but you're saying that you need the proofs. But you need to look. You need to trust your eyes. You need to trust your ears. You know.
Yeah, that's great.
That's
but
what
even
are you telling you?
Okay, no, that's not what I'm telling you. I just told you explicitly. I'm not telling you that. You're trying to straw man my position.
No.
Okay, because you actually have no argument. So you can look in the artillery manuals for firing artillery, and they don't do Coriolis calculations for the artillery round. Even ones that go 30,000 meters. So the USS Iowa can throw a shell 30,000 meters. There's no Coriolis calculation in the firing table.
So.
Yeah, that means if they want to land a fucking shell on something and kill somebody, they don't need to account for the spin of the Earth. So they just point the shell where they think it is, where they think they are.
You're just reading that. That's a confirmation bias. You're having the things that you didn't prove by yourself.
No one said. Why are you still sticking to this straw man? I never said you have to prove it yourself.
Man, but you're saying this.
No, I didn't say that.
saying
And I'm going to say it
because
for the
the
fourth
military,
fucking
because the
time. I'm
military
going to mute
can
you if you say it one more time. Then I'm saying you have to prove everything yourself. Never said
okay,
that. I never said that.
okay, well, okay, perfect. I have also one question. For example, if you have, I don't know what's the explanation of the flat Earth. If you have a plane and you do the 360 degrees of the Earth and you turn around to the original point, what's happening there? How
You
is
went in a circle.
yeah?
Yeah, you went in a
The flat
circle.
Earth can
Yeah,
in a
others.
circle.
Can you have a circle on a flat
So
surface? Bro, listen. Can you have a
yeah,
circle on a flat surface?
yeah, okay, yeah,
Okay,
perfect.
so you went in a circle.
Yeah.
Fuck, next. Yeah, you went in
So
a circle.
no, okay. So all the
You didn't flip
pilots,
upside down, though.
but all the pilots are doing circles.
Yeah, east and west is a circle, dude.
So all the trajectories of the pilots are doing circles.
Yes, east and west is
So
a circle
when in
in
what
the
moment
polar
they are
coordinate
turning?
system.
In what moment they are turning?
Pardon me?
Yeah, they're turning.
Yeah, so what?
When they do that?
How could they tell?
Oh,
How much would they have to turn?
I
Let's
mean,
say they go
you have
10,000
to do
miles. Let's say they go
300.
10,000 miles at the equator. How much do they have to turn per hour?
What? Can you repeat?
Let's say they're going to fly. They're flying at the equator in a circle around the North Pole on a flat Earth. How much do they have to turn per hour?
You need to do.
Yeah,
I'm
how
not
much?
following you. Sorry.
How much do they need to turn?
I'm not following the question.
You just said they would need to turn. How much? I want you to quantify it.
I mean,
to determine whether it's
I mean,
detectable by them while
you're
they're
saying.
flying.
I'm saying in a flat Earth, for example, that you're saying if you have to do an origin and your final point is the same origin, no?
Yeah,
Okay,
look,
you need to
bro,
do
I
that
don't know your
circle.
understanding. Okay.
No. I don't understand your question. That's why I said I'm not following the question. But
Okay.
I want to
You're
have the
just
context
going
right
in a
now.
circle around the central point.
Okay. Around
Okay.
the central point, yeah.
Yes, around the central point. We picked a point in the world and said, hey, under that star, that's the point we're going to use, namely Polaris. Under there, we're gonna put an imaginary point, and if we keep that right to our left, and we go what we perceive as straight, and we just keep our left wing pointed at that point, we will go in a circle. I'll get a dot. I'll get an animated GIF. Okay.
Yeah.
That demonstrates it.
Or pain
It's very simple. I know you guys think you're flipping upside down and there's upside down people. I know it's hard. That's not ridiculous though. Flying around the center point's ridiculous. Flipping upside down and going over upside down people, that's not ridiculous. That's normal. You know you believe that, right? That right now there's people upside down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You think that's just not it's just normal. It's fucking upside down people. Yeah, I'm gonna post it. It's gonna be in the side chat.
Okay.
Ah, fuck, dude. I hate that. See that's a magnetic compass, and it always points north, right? So you're just moving it around. It just makes a circle. That's it. It's not complicated. Circumnavigation means navigating in a circle. Circle, navigation. Circle navigation.
That's cool.
Okay, so this is the thing that like makes people crazy, I think, more than anything. If they're unfamiliar with this topic, Ironically, they can't wrap their head around circumnavigation. What about Magellan? He proved the Earth was a globe. So here, I just posted Magellan's route on a flat plane. This would be Magellan's route. Could be Magellan's route. Problem is that these coordinates, without getting super technical, things we use as a map is a projection of the stars. So it's not even a measure. It's not even a map of the ground, even though they show ground elements in their maps. What really matters is the grid, right? The grid, the points are placed on this grid coordinate system called latitude and longitude. That is a map of the stars. It's not a map of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And we know this because that grid doesn't align with the Earth. And then if we use something like the magnetic compass, it doesn't, like the north-south lines don't align with that latitude-longitude grid. And then if we use the traditional, I would say, I don't know what you would even call it. I don't know what they call it. But east is defined as the direction the sun rises on the equinox. That doesn't match the compass or the freaking latitude-longitude grid. So you have three different, what they call cardinal directions. And they don't match each other. So this is what I mean. Like you have what's called a preferred coordinate reference system. We pick one, and then you move around within it, right? But you could choose a different one. You could just say, "Hey, dude, I don't want to use the frickin' celestial coordinate system. I want to navigate just with a compass." And you could do that. Want to know what the map would look like?
Okay.
Well, this should be a trip. This is gonna trip you out, bro. Telling you.
No, it's cool.
If I can find it.
You have answer
Fucking
for.
Yoder.
I like it.
God damn it. Where did I post that?
Yeah, a question. The horizon and that. How can you explain it?
The sun?
No,
What about it?
horizon is no the line of vision, or I don't know how it's in English.
Line of
wait a
sight?
moment. Sorry, wait a moment.
Horizon?
Horizon, yeah, yeah.
Do you think there'd be like no horizon on a flat Earth or something, dude?
Yeah,
Horizon.
I mean, I'm not offending you, man. I only want your explanation in flat Earth.
Of the horizon? The horizon is just created by the meteorological conditions and the small angle of view.
He wants an explanation for flat Earth. How do you explain flat water, dude?
Look, it doesn't matter what you're on. You could be on the back of a fucking beaver. There's going to be a horizon. Because the horizon is where the ground appears. Well, the Earth appears to meet the sky, right?
Yes.
If there was no horizon, then you would see either all ground or all sky. If there's any dividing line, then you have a horizon.
Yes. So there's
so if you can see the sky and the Earth at the same time. Oh, hold on. If you can see the Earth and the sky at the same time, there's a horizon.
Yes.
Globe, flat, beaver, velociraptor, don't matter what, pineapple. You understand?
Yes.
Horizons are not exclusive to a ball.
I'm saying you are in the middle of the ocean, for example, okay?
Yeah.
And you have an horizon that have the same radius. Well,
hypothetically,
360 degrees. No?
Yeah, well, hypothetically, yes. We can go with that.
Okay. So, in a flat Earth, how do you explain that? I think I don't know how you explain it. That's why my question.
Explain why there's a horizon all around you. Well, if you can see
with the same radius.
Well, because you can only see a certain distance in one direction. So if you can see 3 miles in every direction, a property of a circle is equidistant from the. Hold on, dude. Hold on. You asked me the question. Why are you answering the question? So you asked me the question. So property of a circle is equidistant from the center. You're in the center. And if the horizon is 3 miles away in every direction, that's a circle.
See? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same as on a flat surface on a ball or on anything else.
Yeah, but why we can see in a flat Earth far away?
We can.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Why can we see far away on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I mean,
Because the Earth's flat. Like what?
I mean, in a in a globe, you can see because the level is going down. No?
Oh, why can't we see far away?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, there's a lot of different. Well, I mean, there's meteorological conditions which prohibit you seeing far, right? So if you have a weather app and you look up your visibility, it'll say something like 10 or probably 15 kilometers.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth.
Ah.
So let me tell you something. So there's something called the Southern Ocean and Antarctica Sailing Guide. It's published by the U.S. Geospatial Agency. In that, it says the air in the Southern Ocean has almost no particles and very low humidity. It is not unusual to see mountains 300 miles away. So this is a sailing guide. You're in a boat.
It's what? Sorry?
They said it's not unusual to see mountains 300 miles away. I'll post that too, but here's that map, dude. You know, to trip you out with this map. God damn it.
Can you explain me this one? I can.
So remember us talking about if you wanted to navigate by the compass. So this map altered. What it does is it alters the latitude and longitude so that the north-south lines go exactly north-south. And this is what the map would look like if you use the compass as the reference system.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, sailing guide. Hold on.
I can send images, maybe.
I'm not in control of that, so don't ask me. Says there's almost no dust or solid particles in the Antarctic air, and the prevailing winds blowing off the continent have small moisture content. Consequently, the visibility is usually very good and often exceptional, a fact which, if not appreciated, may lead the observer into serious error when judging distances. An object which may be thought to be 5 miles distant could well be 30 miles away, and mountains have been sighted at 300 miles. Now, here's the problem. If you're on the surface, if you're 100 feet above the water, let's say you're on a 100-foot boat, a mountain 300 miles away would have to be more than 10 miles tall to be seen. Considering Mount Everest is 5.25 miles tall, this mountain would have to be 2 times the height of Everest to be seen from 300 miles. The only thing that determines how far you see is the meteorology. That's it. The weather conditions, what the quality of the air is.
It isn't the curve of the Earth. It isn't any of those things. We need a curving Earth for that to be the case.
I'm trying to send an image, but I can't.
DM it to me.
Okay. Didn't send it.
Did you DM it to me?
No, and it's telling me that only if it's a direct friend.
Dude, I don't even have that shit on.
Yeah, it's what it says.
I don't know why it's
No,
saying that shit.
he has it on. That's the problem.
Oh.
Me?
Yeah, you must have it on. You're blocking people, not me.
How I can change?
Dude, I get freaking hate mail all the time, hate DMs all the time. It definitely is not me. Yeah, I'm gonna double check though. What is the security? Data and privacy device.
Maybe. No. No.
I
Hello.
don't think you have to change any if you just add in you as a friend or something.
I don't know if I want to do all that. Do I like this guy that much?
Ah,
I'm kidding.
yeah.
I'm fucking around.
No, sure.
Yeah, I'll add you.
你别说话了。
Why?
name is.
Connie. Your hot mic, please mute up. Don't know why you people enter BCs unmuted having a fucking conversation, dude.
Okay, let's go. That's the picture. I mean, you explained it, so now I'm a little bit late, but
Oh, okay, I got it. Where's the rest of it? That can't be the whole picture.
it's an old Spain photo, so I don't know what.
Huh?
It's an old photo, I think, but I don't know.
Yeah, but like I know this isn't the whole picture, dude.
I mean, what do you expect more in the picture?
Yeah, I expect the whole frame, not a clipped freaking picture. Anyway, we'll deal with that. Hold on. This freaking, we'll play along.
Okay.
Oh, the suspense, man.
But that's cropped. I know it is. Let me actually find the original. And I'm probably cropped because there's an inferior mirage. There's probably a boat out there and they don't want you to see the inferior mirage.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Oh, it's from Wikipedia.
Some shitty resolution.
Yeah, is this the last one? Best match, most changed, newest, oldest. Wikipedia. Yeah, I got a better one. Better freaking quality than that piece of shit.
So the map that did you show, the equally spaced magnetic meridians, that so that's a map that refers to the, for example, for a flight with a plane, from point to point, they will be the same distance. That will be the same distance. No.
That's fine, but do you understand that this is a map made using the magnetic field lines? You know magnetic
Yeah.
field lines don't point north and south, right?
I'm saying.
So this is maybe what you're not understanding. Is there something called magnetic declination?
Okay. But
I'm gonna show you. Hold on, dude. It's better to show you than for you to just imagine what you're gonna.
Image. Yeah, first my image. Sorry.
Yeah, otherwise you're just gonna imagine what you're seeing, or what it is. So you see this map?
Yes.
These are magnetic field lines. If you stood in one of these lines, your compass is going to line up with the line. It's going to point in the same direction as the line. So it's going to say north and south, but you're not facing north and south. You're facing some other direction. Now, if you take all these lines and straighten them out, but curve the latitude and longitude, you get this map.
Oh, okay.
Now, obviously, this isn't perfect because it's really hard to do. Yoder found this, Master Yoder. I don't know if he's in here right now. No, he's not in here. He found this map, and this is like the best effort the government could do because it's very difficult to do it with any detail. I guess he could make a curve straightening algorithm or something. I don't know. Apparently they have that for fucking Globetard, but they don't have it for this. Now, the image you gave us.
Yes.
Yeah, so this, what you're seeing here, this isn't the curve of the Earth. You know how we know that? Because we can replicate observations like this on a flat surface. Right, and you showed a cropped image. Did you see the shitloads of windmills?
What? Sorry?
Did you see the windmills?
Yeah.
You can see some of the windmills, even though they're farther away, they're the same heights. Means you're getting some weird lensing effect.
Sorry.
You unmuted just to say sorry?
I apologize. Sorry.
You apologize for apologizing now. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What's this world coming to? Oh, it's going to be a good day. I can tell already. So we've done many experiments and tests.
So if
we can
it's
get
not
this, we can get this on a flat surface.
So it's different of levels of altitudes or what?
No, it has nothing to do with altitude. It has to do with that meteorological conditions. The more air you're looking, like depending on what the air is, the temperature difference.
Yes.
Right. So say it's right at the shore. It's let's use Celsius. I don't even know what the right thing they use Celsius. 30 degrees Celsius. Say it's 30 degrees Celsius at the shore, and it's 10 degrees Celsius in the water, and then on the other shore it's 30 degrees Celsius again. You're going to get a magnification of the objects. Okay? And we know this because we can demonstrate this actually happening on known flat surfaces. So what we've done is get a lake, right, that is too small that for the curvature of the Earth to be a factor. Okay. So if the horizon is supposed to be 2,000, so if the horizon is supposed to be 2,000 feet away, and that's where a boat would be blocked, use a lake that's 1,000 feet, right? So now there's no horizon to block any boat, but it still does. There's still a horizon. Horizon still blocks the boat. all that shit still happens, even though the globe horizon is supposed to be 2 times farther away. And in fact, National Geographic observed this. You know what National Geographic is?
Yeah.
Okay. So they have a video called Round Earth versus Globe Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they took a flag with a bunch of stripes on it and they sailed it away from the camera. And eventually one of the stripes vanished, right? Couldn't see it anymore. And they were like, oh, that's happening because that's the curve of the Earth. Well, that couldn't possibly be true because the horizon's behind the flag. So I'll show you a picture from the video.
Well, that's cool, man.
So the horizon's behind the flag, and so how can the horizon be blocking the bottom of the flag? Obviously, it can't.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the air plays a huge component in how things look at distance, how our objects are displaced vertically. The other thing we know, the horizon that's supposed to be blocking that, we know that that can't be the physical edge of the Earth because it moves around. One day, one hour, one day, say it's 10 a.m., it'll look like it's 5 miles away. Come back at frickin' 2 in the afternoon. Now it's 3 miles away. Come back the next day, it's 30 miles away. I actually have a video of a buoy. A buoy, you know, like in the ocean, an ocean buoy. Now it's right at the edge of the horizon, and it's bobbing back and forth on the ocean, and there's like this layer of air that it's going in and out of. So 1 second, it's not going up and down, being hidden. It's going back and forth, like closer and further away from me, because they're attached on a chain, right? So when the wave kind of pushes it forward, it pushes it through this layer of air, and I can see it. And then it goes back and it disappears. Then it comes forward and I can see it, and it goes back and it disappears.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have to freaking cool ass clip, bro. Check this clip out, bro.
What's with the yawners, man?
Probably late at night there. Come on, man. Where's my thing? No, it's not Space Mirage. Sorry, dude. I'm looking for a clip. I just saw Space Mirage. The Space Mirage is funny. Yeah, you know, they say there's a Fata Morgana in the center of the galaxy, which is a mirage. A space mirage. Oh, here it is. Check out that video.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of videos. Like, we've been taking a lot of information. There's one video. Fuck, dude, I'll show you that. This video is so bizarre that it's almost impossible to describe. So he's looking out at the water, right? And you see the horizon, and you see like half of an oil rig,
Mm-hmm.
and what you thought was water just dissipates and vanishes. It like freaking just it separates like in half, it splits in half, and then you can like see through what you thought was water, and then you can see the oil rig through the water. Like there's like a big hole in the what looks like water, but it's not water. I think I might have that clip too. I might have made that one. Hold on a second. So there's a couple flat, like number one, this guy that you just saw, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for 2 years, he goes to the same spot, the same parking lot, same camera, same height, same everything. Every like 3 or 4 days, going on 2 years, he's been going out making the identical observation over and over and over and over and over and over. Okay, looking across this bay, and you see all sorts of shit, all sorts of crazy shit. You see. Sometimes the background that's like behind all this appears gigantic, like it's magnified. Sometimes it appears small. Sometimes it appears broken up. Sometimes there's an inferior mirage. Sometimes there's an inferior mirage at the water, but not behind it. Sometimes it's just behind it, but not in front. Like all sorts of like observations.
Mm-hmm.
Try the plain truth one.
Can I say
And
something,
the
Albert?
time zone and the time
Yeah, you
zones
say.
and that shit.
Yeah, so Albert, what you have to understand when you go to Google and you're like, go, evidence for a globe Earth, and then whatever pops up, and you pull an image out of it, like the one you gave to us, where some object is
No,
obscured in some
that was a
fashion, right?
generally question, and I just searched horizon, and that was one of the first images. So
Yeah, it's all right. I'm just trying to say that you have to understand that pretty much all of these images are cherry picked because they're banking on you just taking them at face value and not investigating any further into how these phenomenons could potentially be happening that's not related to curvature, you know? And that's what Indio's walking you through now. He's taking you through all the other factors that are very real and very much influence all these observations, and they have to be accounted for.
and it's very interesting. I can say that.
It is. This topic is super interesting, and you learn a lot about a lot of things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's just so much going on optically. Anyway, I just wanted to add that, you know.
Yeah.
Don't know, Indio. Do you have that video of the guy who's observing a ship that's obstructed in a similar fashion, but he just waits around for the rest of the day and it comes back into view?
I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I probably don't have it because it doesn't sound familiar.
Someone posted a video like that and I forgot to save it. We'll need to search it up.
Yeah, check out this short. Just watch this. It's like 20 or 30 seconds long. This shit's gonna blow your mind.
It is. I would just suggest if you're looking at flat Earth content, don't let anybody convince you that a certain map or a certain model is a depiction of our Earth. There's lots of flat Earthers.
I saw it in the chat. I saw it in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of flat
Reptilian
Earthers
type
who literally think the AE map is a flat Earth model. It's not a model, my friend. There's a lot more to flat Earth. The people who are sharing that model, they've probably been deceived. They've probably been duped into thinking, this is a representation of, or a model of the Earth. It's not. If you was to Google flat Earth, your main results will show that map. It's almost like they want you to believe flat Earth is about that AE map or the Gleason's map or something. So Yeah, as long as you keep that out of your mind and just recognize, there's a lot to this, but there is no evidence for the curvature and the motion of the Earth. I think that's the best way to sort of take on the research and investigation.
Hmm. I will search for it. I mean, now I have the motivation. I want to know more.
In part
Ah, that's
1,
awesome.
you will hear a dialogue between two of the speakers.
Hmm?
What?
What's that?
I don't know.
Dialogue or file? Just no, I don't know.
I think somebody was top micing, maybe.
Yeah. This is good. It's been a very good conversation and everything. It was I don't know if no India. How was his name? Uh, Indio 007. That guy is
Yep.
crazy, man. He have very good knowledge, man. Crazy.
Oh yeah. He's like a walking encyclopedia.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. It's really, really interesting time talking with him. It's been very interesting. And the Kill Bill sensei.
Yeah, there's we got some great people in the who come to the channel. Some
Yeah.
great mods.
Also,
Yeah.
Crofio, it was, I think, Master Yoda 2.
Yeah. Apocryphon, Master Yoda. Yeah. Shout out to those guys.
And
yeah.
it's India, I think, talked me about no, or it was Sacrifian about a professor. I didn't remember the name. Matthew, I think, or it was obvious. Yeah, it was obvious.
They taught you what?
About a math professor, I think, that
I'm
is
sorry, somebody
been
sneezed.
here for 10.
Light to your hot micing. Yeah, say that again. They taught you what? Sorry.
Yeah, about a professor that's been here for about 10 years or more. I don't know. Maybe 10 years is a lot, but for some years, and that he's been into the calculations and geometry and distances and size of this, and so it will be nice to talk with him. I don't know if you remember the name. I think it was some shit like Matthew. I don't know.
Oh, Matthew Learns.
Yeah, Matthew Learns. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was telling him that Matthew during one of the meetups with some flat earthers, they did some kind of rudimentary triangulation of the sun, and they had some numbers, some values they got from that.
Mm-hmm.
So I told him to speak with Matthew so he can get it from the horse's mouth.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Matthew's he's a glober, but he's pretty honest. He'll be the first to admit there is no direct evidence. He believes a model, which is fine. He wants a model and needs a model, but you don't need a model to realize that the globe model doesn't work. You don't need to replace that model. But some people think that, some people want a replacement model, and until there's a replacement model, they're going to sit on the fence or they're going to stay on the globe side. And that's fine, but for us, a lot of us, we want, we want to know, we don't want to believe anything. We don't need a model to be able to prove the earth isn't a spinning, curving ball.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the beginning of your research, my friend. Exciting times.
Mate. Yeah, totally, man. I didn't think this goes this deep. It's crazy. It's very, very interesting. and very good for the mind.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
Yeah, you're not going to get any of this information from pretty much any other source because the whole world is consumed by this heliocentric religion and will go to every single length to avoid absolutely anything that brings even the smallest amount of doubt in regard to the globe. And that's just the way things are, unfortunately. Unless you take it upon yourself to search out the information, you're not going to be able to request it from, wherever.
Do you have some sources or some kind of recompilatory archive or something like that?
Yeah, on our main server, we pretty much have an A to Z listing of all the relevant topics in each of these channels. Like we have a channel for, say, eclipses and satellites and long distance observations and pretty much anything else you can think of. There's just tons of resources in each of these channels, basically, that you can go through at your own pace, I think give you an invite to the server if you're not in there already.
Yeah, I'm trying to send you a link to the server, Alru, but you need to accept my friend request.
Yeah, give me a moment. That's it.
Yeah, you should have that now. Yeah, like was just said, you need to scroll down to the bottom. You need to have a look at all the different topics. There's any topic you can think of. There's probably a subheaded group with content in there, so that'll keep you busy.
Okay.
Hey Wes, you got a mic?
And that's facts. What? Sorry?
I was talking to this other guy. He's just been clowning in the chat. So I've taken away his text privileges. Let's see if he can man up on voice. Since that's his only option now.
Wesh.
Come on, Wesh. Don't be afraid of the flat earthers.
It's alright. I'll put back on mute. We'll come back to him in a few minutes if he's still around. Yeah, alright, so if you go to the main server, you'll scroll down the list on the left, you'll find these channels pretty easily. And you can just click through them and you'll get an idea of what I'm saying. There's lots of different documents and videos and all sorts to go through and study.
Shit, that's a lot.
Yeah. See, unfortunately, the mainstream media have successfully painted this perception of flat earthers into the average person's mind that we're all just a bunch of dumb fucks that believe it because of the Bible, or we were taught it by our parents, or we're just really at the bottom end of the scale of intelligence. But it couldn't be further from the truth when you actually come in here and meet us, because we've got the receipts to back up what we're saying. They're not going to tell you any of that because, well, that alludes to the fact that the Earth is not a globe and they're bullshitters. So, There's also an issue of there just being a lot of flat earthers on places like TikTok or X Spaces and whatnot, who they make a lot of unsubstantiated claims that we
I
wouldn't
don't have
tolerate in here
installed
ourselves.
TikTok, so don't
Yeah,
worry about that.
that's fine.
I live
Yeah.
happy without it.
All I'm saying is there is dumbass flat earthers out there, but we
Yeah.
don't allow them in here. You know what I mean? We have a minimum standard here, you know, which is
I
empiricism.
mean, it's the first time I talk with this, o sea, with people in flat Earth, and I didn't expect this
Are
at
you
all.
fucking lucked out? You lucked out, bro. You found the best place to talk
Man,
to flat earthers. Actual flat
totally. So
earthers.
this is crazy, mad. Didn't expect it at all, and it's been really good, man.
Yeah, nobody does. I've got a little thing that I constantly post in the side chat for newer people coming in. I'll post it again. You can read it. You know, and
how
pretty
did
much
you
just
end
outlines
in this server, the English
that
hub?
one of our fellow members pretty much set this place up. You know, was friendly with the admin here, and you know, got this channel set up for us, so we'd have a like kind of an outpost here to speak with people. You know, we've got one also on the politics server, and a couple other things going on that are off of Discord. You know.
And what do you think about politics?
Well, politics is just theatre, really. It's to occupy the person's mind and waste it, essentially.
Totally.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Alpha?
What's up,
What's up, bro?
What up, G?
What you up to, man? How you been?
You
What the
know.
hell's your intro?
I don't have one, man. Every superhero needs one, man. I don't got mine though.
Emotional damage.
That should be mine.
So yeah, Aldo, you see what I posted in the side chat there, basically saying, you know, we all went through the same educational systems. We were all taught the globe the same way, and we believed it for all the same reasons. And we were globers. We believed we lived on a spinning ball for the majority of our lives. You know, until something finally managed to get through all the conditioning and indoctrination and force us to really look at the evidence, you know, and what they're claiming and go and verify it for ourselves. Pretty much anyone that comes to this topic is automatically going to think it's a joke or it's one big LARP on our part, but it's not. And we're deadly serious, you know. But we understand it's a hard, I mean, if there was a hard truth in this world, this is one of them, you know. So we get it, you know, can come as a shock, but we don't ask you to make your mind up in a day or just blindly believe anything we've said to you here. We just ask you to go do your own research, verify things for yourself, come to a place where you can trust your own judgment in things, and then reassess what both sides are telling you, and then make a conclusion.
You guys been speaking to Alru, huh?
Hi,
yeah,
man.
yeah, we had a really nice conversation with him for a couple hours now.
Couple hours, dang.
Indigo's had a go with him, and I've spoken with him. Jedi spoke to him for a little while too.
That's
I
good.
think
That's
he's
good,
enjoyed
man.
speaking to all of us.
Putting in work. And what's interesting too, man, is people that are joining this brand new, they don't know what this is, like 24/7 flat Earth. So when they join here, they think it's just a random flat Earth like talking forum. They don't realize Yeah, they don't realize though it's the best place to talk about Earth
Totally, man.
on Earth. So you, yeah,
Alru just said that this is the first time he's spoke to flat earthers. So I told him he's
Yep.
fucking lucked out
And
in
it was
his place.
unexpected.
well, and the reason I'm saying that, Alru, is because everywhere on, on social media, you're not going to get this kind of like
Yeah, they
education.
told me. Yeah.
You get like, if you go like to Facebook or Twitter or any of those guys, they're talking about ice walls and the dome, and they don't focus on the important thing, and that's teaching you how to critically think about the world around you. So that's a skill that's been lost because we've been indoctrinated on how to just accept the
apparently.
narrative. So it's important, I guess, first and foremost, that you're able to critically think about information we talk about. And I mean, people don't really care for that no more because you have so much information coming at you from all angles. You got your phone, you got your watch, you got everything that's telling you what the world around you is. So you don't need to look up information anymore like you used to in the past. Like when I was a young boy, there was libraries, and you'd have to search for things, and the computer was very new to everybody. So now you have
Now you have a main truth that is
and people don't challenge themselves anymore, which is important, right? You have to challenge yourself. If how you know what you know. And the wonderful thing about this room is you can do that here. It's a little rough sometimes because we get a lot of trolls that think flat Earth is just a joke, it's a meme. But we start talking to them for a little bit, and they realize they don't know if the Earth is a globe. They don't really know that. They believe it, but they have a lot of problems with the worldview not being able to be proven like as a globe. And so when we talk to them, they have like a breakdown in their mind.
He almost had one. Literally, what you just said was the first question I asked him. I asked him, I said, how do you know the Earth's a globe and not how you think somebody else knows? And he said Eratosthenes. So maybe Eratosthenes knows, but
yeah, it was the classic I have in my mind.
I know. But like I said, the big question there is why are they using such a shitty argument for globe proof? If the globe was true, any random person could come in here and within 2.5 minutes prove the Earth is actually a globe. But they can't. They fumble around. They say, look at the stars, look at eclipses, freaking climatry, all sorts of nonsense. Yeah, climatry is an actual globe proof that's on the internet. Did you know that?
What? Can you repeat it?
Climatry.
Climatry.
Yeah, climatry. That is a globe proof. That's on. If you Google 7 reasons we know the Earth is round, number 3 is climb a tree. Yeah. So apparently nobody climbed trees until the ancient Greeks. I'm just saying, like, with evidence that shitty, like, come on, man. That's the best you can do, climb a tree?
That sounds like a WikiHow moment.
Well, I mean, if it's true, why is there so much bad evidence or bad arguments? Like Eratosthenes. This one, I'll even post a link to it. Number 1, watch a ship sail off the sea. Number 2, watch a lunar eclipse. Number 3, climb a tree. Number 4, travel through different time zones. Number 5, watch a sunset. Number 6, measure shadows. Number 7,
Google International Space Station photos. Now I'm gonna show you what they showed for a photo in their thing. This. Fucking this.
Yeah, that's not very compelling.
Well, yeah, but you know, this is what they also showed at the same time right under it. What the hell's going on here? Okay? What the fuck? No, that's the best they can do. And that was from Eric Friend, copy editor for Cell Systems and Current Biology, an English major at the University of Southern Maine. Yay. Well, proof English majors don't know the Earth is a globe.
Eric Friends.
What's up, Harry?
So, just to tell you, just to tie a bow on this, there's a guy named Owen Benjamin. He's a comedian. He was in some Hollywood TV shows, movies, whatever. He used to go out with used to date, what is it, Richie? Something Richie. She was freaking famous because she was buddies with Paris Hilton. Whatever. So, he had a live stream. He's not on YouTube no more because he got kicked off, but he was on YouTube. He used to have like a few 100,000 subs and have live streams with thousands of people in it. He's a flat earther now because what he did was he said, I want globe earthers to come in here and prove the earth is a globe to me. And the evidence they presented was so bad, he is now a flat earther. He did this over a period of like 3 days. Every day he was coming in to scream, dude, come on, prove the earth is a globe to me. He's like, I don't want to be a flat earther. Like, prove the earth is a globe. And it's just their evidence is just horrible.
Classical Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere.
No, that's a lie. False.
Okay, prove it.
Hey, you prove it.
Yeah, you still haven't proved the air pressure thing.
I mean,
How would they know it's a sphere?
Even is charged up with a battery. You guys
How would they know how would the ancient Greeks know it's a sphere? What could they actually do?
They didn't believe it was a sphere.
Stellar navigation was one thing.
Oh, they navigated the stars?
Okay, so that doesn't tell them that the Earth's a sphere. Try again.
He thinks Greeks had
The
spaceships.
sunrise and sunset and the
That doesn't tell me the Earth is a sphere either, so try again.
I have yet to see someone explain.
You haven't named
how
anything
phases
about
of the
the
moon
Earth.
work
You
on a
said
flat
something
Earth.
about the sun. You said something about the stars. You said something about everything but the Earth. I said, how do they know the Earth is a sphere?
That is how.
Oh, so they don't
Because
know.
there are-
Congratulations.
Yes, they do, because there are
No,
things
because
that
what
we
you're talking
observe
about,
that
you
only
listen,
work if
listen.
Earth is a sphere.
Look, bro, no, you're claiming that, but that's not true.
And you
So, it's real-
explain lunar
I don't need to
phases
explain
on a flat
anything.
Earth.
You
Yes,
need to
you
demonstrate.
You
need
are
to
making
demonstrate
a claim
that it's
lunar phases work on a flat Earth.
Okay,
Can you
so
explain
again,
how?
once again, the moon. We're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the Earth. You said they know that the Earth is a globe. Okay? Everything you're talking about would be an inference, and inferences aren't knowledge. So I can look around my neighborhood and see all brick houses and infer that my house may also be made of brick. But that doesn't, I don't know my house is made of brick until I look at my, shut up, dude, let me finish the fucking sentence, dude. Dude, just go on fucking mute, bro. Really simple. Let me finish my fucking sentence, okay? You can look at all your goddamn neighbor's house and they're made of brick, but you don't know if your house is made of brick until you look at it. So, how do they know the Earth is a sphere?
By observing things that are impossible on a flat Earth, as I've said.
You don't know if they're impossible on a flat Earth. You haven't demonstrated they're impossible on a flat Earth. You just believe that.
They have been demonstrated as being impossible on a flat Earth.
By who?
Okay, show us.
Scientific experiment.
Demonstrate that they are.
No, that's not how it works, dude.
There's a burden of
things
proof
like
that
called
you're creating.
exclusionary. There's called exclusionary proofs, right? So Fermat's principle, Fermat's last theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. It is a limit. So hold on, dude. No
making a claim that it is possible on a flat Earth. That is your indirect claim.
That is my indirect
you'd
claim.
be smarter if you listened to people when they were educating you.
Yeah, he can't. He's fucking locked in. The fact remains is the Greeks didn't know fucking anything. And nothing they can observe about the heavens will tell them what the shape of the Earth is because it's inferential.
Okay,
it's just a matter of logic, dude.
How do you know the Earth is flat other than it looks flat?
Okay, measurement.
Right, this is how you sound. Can I have a minute?
Such as what measurement?
Oddly enough, you can measure the surface of the Earth with a laser.
Indio, can I have a...
Hold on. He asked the question. So you shoot a laser, and if the Earth is a globe and the surface of the Earth is curving, that means as you go along the laser, the surface of the Earth should get farther and farther away from the laser as an exponential function. So such as 40 kilometers, the laser should be 420 feet, or 400... Who's interrupting me?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I don't think so, dude. So, the laser at 40 kilometers away should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. And when we do this test, that's not the case. It's 1.5 meters off the surface of the Earth, the same height it started as. That means the laser and the surface of the Earth are in parallel. This is measuring the Earth. And this is just one of many, many measurements of the surface of the Earth.
I get the
ahead,
whole
Iron.
argument of light doesn't bend here when I explain to you how
doesn't bend. Look, bro, this is off by the prediction by 2 orders of magnitude. You can't get light to bend that much, okay? Unless you have like a fucking 170-degree temperature gradient, which is unphysical.
You probably have like a 10 to 12 degree gradient on the surface of water that you're shining a laser across. You might get some refraction or diffraction, or...
Well, if you apply standard refraction at this distance, you'll move the laser down 5 meters. But you need to move it down another 100. Hold on, you need to move it down another 122 meters. So where are you getting that from?
Expect a difference of like 10% maximum.
No, that's not how it goes, dude.
No, for atmospheric...
It's not a linear relationship.
So I'm saying if I were to do this experiment myself, I would expect a 6 to 10% degree of variability based on atmospheric conditions, or the temperature of the water versus the air right above the water versus the temperature of the air 10 feet above the water. There could be some fit to there. I wouldn't expect it to be exact, but I would expect it to be within one.
How are you going to measure that?
Well, that's all fantastic because the results here are 1,000% off.
Right, my point exactly.
2 orders of magnitude.
Ascribe that to atmospheric refraction or anything like that. It has to be because it's so far off that it cannot be, oh, the wind blew.
Well, I mean, it would be very odd that not only because they actually did these tests 3 weeks apart, so it would be very, very fucking odd. And they had meteorological stations. that not only did they not measure the frickin' weather condition with 2 meteorological stations at the endpoints, 3 weeks apart, and they had the identical magical weather conditions 3 weeks apart that let them frickin' see a globe. Yeah. I'll post in the chat.
I'm on your side.
Well, I mean, it'd be very fucking odd they did it again 3 weeks later.
I think the ideal version would be if the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air were the same magically on one day. That's the day you take the measurement. That's most clear. So you don't have that distortion of the temperature difference above the surface of the water across a lake or something like that. I think that's the ideal.
That's just one of many. I mean, we got Salt Lake one. We got frickin' Salt Lake on the land, on the water. Like every way you can frickin' slice it, it's been done.
I agree. But some people still can't see it.
They don't want to see it.
They want to argue with you.
The Salt Lake one that DJ shows all the time is pretty cuckoo. You can see 21 miles to the other shoreline, and at that night they went and they shot the laser across the same distance, 21 kilometers. And not only do you see the laser, you see the reflection of the laser off the water, which
oh shit,
that's impossible.
Indio is bouncing the laser back to the original observer. Is that the way to prove it even more?
No. Check it out. If the laser is supposed to be behind the curve, right, on the other side of the curve, how could you ever see the reflection of the laser off the water?
They're always trying to hit a target across.
Think about it. Hold on, dude. Think about what I'm saying for a second. You got a hump, a hill. How can you see the reflection off the laser when the only place the laser can bounce off is the other side of the hill?
You can't.
Yeah, you can't. But we do.
I want one of those lasers.
Would it be a good proof if you shined a laser across the lake and had it bounce back across the same lake to you?
They did a triple mirror flash at the Salton Sea, where they made basically a giant frickin' triangle, right? So one mirror operator could see 2 other mirrors at the same time, and each point of that triangle, each person could see the other 2 mirrors, which are also see like 128 feet under the curve of the Earth.
So
that reminds me of the Michelson-Morley experiment a little bit.
Just wondering, did they have multiple vertical arrays recording temperature along the entire path of the laser?
Why would they need to do that, dude?
What do you mean, why would they need to do that?
Yeah, I'm asking why you're asking
refraction,
because that's a red herring.
So I guess the military can't use line of sight anymore.
No, it's
you understand that you need to move the laser.
This big area has this refraction.
Yeah, but you need to. Yeah, that's a cool story, but no one's ever demonstrated that this type of refraction actually exists. Okay.
Hypothetically, if there was...
okay, because I already told you that the drop was supposed to. That only moves the laser down 5 meters. So now you have 122 meters to make up. So you would need some crazy, abnormal day. Not only just once, and not at just one distance, at 7 different distances, with 3 tests done 1 week, and 2 more tests done 3 weeks later. In the same crazy refractive condition, a 20 times deflection refraction condition that makes the Earth looks like it has a radius of 65,000 miles. That would have to exist.
Yeah,
by random, 2 weeks apart, and it didn't show up on their meteorological station somehow.
he will cherry pick an example that says, "Oh, look, the math matches up for me right now."
No, I'm not cherry
but
picking.
he
It's
ignores
people that know what the hell they're
every
doing.
You can't just say the magic word refraction. You need to justify how it even applies. You need to actually justify using it.
Refraction applies to everything that you do in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's your claim, dude. That's not a justification.
So refraction applies
if
when
I drop
want to
a
fly
bowling
plane.
ball off a cliff, and I say, "Hey, dude, that's fell at 10 meters per second squared," and you say refraction, and I go,
Why
"Dude,
are
you
you
need to
comparing-
justify why refraction affects a bowling ball," and you're like, "Refraction applies to everything."
Refraction applies to light, not solid objects.
So you understand now why your observation.
Why does it apply to light in this case?
Because you're over water.
Oh, okay. So water causes refraction?
Yeah, there's a higher refractive index over water.
Okay.
Why?
That's not how it works. You don't know what you're talking
Nothing to do with temperature variations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the variation because the water is there.
Because the water's there, that makes the light.
Yeah,
so let's get this straight.
There's a difference in
Grumman,
temperature
slow down.
between
You're
the
going to
air
fry your
and the
brain.
water.
Grumman,
Yeah, we know
silence.
they measured.
Bro.
So let me get this straight. When we go to the salt flats, there's zero miraging effects because there's zero water.
No. I said
so it's not water of this cause and effect relationship.
I said there is a more.
Look, brother.
By what
differential? You would need the water in the air to have a 70-degree temperature difference.
What do you think that the temperature difference between the air and the atmosphere and water that's like
hold up
in the Gulf of Mexico?
That's what causes all right, are you cocked or something, dude? You drinking, brother?
The temperature difference between the air and the atmosphere? Really?
Between the water and the air will cause a temperature gradient, right? And that temperature gradient, which causes the refractive index gradient, which in turn would cause the bending of light. Now, to bend light, the amount you need it to bend, you would need a 70-degree temperature difference in 1 meter, which is unphysical and has never been seen on the fucking Earth.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that that's what it is.
Meter above
but that's what it would have to be.
Oh my god.
Not what I'm saying it is.
But that's what it would have to be to get this result.
As you've said, the temperature gradient changes per meter.
Yeah, great. Like 1 degree, a half a degree.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that you need something to measure the temperature across the entire track of the laser.
No,
that
we
half
don't.
a degree yes, because that half of a degree
No, you don't.
matters.
There goes line of sight for the military again.
Yeah. So, hey, Grumman, check it out. If you were to shoot the laser and then you were to walk along it, you and me, we've set the laser up horizontal, and then we go down to 21.8 miles, and we're standing either side of the laser. Where's your refraction?
See the video that I sent?
Where's the refraction? You're standing next to the laser. Where's the refraction? You're not looking along it. You've walked along it to make sure that it's making its way, that there's nothing in the blocking its way. Where's the refraction when you get 21.8 miles down the other end?
You can see the fucking cannon looking at you. It's gonna kill you.
No, hold on. He's got the laser. We've set it up horizontal.
Crazy.
We've gone down the other end, 21.8 miles.
Horizon's not physical, dude.
Okay, so
where's your
that's
refraction?
the claim.
Yeah, that's easy to prove. If the horizon was physical, could it move around?
Nope.
Does it move around?
Yes.
No.
Oh, no? You sure about that?
It doesn't.
The horizon is dependent on the observer.
This dude just said the horizon don't move around. That's crazy, bro.
I heard that. That's
The
going to be
observer
a
moves
good one.
and the horizon moves.
Wow, dude.
Well, I mean, that sucks, dude, because we live on a ball of 315,000-mile radius.
Dude, the horizon doesn't rise to your eye level. That's
No one,
proven by
I said moved
aircraft.
around,
No one
dude.
said it does. No one said it does.
Dude,
Only you
you
said
have like
it does.
2015 arguments, man.
In what way do you mean the horizon moves?
It'll appear at one distance one day and another distance the other day. In fact, it'll appear at different distances within hours.
During the same day, yeah, a couple different times.
Visibility.
So in the
that's called refraction. That's
so it's not
something that we've
physical.
brought up. No,
So you've just claimed,
the light from
you've
it
just
is
shot
being
yourself down,
refracted
Grumman. The horizon is not physical, it is now refracted. So you've just sold away any opportunity you thought you had of proving Earth curvature.
Issue, the horizon will not move.
The horizon is non-existent if you beg for refraction, you knuckle dragger.
And now you're contradicting NASA because NASA says the higher you get in altitude, the less defined the horizon becomes.
NASA's
No,
retarded
the
and a liar.
more defined the curve becomes.
Yeah, where'd you read about that?
Wow, he just says anything, doesn't he?
Dude, you're just a freaking...
Where did you read about that? No, dude, it's stuff that I've seen.
It's a published NASA paper,
I've been
by the
in
way.
airplanes before.
Oh, did you see the curve of the Earth from an airplane? You can tell us that now?
That's what he said. He said, yeah. He said out the cockpit window, you can just see this big curve. And so that means we live on like a 500-mile radius Earth.
No,
that's crazy because in the chat it's supposed to have 315,000-mile radius Earth.
Yeah, I've never heard.
No, that curve is exactly what's expected to be seen if you run it through.
There's no curve from an airplane.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
No, there
isn't. Okay, so you disagree not only with geometry, but every other frickin' person that's ever talked about it. Every other scientist, every other optical scientist, every other fucking person.
Who?
Hundreds of thousands of pilots?
You realize the Earth is supposed to have a diameter of 8,000 miles, and you're saying being 10 miles above it, you can see the curvature of the Earth. 10 miles above an 8,000-mile diameter ball.
Yes.
Think about what you're saying. You're 1/800th above the surface.
Yes.
Indio.
There are people
Isn't
that
the
can
radius 3,900.
There are people?
There are.
Indio.
If you had a ball... Okay,
3,000
you're
people
fucking
have
cock or
spoken.
something.
Yeah.
You're just saying random shit, man. So, Grumman, if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, an airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking out your ass.
I've seen it from an aircraft.
No, you haven't.
So, yes,
dude.
I have.
Well, then you're a tiny earther, dude.
You're a liar, dude.
Yeah, you are a liar. Dude, not even 128,000 feet. Not even 250 miles, dude.
Felix Baumgartner said that he saw the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
so
and
Neil
deGrasse
And how are you going to back that up?
In Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Is wrong.
He's wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so tell me, in the images he posted, right? The GoPro. So what is that? Planet Mexico?
No, that's a fish.
You can't even see the border of New Mexico. How can that be the horizon? How can that be the Earth?
Called a wide-angle lens.
Oh, so that's not the curve of the Earth. He didn't see the curve of the Earth from his fucking balloon.
Felix Baumgartner did.
No, he didn't, dude. No, he didn't.
Oh, his eyes.
Hey, check it out. He also saw the curvature of the Earth from ground level. Look inside chat. 34 parts the hour. Not even off the ground yet. That's him getting into the little shuttle thing.
Do you not understand the difference between human eyes and a camera?
What's that got to do with your claim?
Was he looking for a visor?
The
And sometimes
visor
people-
that distorts jack all because that's.
Oh, doesn't it? How do you know? Have you worn it? Have you worn it?
Yes. Yes, I have.
You know,
worn a
what about the
visor
shot
like
from
that.
inside the pod?
Holy
What about the
fuck.
shot from inside the pod? What about the shot from inside the pod?
Where you're looking through this tiny thing? Yeah, of course that's not gonna show fucking curvature.
So it doesn't look like it's curving. So it doesn't look like it's curving.
even defished images. People that have
Defished?
defished.
Is that a word?
Into that either, bro.
Yeah, that's something that you can do.
So look in the chat. Which one of these circles are the circle of the horizon for Felix Baumgartner? Which one?
Play the wider one.
Which of these circles? It's the fucking yellow one, dude. The yellow one. In the center. The yellow one is the complete, if you could see 360 degrees, his horizon. The biggest circle would be the ISS horizon. The ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. Now, you're trying to tell us that seeing 1,000th of the fucking Earth, you can see the curve.
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. 1,000th of the Earth, dude.
Why don't you
It's
ask
probably less
Felix
than 1,000.
Baumgartner yourself? Oh wait, you can't because he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
So what are you
well,
trying to push his claims for him then? Because he's fucking dead. Hello, McFly?
Anyway, I'll just send you a photo here.
I thought he wasn't dead. I thought we've determined he wasn't.
No, he died in a paraglider, I think, is what it was.
Maybe he told somebody, "Hey, I really think it was flat," and then they were like, "Shut up," and they killed him.
Gando, I sent you a couple of photos because I can't send images in this.
So if you could see the whole circle of the horizon, it would be 0.094% of the surface of the Earth. So that's a 10,000th, okay? And that's just assuming you could see the entire circle, which you can't because you only have a certain field of view. And your actual focal field of view, what you can actually focus on, is only 5% or 5 degrees. So he can see 1/100th of the surface of the Earth and see the curve. You're a retard, bro.
Here, I ran a photo through a Earth curve calculator. And that's the expected curvature at that height. And it matches with what the photo is showing.
You mean Bisman's Earth curve calculator? With the sliders? So you can just slide them around until it matches any image that you post?
If you know the refractive index, that's what you're getting. And that's also, first off,
if you know the
refractive index. Before you go stroking yourself over about your refractive index.
Without refraction.
Yeah, Grumman, before you go stroking yourself about this refractive index, how about you...
The normal.
How about you supply us an image?
Refraction.
How about you shut up for 5 seconds and stop talking through people, you rude little turd. How about you, instead of stroking your ego about this refractive index, supply us with an image, right? And all I want is the known refractive index. I wouldn't do that again if I was that person. So how about supply us with an image that you know what the refractive index is, and then we'll run it through Bislin's little slider fun factory and see if it matches up.
Already supplied Indo with one.
It's Indio, not Indo.
Way, supplied him with one. If he wants to send it.
So you supplied the refractive index
yeah,
with
I
it.
see it. Hold on.
If he's laughing, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Then there's horizon out at eye level at Rainier.
Yeah, but you got horizon at eye level at Baumgartner. How is that possible? And the horizon should never be at eye level unless your face is on the ground. The level of your eye.
I'm looking at photos here with a theodolite app that show in an airplane the horizon is not at eye level.
Planes fly tilted up, you nitwit.
Out the side, they fly tilted, banked over.
Well, I don't know if it was banked in that instance.
Well, because the photo that I'm looking at is out the side window.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So if you want to try the excuse of it's tilted, you would.
It is tilted. Look at the negative degrees, dude.
Oh
You know
man,
how one of
bro.
this freaking thing works? Do you know how a
They're
plane works?
They're pitched up. Pitch and roll are different. They're pitched.
Yeah, I know. It's -3 degrees on one side and negative 0.3 degrees on one side and -0.5 on the other. Do you see it? Think you measure the fucking dude? You gotta be some kind of idiot, dude. You really, honestly, have to be freaking an idiot. These is 2017 lameness, dude. So there's your image. You know this one that says -0.3? That means the phone is tilted.
Yeah, and so -0.3 degrees is barely tilt.
And the first, but it is
Now
tilted.
he's going to make excuses for how little it's tilted. So it's tilted. You agree with that? Excellent.
First of all, the expectate that doesn't even look like a real fucking photograph. First of all, and that just looks like a shit overlay. This isn't a photograph. Did this come from a video?
No, it didn't.
Where did it come from?
Me.
And why would you expect Mount Rainier?
It's Mount Hood.
Mount Hood, whatever. Why would you expect that? You know he's tilted up, right?
By 0.03 degrees.
Yeah, but he's 5,000. He's at 5,000 feet, and if Mount Hood is higher than he is, he's gonna have to be tilted back. He should have to be tilting down. Because I don't know how far away he is, right? Because
yeah, what's the distance?
How far away is
to the
he?
mountain from that observation?
Well, we can calculate how much he's supposed to be tilted down, because he should be tilted down, but he's tilted up. See how the crosshair is centered on the peak of the mountain? So that peak should be 5,000 feet higher than where he is.
Yeah, and then you take into account distance.
If the Earth was flat.
Take into account distance.
Yeah, then there's a drop. If we only knew the distance. What is the distance? Any clue? And where did he get his altitude from?
GPS altimeters exist. They're
oh my
used
god.
with mountaineering. Something I use when I go hiking.
Okay, he's inside of an airplane, isn't he? Pressurized cabin?
That doesn't look like he's inside of an airplane.
Well, I don't know what this is. It's impossible to evaluate. To be honest. The image looks like it was color corrected, and this looks fucking overlaid. This don't even look right. I don't know if he's in an airplane, but he can't use a GPS altimeter. You know that the GPS's vertical values are the worst known. They can be off by hundreds of meters.
In my experience, they haven't been, because I use them when I go hiking.
Anecdotal evidence isn't.
It's not anecdotal, it's personal.
It is anecdotal. You said,
no,
in my experience. As soon as you said that, that makes it anecdotal.
No, it doesn't. It makes it personal experience.
Yeah, anecdotal. Do you not know what that word means?
Not anecdotal. I'm muting this guy. These are apps that you can download on your phone. They're theodolite apps.
Don't mute Indio or you'll be banned.
not muting Indio. I'm muting the guy.
Anecdotal, not necessarily true or reliable, because based on personal accounts.
If you mute anybody, you're gonna get kicked.
Well, how about that? I'm gonna unmute you, Iron Bear, dude. Try not to have verbal fucking diarrhea.
I was never trying to diarrhea anybody.
Just he played this
Oh,
game.
you're just
on
like you're not following the conversation. You're just interjecting random shit, dude. Try to follow along. What's up, Casey?
How you doing, you
So haven't you noticed, Grumman, that you haven't presented any measurements of the surface of the Earth?
That photo that is a measurement of
the
surface of the Earth.
Well, how far? No, it doesn't. If we don't know how far away the goddamn mountain is. See, if we know how far away the mountain is, and we knew his elevation, we could calculate how much he's supposed to dip down because of the curve of the Earth. For some reason, he's tilted up. So if you look at the right-hand side, that's his tilt, okay? And he's tilted up.
Negative is down.
Oh yeah, he's tilted down. So half a degree.
Half a degree over 30 miles
half a degree,
is a long way.
Half a degree would be 0.5. That's 0.05.
Over 30 miles?
So, according to calculations, thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too lazy to do any of them.
Hey, Hellcat.
Roughly 80.
Why are you on here spewing the same stuff that you've been spewing on Spaces?
Calculations. Thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too late. Also, I love that Platter posted that photo. I'd love to see a fighter jet go Mach 2 at sea level without ripping its wings off.
Like at sea level, like on the sea level, or like 10 meters above? Or...
How much do you think the air pressure changes?
To be a boat? You want it to hit the water at sea level?
Photo that he's showing, it's basically skimming the waves.
Are you trying to say that the photo's fake?
No, I'm saying that the premise of at Mach 2 is incorrect. At most, it's going transonic, which is what that cone is. That's a transonic cone.
Supersonic.
No, that's transonic.
So, can you explain to me, because I'm stupid, the difference between transonic and supersonic real quick?
Transonic is between subsonic and supersonic. It's basically commercial airliners fly at speeds that are in the transonic zone.
So like right at that speed that's not quite supersonic, but above sonic? Like, what are you talking about? You sound dumb.
Like 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah. Speed of sound is what, like 780?
Yeah. It's a range called transonic. It doesn't mean that you're above the speed of sound.
Made up shit.
Sonic and supersonic are also completely made up things, as is the speed of sound.
Stupid marketing words, dude, that they made up was that they were developing airplanes. We got a transonic airplane. Oh, I got a supersonic airplane. I got a hypersonic airplane. I'm even better.
Well,
dude, I got a thermometer. I got a thermometer that measures 0 degrees, but it calls it trans zero. It's not below 0 or above 0. It's trans 0.
I'm
Yeah,
trans zero.
It's
I got a
in between.
trans PSI pressure gauge, man.
Oh yeah.
How are you
Grumman boy.
anything if
Grumman
you're still
boy,
not
can you say something interesting so we don't have to listen to buzzwords?
This is
made up bullshit?
This is aerodynamic. This is basic airplane stuff.
Yeah,
okay,
basic
cool
airplane stuff.
Typically between Mach 0.8 and 1.2, or transonic flow is seen.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to say that a plane can fly subsonic and supersonic, so it can transition between supersonic and subsonic flight? Is that what you're saying?
Transonic is that transition.
Oh,
So
okay, cool story. How is this relevant to anything we're talking about?
Not.
All right, thanks. Then quit picking at it. Yeah, I want to actually hear a conversation that progresses somewhere.
Any plane that can fly supersonic speeds can also fly at subsonic speeds.
Holy fuck, get muted, dude. Yeah. How about that?
Fucking warned him, dude. Were you in here when I just warned him? I just unmuted him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Dude's on his own shit, man. Dude, go start a guest room. Trans units. You
Okay,
might
here
get
we
a
go.
different crowd than what you're expecting, but
Based off his picture with his coordinates at the top of it, your mountain from where that was taken, you're looking at 83.32 miles.
Right.
Yeah, buddy. Let's say the horizon is below a perfect level line from the midline of your vision. Let's say that's true. Whoopie frick. The ground is below you. It's supposed to be below you. What's the problem? Now let me put this in a logic form so you can understand. All right. The ground below you is below you. Therefore, it's below you. All that? Very simple.
I can barely understand you with the roboting.
Oh, my bad.
You're not roboting, you're just crackling, your mic's a little fucking broken up or something.
Oh, man.
I thought we call that roboting when the mic is.
Roboting is when you have a bad internet connection and the packets don't arrive in sequence. He just has a freaking. Dig your Bluetooth is dying.
Man. All right. I give up.
You actually sound good then. Maybe you're just too far away from your device.
All right, that's it.
And
I'm
now
back. Oh man.
Dude, I heard a hint of crackle, and sorry, my ears are sensitive to stuff like that. I did orchestra for like 4
That's
years.
great, dude. All I need to know is if I'm wasting my time talking.
I wouldn't say you're wasting your time, but you might want to get.
Am I trans crackle?
Yeah, you're crackling on some things, and then you're
transitioning to no crackle.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say this one more time, dude. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. The ground is below you, in case you didn't know that. So, at all times, the horizon's below you. I mean, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, is there a problem with the horizon being low in your field of view? Is that an issue?
I mean, there's a claim that's made by a lot of flat earthers that the horizon always rises to your eye level.
What does that mean?
It means that you're going to see the horizon in the same place in your vision, like directly in the center.
Sure?
In the center of your vision.
Whoa, bro. Rises to and in the center of don't jive. So, for example, if I say I'm going to the store, I've not yet arrived at the store. If I say I'm in the center of the store, I'm in the store. So maybe it's a language problem. Just because flat earthers say that the horizon should be at the midline of your vision, if anybody has, they're wrong. So why would it matter to show people who aren't the people making that claim that the horizon is below the midline of your vision? Like, what's the issue? What's the problem?
Because that's something that we expect on a sphere.
Dude, okay, let me help you out, friend. The ground is below you, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
We all agree, right? It's not like when you go up high in the sky, the ground gets taller. Right? So I don't know what aspersions you've been cast by some moronic flat earther that may or may not have told you the horizon should be at the midline of your vision if the earth was flat, but that's stupid.
The point is the horizon drops away from you as you get higher.
Yeah, no duh, dude. The ground is below you. The higher you go, the more it's below you. Holy moly, bro. Duh.
So there's something physical about the horizon.
Holy crap, one more time for the slow kids in the back. The horizon is where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky. So yeah, there's some part of it that's the ground, and the ground is below you all the time. Unless you're at the base of a mountain, I guess. But if you get higher, then it's going to get lower. What's the issue?
So the horizon is a physical thing.
Holy crap, dude. Painful.
It's been this way for like an hour.
Dude, the horizon's an artifact of the fact that you see everything by acquiring light from the outside world. That's all it is, dude. Because you don't have a supercomputer plugged into the matrix so you can see all floating points simultaneously in an orthographic and transdimensional representation, dude. Yeah, you have eyes, you have to see. You have an angular field of view. So maybe you're under the misapprehension that if ideal artist perspective exists in reality, which it doesn't, that everything would, if the earth was flat, go into infinity to a point. Well, that's not even possible, dude. Because in reality, you actually have to use light to see, not ideal lines that you draw on a piece of paper. And light actually has properties. It takes up space as wavelengths, right? There's angles involved. There's near field diffraction, far field diffraction. There's all kinds of things going on. There's no such thing as ideal perspective in the real world. Kind of like there's no such thing as platonic shapes. I mean, this would be as stupid as me saying the Earth can't be a globe because it's not a perfect sphere. Would you take me seriously if I said something like that? The answer is no, you wouldn't. Because I'd be arguing from an ideal, which is nonsense. I mean, if you want to say the Earth can't be flat because it's not an ideal form represented in artist perspective, I mean, I don't know what to do here.
Not what I was saying, but okay.
Well, then why does the horizon being lower at the higher you go have any merit to talking about the Earth being a globe or flat then? As if the horizon has to be at the midline of your vision.
That has been made that it rises to eye level.
Okay, fair. Okay, so it's a bunk claim. It's a stupid claim. Do we both agree? Yeah, we both agree. Okay, perfect. So now that we know it doesn't prove the Earth's not flat, what do you do?
Then the photo that does show the Earth curving was just dismissed as, oh, that's fake.
What Earth curving? That photo that you showed where the horizon was lower than the crosshairs that you put?
No, not that one.
Okay, then where's the one we're showing it's curving?
One that had what's his name, Bislin's calculator overlaid.
That's
I can
wait
I can
a
send
minute,
you
dude.
the-
Are you basically go ahead? But are you basically having an image where you can't see the bottom of it, and then you're doing like a blink test, or this bottom is sunk under a horizon line, and you think that because you can't see the bottom that you're looking at curvature? That's not showing curvature.
No, it's
dude.
because you can see it from side to side.
Side to side. Oh, all right. Yeah, post that.
How much curve are you claiming to see from side to side? Do you have a number?
Not very much.
So it's just like it looks curved, it must be curved, but with no data to go with it.
Yeah, it's a 3-degree dip angle.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be bogus nothing. What? Dude, you just sent me the same image you were talking about earlier.
No, the image that I was talking about earlier was this one.
All right, you must have done it accidentally.
Oh, that's
no, you
the same
posted
way.
the same thing.
I just
Yeah.
posted the same thing. No, that's not what I meant. I forgot to copy the correct image. That's
No worries.
That's the photo.
Holy crap, dude! That's not a photo. Are you telling me this is an overlay on an actual photo?
Yeah, the second one that I posted is an overlay. The first one is a photo taken with an app that does the overlay.
Holy crap. One X iPhone camera? Holy crap. You think an iPhone doesn't have barrel distortion because you just put on fisheye?
What barrel does an iPhone camera have?
What, dude? All it says is 1X iPhone camera. What does that mean? The first iPhone?
No, it means that it's not zoomed in or distorted or anything.
Yeah, which phone? Which iPhone?
I don't know.
Well, then who cares? You can't even go to the particulars of the lens.
Well, it's an iPhone camera. There's
Okay, how about I post my picture from the side of a plane showing the wing and an upward curved horizon. So I have a picture of an upward curved horizon. You have a picture of a downward curved horizon. Who's correct?
Right, I also have a photo of a downward curved horizon of my own. Let me see.
Hey, Grumman, are these pictures pictures you're posting gonna be authentic?
Something that I've used before, and then people are always like, "Why is the wing curving up and stuff?" And it's like, I mean, that's how that airplane is designed.
Oh yeah.
Really interesting, like the 777 or 787.
I don't know, dude. There's no way to even validate this is even a photo, dude. So I don't even know what you're doing here. But whatever. I will save it. Let me save it here. $43,000 feet. Okay. Oh, at 43,000 feet, the distance to the horizon is a certain distance, right? Whatever it is, correct? Let's just call it one horizon distance. Okay, makes sense. Now, if you're on a ball and the horizon's a curve, then that means the horizon is the same distance, 360 degrees around you, correct? Not only that, but it's the same angle. From your altitude down, it's the same angle, 360 degrees around. So it's the same angle and the same distance. So where's the curvature information coming from to be rendered in the image? Think about it. In order for that curved line in your image to be the curve of the Earth, then the left and right have to be either a further distance or a shorter distance, or a bigger angle or a lesser angle. So that would mean that what you're looking at is changing distances and changing angles. How's that happening if the Earth's a ball? You know what's interesting about a flat thing is that to the corners is a diagonal distance that's greater than the center distance. You can't get that on a sphere, dude. So we got a problem here. So my question is, in your image, the curve is higher in the center and it's down in the left and the right. So which portion is longer? Like which way? When you look left, is the Earth longer, or when you look right, is the Earth longer, or when you look straight ahead, is the Earth longer? Which one?
I would say left or right.
Why? Well, let me ask you this question. It's to ask of a glober, because the glober is claiming that this arc represents you're on a sphere, but it's the same distance and it's the same drop angle. So that curve is the same distance and the same drop angle. And if the z-axis in the distance and the y-axis up and down is compounded on the same axis in the two-dimensional image, which it is, then what's going on? How are you getting a curve at all? Wouldn't it have to be more of an angle to the left and to the right?
Wouldn't images on the left side also be tilted away from the images on the right side if that was Earth curve?
Well, we still got a problem that it's the same drop angle. Same drop angle, same distance. So if you're looking straight ahead and a same drop angle and the same distance causes the quote unquote alleged curve of the Earth to be rendered high in the image, then why is it not causing the quote unquote curve of the Earth to being rendered in the same height on the left and the right?
Why?
What's that?
I said, I'm asking why. What's the answer?
Oh, because it's optical curve, not physical curve. That's why.
That's what I was gonna say. I knew it. I knew it. Damn fisheye lens.
I bet the CIA invented the fisheye lens too.
But if you're above the Earth and the horizon is a circle, okay, that circle, the bounds of that circle is the same distance, same radius all the way around you, and the same drop angle. So if a portion of it's coming in at you and it renders at a certain height in your field of view, then the rest should as well, because it's the same. So pick any point on that line. Just look at the image he posted. Well, wait a minute. Did you guys see the image he posted? Let me post it.
Yeah, we saw it.
This one, and he posted this one here.
Yeah, we saw those. The second
Okay,
one is
so put your finger on any point on that apparent curved line that he's claiming is a curved line. Pick any point. Put your finger there. Once you got it locked in, tell me what the distance and the drop angle is. Someone already posted the distance. We'll just use 3 degrees for the drop angle. So -3 for the drop angle at 13,000 meters. Okay, you got it? 13,000 meters, 3 degrees drop. Now pick a different point. It's the same, 13,000, 3 degrees drop. Okay, so if you picked a different spot, why is it not rendered in the same position if the values from the one rendered it at a certain point in your field of view? Why are the rest of them not rendered the same? Because all the light's coming in from those points at the same distance and the same angles. You know, there's a thing out there that people think there's distortion-free lenses, and that's not true. Lenses just manage the distortions in different ways. So they preserve one quality at the expense of another, like rectilinear lenses. People say, oh, rectilinear lenses are distortion-free. Well, that's not true. In fact, if you go to an actual camera website, an actual photography website, you know, not somebody's blog or some Wikipedia article, they'll actually explain it to you. Funny enough, the way that the rectilinear lens works on preserving the distortion, if you had a dark, let's just say a green bottom half of a page and a red top half of the page, in the far field, the further you get away from the origin, from the center of the image, the red and the green would separate because the values increase on the y-axis as you get further away from zero. So if you actually did that and looked at it again, it would look like a curve. Kind of weird like that. So in other words, the far left and far right side of the image would look curved. And since that's how they work, and we know that, then you would expect something that's a straight line to look curved. So funnily enough, and this is weird, the globers at this altitude should expect even if the Earth was a globe. You got to get a lot further away from the surface for those angular relationships to change to where you're going to have discernible curvature information. Well, it's too bad Grumman boy didn't stick around to tell me how he's getting curvature information from the same angle and the same distance, no matter which way you look. All right, friends, go back to that image where you put your finger. Now, if you spin your head, what's happening over on the left is all of a sudden going to be in the center of the vision. It's going to be high in the frame again. What caused what's on the left to come up high in the frame? If it already was at the same drop angle and the same distance, what changed? Very interesting, huh? What's funny, dude, is that a Glover said that even the ISS shouldn't see curve. He was actually a planetarium director.
I just want to get a read from the room. Like 10 of us believe it's flat, 5 of us don't. I just
Why does that matter?
Going for a consensus.
I don't know.
So let's go down the list. The YouTube bots, I don't know what they believe because they don't have minds. 20 Cups is a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Jesus Christ, obviously he's a flat earther. Kingsley, yes, flat earther. Marcus, unknown. Matrix, positive. Matthew, definitely not. Well, he's a hidden flat earther. He knows it's flat. Just won't admit it to himself. We got the Muses bot. We got currently a flat earther unless we play Goldberg or stuff. Relay Criterion, flat earther. Sham. I don't know what your status is, Sham. SpaceX.
I believe it's flat. I can't prove it, but I believe it's flat.
You can't prove it.
Not.
Dude, why can't you prove it?
Maybe you're a much kinder audience that I used to have, but I don't know. I've been in Hangouts and people don't agree with you and your brand.
Yeah, but hold on. Those are two different things. Whether they don't agree with you, that's one thing. Whether you can prove it, that's another thing. Proof doesn't matter if they agree or not.
I worked with satellites a bit, and I know we got images that are basically black with different depths, and we got to color them.
We got images that are flat. What does that mean?
No. They were much smaller. There were images of the Middle East, and basically we were doing studies on the River Nile, and the images came fully black, and we had to they say. They said, what did they call it? Like adjust the data, which is literally we color them. So I know there's a lot of fake data given because we only have a black image with different depths, and the deepest black is the river. You get how editable that is. So I know that there's a lot of room for people to play with data.
Yeah. I mean, but pictures wouldn't prove anything unless those pictures are somehow like verifiable. Like I could show you a picture of like Santa Claus, right? There's lots of pictures of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
But how do we verify there's actually a Santa Claus?
I don't know, but I remember.
And that's just a guy in a Santa costume or whatever, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Are you from China?
No, I'm not from China.
Oh, you think that's the Avatar?
That's from the movie Kill Bill. Ever seen it? I don't think you're old enough to watch it. I don't think Lime was old enough to watch Kill Bill without parental supervision. But anyway, the only way you can prove what the Earth is measurement. You got to measure it. You can't just fucking look at it. Looking at it isn't good enough. Like you wouldn't like take a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Build it and take a photograph of it and go, look, man, this house is a square or a cube or something. That wouldn't prove the house is a cube. You'd have to go like take a tape measure and measure it, right? The house.
That'd be hard to do.
Well, that's the only way to prove what it is to measure it, right?
Yeah.
The photograph wouldn't do it.
Yes, you got that right. Perspectives.
Okay, so that's what we're concerned with. We're not concerned of people claiming the Earth looks like that or looks like this, because we could just say the same thing. Hey, I took a picture from the Bolivian salt flats and the Earth looked flat. I mean, so what? I mean, it doesn't matter. So what you can do is you can measure the Earth is supposed to curve, basically, right?
So it's a curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So if the Earth isn't doing that, then it's not a ball. At least not a ball the size they say it is.
I mean, the model of the ball doesn't work with 7 heavens and 7 earths. It just doesn't work.
The model of the ball don't work at all anyway. works in people's minds, because that's the only place where it exists. It exists in the mind only. It doesn't exist out there in nature. That's really what we try to tell people is that, you can think Earth's a ball, you can think it's whatever you want, but eventually you have to go out into nature, into the natural world, right, and demonstrate that, whatever that ball or shape is supposed to be, that's what it actually is out there, not on a piece of paper.
But if you think about it, that means Galileo was wrong, and he was the only one who was wrong. Like there existed a time where the majority believed it was flat.
Galileo thought comets were optical illusions.
Can you say that again?
Galileo thought that comets were optical illusions.
Okay, so he was
obviously wrong. He was wrong about a lot of things.
Interesting. I remember the beginning of a scientific thinking course.
Well, they tested a lot of some stuff he did, right? They tested like the rotation of the Earth, like at Galileo's time. The way we hear it now is like everybody just believed it, and they were like, "Oh my God, Galileo, you're so smart." But people at the time of his time didn't buy it, and they did things to prove him wrong. And they didn't prove him wrong. Like, you know what they did? They took like a cannon, and they stuck it like in the back of a wagon, and they would shoot it straight up in the air, and a cannonball would land back into the freaking cannon. Now, if the Earth is spinning, how's that possible?
Good point.
So they like all sorts of these tests were done. This is back during Galileo's time. So the thing about the globe Earth thing is that like the only thing you'll hear about are the things that work. But there's lots of things that don't work, but you'll never hear about them. The only way you're going to hear about them is if you're in here, because you're going to hear them from us, right? The globe is like a used car. Oh, I want to buy a car. Well, here's a car. The engine's good. The tires are awesome, brand new tires. And the stereo's mint, mint, mint. What they don't tell you is the brakes are failing. The clutch is gone. There's a hole in the gas tank, right? They don't tell you all that stuff. They only tell you stuff that works. That's what the globe is like. They tell you the stuff that works, and the stuff that don't work, you don't even know it exists.
Yeah, at some point. But why do you think governments and like scientific institutions wouldn't admit that, or do you think they don't?
They don't know any, because they don't know. They don't know any better.
Wow.
Think of any scientist. Which one do you think, out of any scientist that you can think of, actually tested whether the Earth is a globe or not? Actually went out and did an experiment.
It's such a primitive idea. You wouldn't actually think of that every day, but I would point.
Okay, yeah. So you answered your own question. Why do they think this? Is because they think it's already been figured out and they don't need to test it.
Yeah. If you get your point.
Yeah, I don't need to test that. Somebody else figured it out. They'll say ships over the horizon, air dots, and these all the, the stuff from 2,000 years ago. But if you actually analyze what they're saying carefully, right? So ships over the horizon. Okay. What does that mean? Ships. Ship sails away. It disappears hull first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it disappears because it went over the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you actually analyze that a little closer, you'll find out that the horizon moves around. So one day you'll go out and it'll be 5 miles away. Another day you'll go out and it'll be 3 miles away. Another day you'll go out and be 30 miles away. So when you see the ship disappear and the horizon is not actually a fixed location, what's the ship disappearing behind? An optical illusion? An Earth that's changing in size? Because how can it be the curvature of the Earth if it's changing? Is the curve changing?
No. Someone told me that that's the projectile of your eye, and that light can bend, and that's why it happens. Like you see the curvature because of gravity, not because it exists.
No, I'm talking about the horizon. You know what horizon is?
Yeah, it's like the end of your sight.
Yeah, it's the end of your sight, but people think that's where the curve starts, the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, and that person was trying to explain that that curvature exists because you see.
That's not curvature of the Earth, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It can't be. And I told you why. Because it moves around.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the curve of the Earth and it moves around, does the curve move around?
No. Yeah.
Okay, so we know that's not possible. So that can't be it. It can't be the curve of the Earth. Because we can observe the horizon being 10 times too far. We can observe it being 10 times too close. Because the globe Earth model makes a prediction of where the horizon should be. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So however many feet high you are, you take the square root of that, you multiply it times 1.22 in miles, and then you'll have the horizon distance, what it's supposed to be. But you'll never actually see it there. You'll see it everywhere but there. You'll see it 10 times farther away.
That's interesting.
I'll show you. I'll show you right now. I'll show you these oil rigs, right? So these oil rigs, they're 10 miles away from the camera. Just give me a second to pull it up.
Take your time.
Yeah.
I had a friend though. He made a statement that I don't find too extreme. I'm not sure what to believe at this point, but he told me.
So just hold that up for 1 second. We'll get in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So this camera is 8 feet above the ocean water. Now the globe Earth says that the horizon from 8 feet should be like 6 kilometers away, something like that. 8 feet is like 1.6 meters. Okay.
That's not 6 kilometers. I think that's a bit.
The furthest oil rig is like 16 kilometers away.
Mm-hmm.
The horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Now, if you look closely at this video, you can actually see land beyond the oil rigs. Okay, where the horizon is. That land is 30 miles away, which is about, 48 kilometers or something. So the horizon is like nearly 48 kilometers away, but it's only supposed to be, not even 4 kilometers away. So why is the horizon so far away? That's where the curve of the Earth is supposed to start, like you were saying, right? This is what people think. But the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. Horizon is created visually by a small angle of view and the meteorological condition, whatever that is, depending how dusty, how much water vapor, how clear the air is, the humidity, the temperature, all these things they create the horizon, the combination of all these things.
Yeah, I see your point.
So I'm just saying is if you take an average scientist, right, and they think, oh, is the Earth the globe? They go, okay, ships over the horizon. They might see a video and they go, oh shit, yeah, that's the curve of the Earth. And they're just taking it at first glance, just saying, hey, it's curve of the Earth. I don't have to investigate any farther. I saw that video. I know the Earth's the globe. I saw that. But they never investigated whether the claim that the horizon is the curve in the first place, whether that's true. And it's not true. That's the thing. So that's just one example of why they don't investigate. I've talked to PhDs, and Matthew Lawrence, who's in here, he ain't a PhD, but he teaches at university. He's a professor.
Okay.
So, like, we talk to academics, scientists, you name it. We talk to people, and typically, invariably, and Matthew can confirm this, they don't actually know anything about. They don't know anything about this subject. They don't know anything.
I agree.
Go ahead. What was that, Matt?
That's true. I agree. They don't know much about the flat Earth or the globe Earth ideas. I did my own research, but most people don't.
Yeah, Matt is yeah, I'll give Matt credit. He's actually put some work in. He didn't just like ChatGPT his way through this shit. So, credit for that.
I'm sorry, I was cut off. You said you talked to scientists and
yeah. Matthew learns. He teaches at he teaches mathematics course at university.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
And
he's just confirming that most.
I teach. Yeah, I teach mathematics part time at a local university. And I'm a Glober.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought like physics and math people would figure it out first.
They could.
Yeah.
But like you said, most people just think, oh, it's an old idea. I don't need to investigate it.
Probably.
They just automatically believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think, well, if everybody believes it, then there must be a good reason to believe it. So I'm going to just believe it too. They never really thought about it at all.
I don't think this is up to democracy. Like, you should prove that shit.
I agree.
But I had a friend that he told me you would disrupt a lot in the system. And I asked him how so. And he said to agree that it's a flat earth, that means that, which I didn't know, like I didn't understand why he made that connections. But he said that means that we're not revolving around the sun, and like the planets will be revolving around the earth, and also discredits the moon landing. And he kept, like, he jumped from one point to another, and I did not understand why is that related. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, there's consequences to saying that the Earth is flat, because now it's not a sphere and it doesn't spin on its axis, and it's going around the sun, and the moon is in orbit around the sun. It changes the whole cosmology.
Yes, he referenced that before Galileo, it was not a heliocentric design. Actually, the Earth was the center of the design, and you have the sun on, like.
Well, to be fair, so hold on. To be fair, okay, you're talking about the West, okay, but you're not talking about the world. So the world did not think the Earth was a globe. So it started in Greece. So some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe, okay, and then as time progressed, some Persians and some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe, and then that kind of permeated through Europe. But the rest of the world thought the Earth was flat until the West, people from the West, went to their countries and, I'll be nice and say they introduced it. Though they introduced it with cannonballs and fucking gunpowder.
Yeah. Shared it.
It's one way of progress, but yeah.
They painted up the cannonballs with globes and then shot it through their teepees or whatever.
It's interesting. I wish I understood more about that kind of science. But I know this. I'm a developer. I do a lot of coding, and I know that Google used to, much like airplane systems, they used to have a 2D system. So they didn't use any kind of I don't know. Like, you can see a linear Earth, and they used to like map their systems based on that. And I think
still do.
Matthew can correct me here, but this is just the difference between the Cartesian and the polar methods. Like, there's equation to convert that globe kind of map into a flat map. There is no problem with that. Like it's another perspective as far as math concerned. Is that right?
Yeah, we know all that. We know that the map is just an arbitrary coordinate reference system. Doesn't mean anything. We choose Cartesian coordinates. Now the Google Earth uses the web. It's called the Web Mercator. So it's a Mercator map, which makes the Earth like a cylinder. So Google Earth's a cylinder that's wrapped on a ball. Got it? So,
yeah.
It's just the way it is, right? So you know this from video games, right? You could take any like little 2D fucking image and wrap it on any wireframe 3D model that you want, right? You just project it and wrap it around there.
Exactly.
So it doesn't, none of that crap. Like, but people, what we get a lot of is like, hey, dude, if I look at Flight Aware 24 and it shows a plane flight, the plane's path is curved, so the Earth has to be a ball. Like, no, you're looking at a Mercator map, and if you put a straight line on that, it's going to appear curved. If it's traversing the coordinate system that they chose, this dual pole coordinate system, right? When you do that transformation, the geometric transformation, that's the way the line's going to look. And then I have to show them, right, a polar coordinate system, literally from pilots in the cockpit of an airplane, that shows that they're taking a straight line, right? So in that projection, it's a straight line. You switch it to Mercator projection, it looks curved. But they think the plane is actually flying a curved line. They take that idea, right, that mathematical construct, and they reify it and think that that's what's happening in the real world, right? As opposed to just having like arbitrary coordinates assigned to places. Well, they're not arbitrary; they're based upon the celestial sphere. But you know what I mean. That like that shit is not real. There is no objectively true map. There's only choices of coordinates. That's it. And you can place things relative to some other thing following some rule, and that's all you can really do.
But I'm sorry, can I like highlight a phrase you just said? There's objectively no true map?
No. This is called the map territory problem. You ever hear this?
No.
The map is not the territory. To make 100% accurate map, that map would be as big as the territory you're making the map of. Right?
Oh, you don't need a carbon copy.
Well, I'm just saying, it's got, like, no map can be absolutely true, because you're going to pick and choose the things that are important to include in the map, and things which need to be, you choose things that you have to throw away that can't be displayed on the map. So we'll take a map, right, and then like, now how you want to take it this way, for instance. Now, say I have 2 points on a map, and we have topography like a mountain.
Yeah.
Now, how far away are those 2 points? Well, I could drive over the surface and drive up one side of the mountain and down the other. And if I was going to put that on a flat map, how am I going to show that distance? But then there's the crow's fly distance of how far away those points are, as to how far the crow would fly. And then there's the distance to what it would look like if I was like taking a photograph of it. Okay, projecting to a point. So you would have a central projection with parallel lines, or you could have a single a 1 point observer perspective, like taking a photograph. And then how I make that map, like how I display those distances, is going to be different for each one, right? So you're arbitrarily choosing how you want to display the map based upon what you want to show. But none of those maps are wrong, and none of those maps are true. They're correct for their purpose, but they're not correct for all purposes. You understand?
Yeah, like you can have a right map, but it's not as accurate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to throw out, like, if you don't want to display the topography, like the actual ground distance, the surface area, right? If the ground is lumpy, you're going to have more surface area than if the ground is smooth. But my map, my piece of paper is smooth. So how am I going to show the ground distance, the actual surface area of the terrain, and how far you would actually have to travel if you walked or drove a car? Because you're going to walk according to the, say you have to go up and down hills. It'd be different if I was walking, like, say there's, like I said, a mile between points and it's flat. That's just a mile. But if there's up and down hills, I might have to walk freaking 2 miles to move along that 1 mile, right? So we're choosing what we want to display. That's the point.
I see. And does it have to do anything with the moon landing?
Well, the moon landing is just bullshit. I don't even know what to say about that. Hold on, Ray. Should I bring it up? Should I bring up the fucking Greenpeace?
Yeah, I mean, get the lights out in the shadows. I mean, the only real relevance I can
did you
see
hear
is
that earlier, Jedi?
No,
why they couldn't do the tapes anymore? The moon tapes. Why they had to tape over them and they lost all the moon tape? Oh, because they couldn't. Because to make the tapes, they had to hunt whales.
What the fuck?
Because the material, like some substance, came from whales to make the tapes. So they banned whaling.
Oh God.
So
okay.
the moon. So Greenpeace is the reason we don't have the evidence of the moon.
That's fucking brilliant. Oh wow.
And the thing is, I'm not joking. I'm actually being serious.
I know you're not. I know
I can't wait to drop this on a normie, dude. I'm like, man, the moon landing's fucked up, man.
Hey,
they lost all those tapes and the evidence, and it's fucking Greenpeace's fault. And they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. Like, Greenpeace? What's Greenpeace got to do with the moon landing? Well, let me tell you something. Yeah. So they lost all the moon landing tapes. You know that, right?
The one that was
all the tapes.
I know there was a case that was advertised on TV where
3,600 boxes of tapes gone.
Oh, tapes. Okay.
Tapes. So like all the recordings, the evidence, the proof they went to the moon, the dog ate it.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. You can go read the NASA report on like what happened to the tapes. Oh, we just lost them. We taped over them. We did this. We did that. We threw them away. We lost them in the couch. The dog ate it.
It's all the stuff with all the computer readouts that are recorded, all of the telemetry data, right? All of this stuff that was recorded on tape. It's gone.
Magnetic tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's according to IBM, they're still considered the most lifelong or like long-lasting form of storage so far, and I don't.
Not if you can't find them.
Or tape over them.
Yeah, but I was done when I heard about the case, like the court case from I think it was the guy was from Texas and he was the congressman and he was killed and his wife and a lot of people in the case, and I was like, okay, this is enough evidence for me.
Oh, the NASA guy. I know what you're talking about. The one that was investigating Gus Grissom's murder.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember the names.
Yeah,
but I know
that's what it is.
Yeah.
He was murdered for investigating a murder.
Mm-hmm.
Which shows you where the rocket actually went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would prove the moon landings happened. They lost it. That's what they say. They lost it. They taped over it. They lost it. It's gone.
I remember we were invited to a conference once, and we were watching drones race or like having a challenge of who can. They were not drones. They were like RC cars, yeah, and they were challenged to run for 1 kilometer on the surface of the moon, and I was like, how come? Like, how can you get the RC cars there? And if you check the project with the font of a size 4, I guess, because you have to squint to see such font, it says that the space conditions and moon conditions are recreated on Antarctica. So this is all on Earth, but with the smallest font, with the biggest headline, 1 kilometer race on the moon. You see how deceiving that is?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's all propaganda and bullshit to keep the narrative alive and in people's minds.
But I get it. Like I get why they had to fake a moon landing. It was a space race between the Russian, Soviet Russia. You don't want to appear as like less. You want to be the more advanced country. I get that, and we did reap the benefits a lot. Like a lot of internet technologies came from that space project. I have to admit that because like
the internet came from DARPA. Didn't have nothing to do with space. It had to do with the Cold War and not wanting communications to have a single point of failure. But what you said about the United States, we got the documents, bro. So when NASA was formed, they said the classified documents on what their motivation for forming NASA are public information now. They said that they just wanted the rest of the world to think that we were technologically superior so that no one would attack us.
Mm-hmm.
So Yoder, he's a flat earther. He's one of us. I don't know. It might be in my DMs. He might have sent them to me. But he's got the actual documents that show it. What they said at the time. They used to be classified. They're not anymore. They said that it's basically a psychological operation to project power and the idea of technological superiority so that no one will rise up against us as a competitor. Basically,
Hasn't President Trump moved that agenda along recently? Saying that NASA's like a spy and surveillance agency and a few other things.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But still, they have like I understand why this is happening. Like this, I consider this some kind of political scheme, right? But when it comes to flat Earth, like what do you benefit from it?
I'll tell you.
The lie. Like what do you benefit here?
Oh, what do you benefit about the lie? I don't know. There's lots of things, dude. Right.
Do you think if we knew, we would tell you? We'd be freaking in on the grift, dude. What are you talking about? Getting my money.
I don't know, man. I had a friend, and he was like the very same friend that was making the link with the moon landing and the with Earth being in the center and stuff like that. He said the same bullshit is happening with genetics, and I told him how come, and he was like the idea of us evolving from the apes and stuff like that. And I said there's a lot of scientific papers written based on that, and he was like, yeah, I can write a paper opposing that, and I can find people to endorse it. That's no problem. But he told me as a religious or like he follows the Abrahamic faith. So he tells me the Abrahamic faith has a start. There is Adam, there's Eve, and this is how humanity started. So you have kind of an alternative story, a fake one. And still I asked him why, like who would benefit from that? And I'm not sure at this point. I believe him. I don't believe it started from the
Okay, I'll tell you, dude.
The idea of God.
Yeah. So your friend, assuming it was a friend,
no, he is.
Well, listen, he has a point, right? So the current cosmology, they have a creation story, right? How reality was created. Does the Bible? Yes. Right?
Still there?
They say the Big Bang created everything. They have a story how man was created. The Bible says God formed Adam out of the dust of the earth, and their creation story is man arose by evolution from a black fucking goo slime pond that got struck by lightning or some shit.
I'm sorry. I was cut off. You said your friend, and as I said, he means well. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, what I said
you missed
was
the majority of what you said, though.
Yeah, so I'll start from the beginning. They have a creation story in the modern so-called science. The Big Bang.
Yeah.
That created the universe. Just like in the Bible, God created the universe. In the beginning, the Lord God said, "Let there be light." Yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, right? So,
yeah,
they have a creation story. The science have a creation of man story. How man was created. Yeah, we evolved from apes. Right. And in the Bible creation story, God created man out of the dust of the earth. Right? So they both got that.
Okay.
Okay, so the claims of the Bible, can you figure them out yourself, or do you have to rely on priests and prophets? Yeah, right. You get like in the Bible is prophets that tell you the word of God, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who tells you the Earth is a globe? Can you do that yourself, or do you got to rely on other people?
Mostly.
You got to rely on astronauts.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that claim they've seen the Earth as a globe, right? Everybody else is just believing on them. So it's the same thing, right? There's these special people. They have the special knowledge you don't, and you can't get it. It's the same thing. It's all the same, right? And as far as like why would people want you to believe that nonsense? Is you got to think of where it leads to. It leads to freaking nihilism and solipsism, that life has no meaning, and that you're a small speck of dust on an infinite, uncaring universe, right? And on top of that, you have to believe this other thing, which is particularly insidious. And I harp on this a lot because I think it's very fucking important. That you have to believe your entire experience of reality is an illusion. So when you go to the ocean and you observe the Earth to be flat, that's an illusion. It's actually a giant fucking ball. And you can't see the giant ball. You only see something flat. But that's not the way reality really is. It's some other way. So you can't rely on your eyes to determine where you are. And then they say the Earth is spinning. The sun's not moving. You're moving. The stars aren't moving. You're moving. The moon's not moving. You're moving. So now reality is exactly the opposite of what you see.
Exactly.
You can't trust that either. So what do you trust? That you can't trust yourself and trust your senses. So you get the drift. So let me tell you something that happened for real 2 days ago. Kid came in here. He said, "Give me a credible source that the Earth is flat." I said, "You." He said, No. What do you mean me? I said, "Oh, well, if you go to the ocean looks flat, right?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, yeah, you're your credible source." He was like, "No, I'm not a credible source." He literally just started throwing his own self under the bus so that I could give him some other person to tell him what reality was. That he couldn't rely on himself to figure out what it was. That he needed to go, "Hey, I don't know anything. I need some fucking someone smarter than me to tell me what everything's about."
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's the purpose. Is to freaking basically turn you into a mental fucking slave.
Interesting. I mean, my friend got there in a different route, but he got to the kind of the same conclusion. He was like, they're creating, and I'm not sure who are they, but he said they're creating systems that are fully fake, and you get lost in them, and you're very far from reality.
They're telling you reality's fake. I mean, people say to us, "Well, you guys think gravity's fake?" They're literally saying the reality's fake. I go to the ocean. I go to any ocean or large body of water go to. It's flat on its surface. It looks flat. It's measured as flat. It's used as flat. But all that is fake. That it's actually a big ball. Why? Because some fucking special astronaut said they saw the Earth as a ball when they got on a giant fucking Roman candle and flew really high in the air. And then, trust me, bro, I saw a big ball. Or I can just rely on myself and go, "Well, I didn't see a big ball. I have no reason to fucking trust your bullshit. You're a fucking government agent. You're in the military, sworn to whatever they want to swear you to. And no."
I don't have to believe that bullshit story.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
So that's what people get confused, as if they're being forced to believe that the Earth is a globe, and people say, "Oh, who's hiding the flat Earth?" It's not being hidden. It's right out there in front of your face. You choose individually to go, I don't believe. I want to believe something else. Someone said the Earth is a globe. I see it flat. I don't care about that. I want to believe what this person said. Instead, they choose that. Maybe they chose it when they were a little kid, when they were 5 years old in kindergarten. They chose it then, and they never revisited the idea. But at some point in time, they chose it. They chose to believe that because they sure as hell weren't shown any evidence that it's true. No one showed you evidence in kindergarten the Earth is a globe. No one showed you in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, whatever grade. Nobody showed you anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking that perspective, they feed the other like the global idea is fed through movies, through schools, through everything. Like,
everywhere. It is everywhere.
That's the default, yeah.
So let me tell you this: when I first realized the Earth was flat, that was literally the first thing I noticed. Is to how much globe, astronaut, space, imagery, propaganda, stories, how much it was surrounding me. It's everywhere. It's like you can't get away from it no matter where you go. You turn the TV channel, go on the internet, read a book, go in the bookstore. It's everywhere. You're completely surrounded by it. And I never realized it before. It's like think about it like this. Say you're in a secular country, and then you go to a foreign country that's like really hardcore into some religion. And like they have like, say they're like Buddhist or something, and everywhere you go there's fucking little Buddhas everywhere, and mandalas and fucking prayer bowls and all the stuff that goes with that religion, and it's everywhere, surrounding you everywhere. Of course you're going to notice because you're from another country. You're not used to seeing that. So I'm from America. I'm used to seeing like globe stuff and all that all around me, and I never noticed until I realized all that was nonsense. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm underwater in this stuff.
It's like in
bro,
that movie.
I walk by a van.
Puts the glasses on.
Yeah, exactly, Matrix. Exactly. It's like freaking They Live, man. And like, I go by like a place. It's a plumbing store, and it's like Global Plumbing. What the fuck does plumbing have to do with a globe?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? It's like people use it in advertising because they think, oh my God, people. Well, oh, I know what we can do. I want people to think that we're modern and high tech. So we'll throw a globe on the side of the van. We'll call ourselves Global Plumbing, and people will fucking call off the hook, dude. It's like advertising.
But it's synonymous. Like they can call themselves international and will give the same idea. They don't have to use the globe.
They can call themselves quantum too. They can call quantum plumbing, right?
You'd be surprised people do that.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I brought it up. So they could call it scientific plumbing, right? They could call it any number of stupid shit that's like that's in modern society.
Mm-hmm.
Evolutionary plumbing, that would be cool. How about dino plumbing? Plumbing dinosaurs. Freaking.
Everything has an AI tag these days.
It's never referred to as Earth either. It's always referred to as a globe.
Yeah. Not Earth warming, global warming. Around the globe. Yeah. The global community.
Global warming, yes. I did not realize that.
It's the global village about 10, 15 years ago.
Dang.
Everything's branding these days, right? They want to sell it to you. It will sound cool. It might even sound in these instances with scientific, like it's comes from some type of authority, because they can slap words around it. Even with like the letter I, like these days we get sold a lot of things, right? We get sold this dream. But yeah, the propaganda tools everywhere.
True. I used to believe in scientific papers, but I know that they're not all accurate. Like
they contradict each other and have different ideas.
Exactly. You can easily find papers that are canceling each other.
I mean, modern science is in crisis. I think everybody knows that. It's falling apart. The wheels are coming off that wagon.
I think people who got to like go through further studies realize that, but mostly, like the most people would believe modern science still. Like they don't know how much, like how credible the papers are or not. They think this is a product.
Well, hey, let me tell you, what was the last great actual scientific achievement? An actual one. The last great scientific discovery. When was that?
It's very specific though, because I used to check the history of Nobel Prize for Science specifically, and there's stuff like.
I mean, like fundamental shit, dude. Like fundamental physics.
No, nothing that big. I think you go back to Einstein being like discovering the photons and proving radiation.
Well, think about this: is that science kind of got solidified, like frozen, in between like 1908 and 1928. Like all the ideas, quantum physics, relativity, special relativity, all these ideas, they come from that like a time period. That time period. And since that time period, and they came up with those ideas, there's been almost no actual progress in fundamental physics. Now they've added freaking bells and whistles to the standard model and, you know, bullshit that no one cares about. But they don't know, which is the standard model is probably fucking wrong. And I could go into why it's wrong. The standard model of particle physics is because there's a value that from which all that is calculated, and that value is unknown and not actually correct. And they actually cheated to even have a value. It's called the G. It's called the G factor, and it's based upon what's called Larimer precession. Larimer is a guy, so the guy detected that just like the precession they say of the Earth, right? That the Earth wobbles. They say that electrons wobble, and this is kind of how nuclear magnetic resonance imaging works. So based upon this wobble, it has a certain energy. And if that energy has one value, then that for the standard model to be correct, this has to have a certain value within some range. And the thing is, they know this, and they've been fudging that value for fucking 60, 70 years. It's a very hard value to calculate. So what's happened is they did the test to find the value. And then that test revealed that their calculation and that value did not match. So because it's like a, like a 12-order polynomial equation, and this is pre-computers, then they have to calculate. So they calculate another polynomial, and then they have another value. Then they do the experiment, and that's wrong. Well, first it's right, and then it's wrong. It's very funny. But the thing is, well, there's a guy named Freeman Dyson. He was a famous physicist at Princeton. He was so aggravated by what they were doing in physics is that he quit. He quit physics and went to be an astronomer. Okay. So it was highly controversial at the time, but it's something that's forgotten about now. Things like neutrinos, like there's all sorts of shit that are wrong. But the point is that the fundamental physics, it hasn't progressed any. We're still stuck in ideas from the 20s. 100 years ago, we're stuck in those. And are we going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, because they're right? Do you think they're going to still say they're right in 500 years? Like 500 years from now, they're like, oh, yeah. 20th century, they fucking figured it all out, man. What a good century.
No,
No, they're not going to say that. They're going to say those dudes were fucking retards. Just like we say people are retards from 500 years before us, right?
I mean,
You got to think, dude, that everything you think you know is true right now is probably wrong.
But I believe that like some of the Middle Ages were they had some decent discoveries. If you go back to Plato, Aristotle, they had a functioning model.
What? Functioning model of what? What did Plato and Aristotle have a model of? They were philosophers. If you're talking about like a globe model, that was Eratosthenes, and they used something called epicycles. Or not Eratosthenes, Ptolemy. But that's not important. Just because you have a working model, we just talked about this, reifying the mathematics and saying the mathematics is real. That's a reification fallacy. And yeah, that's no-go.
Yeah. I actually heard the same argument about the theory of relativity because it works at some point and other points it doesn't. And that doesn't work mostly in like science. That's not how it should go. But you seem to be like you know more about the topic, and I have a final question. I watched the documentary on Netflix that tried to prove it was flat. You remember that? Okay.
Yes, we're well aware of it.
Why didn't it work? That magnet they got at the end, or I can't remember what kind of device.
The fiber optic gyro.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about? There was two things. There was Jeranism, and he did. There's supposed to be a laser test. The laser melted, so they used the flashlight because they had like 100 people there. They didn't want to just fucking do it for no reason. They didn't want the people to just completely waste their time. They're like, fuck it, we'll try it with a flashlight. And obviously it didn't work with a flashlight. It couldn't have worked, and probably wouldn't even have worked with a laser because it's too hard to actually accurately line up the holes. Think of how hard that is to line up holes that are like 1.6 kilometers apart, that are 8 inches around.
As long as the divergence rate of the light beam wasn't too big, they should have been able to do it with a laser, as long as it was strong enough to go that far.
Yeah.
Like if it was only a pissy little laser, then you just go, yeah, nah. But if it was one of those high-powered bastards that they're using to go across lakes and shit like that,
maybe. I mean, maybe, but you know.
And the gyro didn't work because.
Well, first of all, Bob, the person in that place, he never did the test. He never actually owned a gyro. It was other people. And the results he said they got are not what they got. He was misinformed. So that gyro was owned by a person named Rick Zimmerman. His name on YouTube was Seventh Day Truth Seeker. They nuked his channel during COVID because he spoke up against that shit. So they nuked his channel. So he's the person that actually owned it. It was a fiber optic gyro, cost about $7,000. And they never measured 15 degrees per hour, and they couldn't have done that because you would have to be at a pole to actually measure that. And I don't think he was at the North or South Pole. So the Netflix people that made that admitted that because there was flat earthers on there teaching their kids to be flat earthers, they felt a moral duty to basically turn it into a fucking hit piece.
Interesting, but doesn't the flat Earth model assume there's only one pole? Like if you have the North Pole, you don't have the South Pole.
There's no flat Earth model.
Yeah, there's no flat Earth, and the pole thing is just a reification, dude. You can freaking take New York City and say this is the North Pole and create a whole coordinate system based upon that.
Okay.
The pole is not the Earth. The pole is the stars. Understand?
Not really, but let me ask you this: if
Okay, well, what's it? How would you know you're at the North Pole?
with a compass?
Let's say you're lost, you don't know where you are, and you want to go to the North Pole. How do you know when you got there?
Wouldn't you test that with a compass?
No.
No.
It's not the same
come
thing.
on, there's a red and white candy cane in the middle of it. You know exactly when you're there. The
Yeah, when
pole's
you
gonna
find
be there.
Santa's workshop. Fucking jackpot.
The altitude of the sun doesn't change.
We're looking to get to the North Pole. There's a star called the Pole Star. Do you think that when we get to the North Pole, we'll know that we're there when we look up and Polaris is above our head?
Okay, so the South Pole doesn't mean that we are on the a line on the other side. It just means that we are on a star
Under
that
some
defines the
different
South Pole.
stars. Yeah, we're just under some different stars, dude.
Interesting. I did not see it that way.
Here, I got something for Santa's Widow Workshop.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, Matrix,
Thanks
look
for
at the chat.
explaining all of that. I mean, it's a lot clearer now.
Ah, very nice.
I had AI make this.
Santa must have delivered that to the wrong house.
New gun manufacturer, Santa's Workshop.
You'd have to name the gun Santa's Little Helper.
You got it.
All right. I think I should bounce. But
Okay, so listen, hey, just to tell you, this isn't our main server. This is kind of like a road trip thing we do. So our main server is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The invite is discord.gg/Flat Earth. We have information channels there in alphabetical order, A through Z, everything you could possibly imagine to think of has been covered there, right? So in the information channels, they're not chat channels. They're just information channels. So you can basically, they have videos to peer-reviewed sources. They have videos to academics. They have all sorts of shit, dude. Like, you have to see it. They cover every possible aspect of this topic and then some.
That'd be really cool. Flat Earth is just listen Flat Earth. Is it?
Yeah, one word. Yeah, one word. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
No capitals.
No capitals, no.
Okay.
Also, if you go into Discover, like server discovery, and type in Flat Earth, you'll get it. It's the one with the most people on it.
I found it.
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Perfect. I'm gonna check that out later.
All right. Good talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks a lot, man. Jedi too. Right.
See you around, buddy.
See you around.
Need more people like him.
Yeah, he was a good lad. Good questions. He's obviously been across the subject before and been speaking to his mate about it and whatnot, so I've obviously come in a little bit far into the conversation. But yeah, it seemed like a good
Yeah,
lad.
it's pretty much the same. Going over the same type of stuff. The someone I met thing. Someone I know.
Yeah.
When he first said that, Indio, that it was one of his friends, I just got this image of you lowering your head down so you could see over the top of your glasses, as if to say, "Yeah, right." And the reason I say that is I did the exact same thing myself. I was looking at one screen and like looking through my glasses, reading the text, and then I heard that, and I just looked at the other screen, tilted my head down, and it's like, yeah, nah, this is for you. Oh shit. He might be legit. He didn't lose his shit, so that's a good start.
I'm thinking about what's next. What's he gonna say next? You know, which way is this gonna go?
But you can tell the difference between the ones that are honest about it and that are sensible about it. Like, look at him. He was asking all sorts of random weird shit. It's not like he wasn't asking stuff that we've never heard before. He was asking all the usual weird stuff, and he was cool, calm, and collected the whole way through. Whereas others will ask weird stuff, and you can hear them giggling in the background and carrying on like idiots. And when they don't get the answer that they like, they have a flip out. He was pretty chill.
Yeah, I think he's listened to us before or something. I highly doubt it if he just came up with that out of nowhere. That it was organic. I don't really think so. Yeah, I don't know why people are all enamored by MIT people. Hold on, let me find the video. Dude's like, I got a 5-point frickin'. I graduated with a 4.0 average from MIT and I'm stupid. It's fucking funny, dude. Because the way MIT is structured is that if you're like failing the class or if you're not doing good, right, where you're going to get a C or a D, you can switch it to pass fail. You could switch your grade
in the middle, like while you're taking it.
Yes, and you can switch it to pass fail, and then if it's pass, that counts as like a 5.0 or 4.0 rather. Yeah, dude.
Oh,
Is this why we're ending up with doctors that use ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Probably.
Rusty P thinks we're trolling about the gas pressure gradient. Is that true, Rusty P? Is that what you think?
Depending on the picture that it was about, yes. There's no other way you can explain it without
you
trolling.
think they have a hard boundary? Is that your problem? Is that there's a hard boundary in their little atmosphere?
Yeah, I was just responding to a picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I look at the picture, the one that says how.
Yeah, how like gas pressure exists to a vacuum.
Yeah,
there's no.
It's not meant to be a freaking graphical simulation of a gas pressure gradient in space. It's just meant
even then
to get people to ask the question, how does it happen? To investigate.
Even then, it's still. It feels like a troll question because at this point everyone should.
How is it a troll question?
Because I think everyone should understand that there is no vacuum next to gas pressure. The question itself is kind of a
There's
dumb
no
question.
vacuum of outer space. Yes, I agree. There has to be a vacuum next to gas pressure. Has to exist.
Like it's
in the glow
like
model.
Vacuum, yeah. Like a vacuum is though is kind of arbitrary, like what we call a.
And why do we use? What is we using the word for?
It's kind of if you have a vacuum at home, is it like space?
This is like you're doing like a word context fallacy. We're not using it in that context.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, do you understand that if you go, like, if you increase in elevation, if you go up a mountain or something like that, that like the gas pressure reduces?
Yeah, we know that. Why is that?
And if you go higher and higher and higher and higher and stuff, Like you just have like a gradient.
Okay, cool. Does it reduce to zero?
Not to like 0 point something.
Does it? Well, when does it get to zero? Because if your argument is like there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers off, like when does it get to zero?
It doesn't have to go to 0. It doesn't ever get to
Oh,
0.
so it stops at some point, right?
No, it doesn't stop at some
No,
point.
the gradient
It's
stops.
the
It stops
gradient.
being a gradient at some point.
No, it doesn't.
So it goes to zero.
No, it does not.
Doesn't converge to zero at some point.
Not really, no. I don't think.
Well, you know how gradients work, right? You start with some number and then you have some other number and it slowly tapers off to that lower number. What's the lower bound?
I mean, it's just completely different when we talk about.
See, this is the problem with making that silly argument that if it goes down, why doesn't it just keep going down? Because eventually you have to get to zero or some arbitrarily low number that you have no evidence for. And then I go, okay, where's the container there? Well, you can place that container boundary wherever you want, but because the gas pressure has to go down and stop at some point.
It doesn't have to stop. It can fizzle out.
Into what?
Into nothing. There's just
yeah, exactly, nothing into absolute vacuum. Where's that?
Yeah, there doesn't have to be nothing at all, and there can still be some molecules that float around and shit. I just think,
but then there wouldn't be a vacuum. Even one molecule, if there was one molecule in a fucking light year of space, that's still a vacuum. That's still not a perfect vacuum.
Okay, but like who like you think that like a vacuum means only that there's completely nothing there? What scientist is actually like, or like who, like Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever, is saying that there is absolutely nothing in space, like completely nothing?
Well, who cares what he says, because they make illogical, inconsistent, and contradictory arguments. Okay, they say there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers down to some low value.
Yes,
but
exactly.
Yeah, great, and that proves that space exists because
no, it doesn't prove it doesn't prove that it exists. It only explains something that happens when you think about going, for example, up a mountain, for example, and you can use your mind to think about, okay, so
use your mind.
If I
don't want to use my mind, dude. I want to use empirical evidence. That's what I want to use. So I don't have to imagine shit.
Yeah, but if you stand on like sea level and then you climb up a mountain and the air gets thinner and thinner and
that's
thinner.
Descriptive. That's great. When does it stop getting thinner?
It never really it never really stops. Like at some point it's so thin that it doesn't.
Is that speculation or do you know that?
Well, it's I guess you can say a speculation from my own experience, yes.
So the difference is you're speculating on when it should stop and when I think it should stop, right? You think it should never stop, even 100 trillion freaking light years away from Earth. There's still a continuing gradient.
No, because there are additional like points of information that you have. Yeah. Like it's not just only this one thing that you have, like that. Yes, it gets thinner and thinner, but it's like you're a fucking idiot.
The major problem that really exists is the fact that we can talk about it, but nobody can demonstrate it. I can't do this experiment, okay, and insert gas into a vacuum chamber and the gravity of the Earth hold the gas away from the vacuum at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Okay, that doesn't happen, but that's what they say is happening on Earth. And I could take my little vacuum chamber and stick it on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, and it's not going to hold the gas from the top, away from the top of the chamber where the vacuum is, to the surface of the Earth. I'm not going to measure more gas molecules at the bottom because of gravity. There's no, it's easy to talk about, right? that hey, we have some gas pressure gradient and it tapers off into whatever value you want to think, 10 to the negative 22 or for deep interstellar space. Great, that's fine. But experimentally, you can't demonstrate any of this shit. That's the problem. Because science, when you guys just keep
that what?
Like you guys really need to get this, and this is why you guys constantly get smashed by us, dude. And to be honest, is because science is empirical, and you can come up with all these hypotheses. You did say something empirical when you go up from the sea level to the top of the mountain, the gas pressure gets lower. So what? What is your evidence that it just goes down to some level that you can fly spacecraft in, or that there's fucking planets in fucking whipping around in a vacuum? Right? You see what I'm saying? Is this gas pressure going down? Either it goes down forever or it stops at some point, right? So it has to. But your position is it never stops; it just goes down forever. Where does it stop?
Yeah, basically,
it goes down forever.
Kind of levels out at some point.
So we could just at some point, if we get far enough away, there'll be like 1 atom per cubic fucking light year. And then if we go fucking further away from that, there'd be 1 atom per 10 cubic light years. Right? Continually going down and down. Then 1 atom per 100 fucking cubic light years. That's all speculative. That's speculative nonsense. There's no evidence that it goes down forever.
There's evidence that it does go down.
Forever?
Doesn't have to be forever. Doesn't really matter to.
It does matter because then you're quibbling about where it fucking stops or not.
No, it doesn't have to stop. Like, what are you saying? Like, there's like additional information that you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking into consideration. We're trying to figure out: is there a barrier? Is there a barrier that stops the gas from fucking off into some lesser thing region?
No, there is no barrier.
Why not?
There does not have to be a barrier.
Okay, can you demonstrate that in an experiment? That's your hypothesis.
Why
Rusty P's hypothesis, we don't need a barrier. Okay.
No, there does
Now,
not have to be a barrier.
What's the evidence for what's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis?
Okay, so you know wind, for example?
What's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis? What's the evidence the hypothesis is true?
1 gas pressure amount, higher pressure.
Yeah.
Another, a lower pressure being right next to it.
Yeah, what happens?
Yeah.
Yeah,
wind.
The high goes to the low.
Yeah, wind happens.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thermodynamic systems try to reach equilibrium.
Yes.
Okay, really simple.
Well done.
Okay, so why isn't the gas pressure on Earth trying to reach equilibrium with outer space?
Gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate that hypothesis in an experiment?
Yeah, I can hold a pen, like, bro. Like,
no, the hypothesis that gas pressure can be created by gravity.
Yeah, real life.
So you're going to affirm the consequent.
Like, what do you think? It's like, do you think that people figured out gravity based on gas pressure? That was the first thing that they thought. Oh, we can't figure this shit out, but
they didn't figure out gravity. Okay. There's 2 values. There's little g and big G, right? Little g we know empirically from just fucking dropping shit. But there's no evidence that gas takes little parabolic fucking arcs and falls back to Earth. And in fact, if you look in any textbook on the kinetic theory of gases, there's no little g in there predicting fucking gas molecules are taking parabolic arcs, falling back to Earth.
It doesn't have to.
Like, how do you create gas pressure? You just appeal to gravity.
Yeah, so what?
So say we got a gas molecule heading straight up.
Mm-hmm. What makes it come back down? What if it's at a 45-degree angle? Does it take a parabolic arc and fall back to Earth?
Can have depends on the energy that it has.
Okay, but at some point, right, it'll fall back to Earth, right? It doesn't have, but at some point though, it'll fall back to Earth, right? If gravity's affecting it.
Correct.
And it's not going to fuck off into the vacuum. The gravity is going to do thermodynamics. Now, this isn't in any theory of gas. This can't be demonstrated in a lab or any experiment. Like I said, Rusty, you can say stuff. You can say, yeah, gravity is what causes the gas pressure. But science is empirical. That is a hypothesis. Gravity creates gas pressure. Demonstrate your hypothesis is true in some fucking experiment. This is why you guys fail, because it always comes down to science is empirical. It's based upon tests in the natural world, and when we go do this test, what do you want to know what's going to happen? Your hypothesis will be falsified.
That's so, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like wouldn't the
Get a
same
vacuum
thing apply
chamber,
to you?
put gas inside of it, measure gas pressure at the bottom and not at the top.
Okay.
You know that's stupid. You know that would never happen.
No, you don't. No, because you don't have to do that.
How are you going to demonstrate? How are you going to demonstrate gravity creates gas pressure?
You take a sample. You measure gas pressure at the ground, at sea level, for example.
That doesn't give you the cause.
No, you don't have. You don't have to measure the cause. Like, no people other than fucking flat earthers.
And how do we know it's causing the gas pressure then?
You can derive information based on evidence.
Yeah, our evidence is gas pressure, 15 pounds per square inch at sea level, some other value at the top of a mountain. How do we know what caused the difference?
Again, you can derive information from things you observe or measure. Like it's if you like what?
Yeah,
what okay,
right. We
like,
have
okay,
information. We have a bunch of data. We're taking the data and we're trying to interpret it and see what the data says and what it means. Okay.
Yes, okay.
We know we've measured a pressure difference. We want to know why is there a pressure difference? Okay. What causes there to be a pressure difference?
Okay,
What experiment can we do to see if things falling is the same cause as the gas pressure?
Yeah. Okay. So let's put it to the flat Earth side, maybe.
Oh no,
and
no,
say-
no, 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 no,
No?
no, 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 no,
There's
no,
no
no,
point?
no, no,
can't
Rusty,
do it?
no.
You can't do it?
Stop.
Okay.
No, I'm being nice, dude. I freaking lucky I'm not screaming at you. Bro, you said gravity creates things falling. That was your demonstration. Your analogy.
No,
Hey, if I
claim.
drop something and it
Claim.
falls, that's what's creating gas pressure. The same thing that I dropped a freaking bowling ball, the same thing that made that happen creates the gas pressure. How do you know that?
That is a claim that I make, that when we see things falling and that we have a great pressure gradient in the atmosphere, that is a claim that I make. Okay, there's
You
gravity.
don't even know what causes the first one. How are you going to know that whatever causes that is the same thing that causes the second one?
Yeah, no, that is my claim, right? That's what I'm claiming. Now, if we have like a debate about whether the Earth is flat with the flat Earth model and stuff like that, and
flat
I'm
Earth
making
model?
the claim, it doesn't matter the flat. I'm making a claim that gravity is what's causing that. Now, if we are putting the two models side by side, like in a fucking Tekken universe versus shit, right?
Yeah.
Now, what causes this thing to happen, what we see in real life, whether the Earth is flat or not? What's causing things to fall down on the flat Earth? Or
nobody
to
knows why
produce...
things fall, Rusty. You understand? You can say why all you want. Nobody knows why.
Okay, so
Do you think you know why?
You can't make any
Neither
claims.
can you. You can claim you know why, but you don't. Because I can ask you one simple question. What was the experiment that determined the causal mechanism of a falling object? And you can't tell me one. Nobody can tell me one.
Yeah, I can tell you one.
Oh, okay. Tell me the causal mechanism of a falling object. Go for it.
You take an object, you let go of it, drops down to the ground.
Okay.
That's an experiment that you can make.
That's the effect. We want to know why.
Okay.
You just gave us the observed natural phenomenon. We want the cause of it.
Yeah.
You gave us a dependent variable. We want the independent variable, Rusty. The cause.
Things of like things that have mass, right? Objects that have mass attract each other. Is that enough? Probably not. Next thing would be
because
you have a
what did I want? Because you're sitting here saying we like X causes Y. You don't have evidence for X causes Y. Okay. You're just saying I could just say the same thing you'd have, and same thing I could say. Well, it's magic freaking fairies with rubber bands that cause things to fall. I'd have the same evidence you do. Nothing.
Okay, so the entire world is just.
Who cares what the entire world thinks? I'm talking about evidence. I don't care what the entire world thinks.
Yeah.
If everybody agreed there was magic fucking elf rubber bands, would you be in here fighting for that?
Oh.
And I'd be, the whole world thinks it's magic elves with rubber bands. It's got to be true. The whole world thinks it. The whole world thinks a lot of stupid things. I wouldn't want to fucking place bets on what the mob thinks.
I understand that, but it's like the level of evidence that you require is impossible.
It's not. No. It's a simple experiment.
It's not, apparently.
Yeah, because it's a shit theory. It's not even a theory.
What experiment would
Look,
you?
it is so in science, the scientific method determines cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. Okay, you have independent and dependent variables. You manipulate the independent variable and see the effect on the dependent variable. Your dependent variable is your observed natural phenomenon. Now, we've known for fucking 200 years how to do the scientific method and figure out when we see a natural phenomenon, if we can isolate the independent variable to figure it, we can even quantify it and come up with a law of nature, right? You don't have that for gravity. It's a shit idea. That's why they're still fighting about it. Is Einstein right? Is Newton right? What about quantum fucking quantum emergent gravity? And this is why there's 70 freaking theories of gravity, right? Because
again, like,
it's fundamentally a shit idea.
What experiment would you consider to prove it to your specifications?
Look, what do you mean prove what?
Gravity.
The cause?
Yeah, the cause.
The same thing that follows the scientific method. You isolate an independent variable and manipulate it, and that would manipulate the effect.
So what would you propose to prove that?
A scientific method experiment, dude?
Yeah, but how would you do it?
Okay, let's say, okay, I'll tell you. So, say your independent variable is mass. Mass causes gravity, whatever the fuck mass is. Another poorly defined fucking thing. So let's say it's mass. Mass causes things to fall. Okay, so we can manipulate, that's our independent variable. So we'll take two different masses. Take a mass that's fucking 100 kilograms. We'll take one that's 1,000,000 kilograms. We drop them both. We see which one falls faster. Right? We manipulate it. We want to change the effect. We want to manipulate the independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. That's how we figure out what the cause is. As long as we've eliminated all the other possible confounding variables, we can definitely say, hey, this causes that. Right? So this test, if you do this test, what you'll find is, irregardless of the mass, they all fall at the same rate.
Not what the cause is, though.
So your cause, mass, can't be the cause. Because it had no effect on it had no manipulation of the independent variable had no effect on the dependent variable.
It can still be the cause, but it
How
can
can
still
it be the
be
cause if manipulating
an
it doesn't change it?
yeah, no, it can still be an indicator of like different masses, for example, like fall at a different rate or something like
Rusty,
that,
let me
right?
use an
And so
analogy. You want to go on the date. There's a whole bunch of girls, and they're all saying no. And they say, if you change one thing, we'll all go on a date with you. So you change your hairstyle, and they all say no. Now you know that's not the cause of them not going on a date. You change your shoes, they say no. Well, that's not the cause. Then you change your cologne, and then they all go on dates with you. Now you know what caused them not to go on a date with you. You smelled. Okay, wasn't your shoes, it wasn't your hair, it was your frickin' cologne. Okay, you understand? So if I
yeah, but
manipulate mass and it doesn't change the effect, and I still get something falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, then that's not the cause.
yeah, exactly. Like that's the point.
Yeah. So mass can't be the cause. So you asked me to tell. Gee.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is gravity is fucking unknown, dude. It's just an unknown.
I don't know. Like what you just said is like that's what we understand as gravity. Yes.
Yeah, but
like it's like
the
not
understanding
some
is
unknown
it's
shit.
more like, yeah, it's an understanding that's more like a kid story. Like they tell people, like, we understand this, but they really don't.
Yeah, well, like a red like generally people understand that when we come
In a
to
descriptive way,
like
we understand it. Like we know, like we can make formulas and predict what happens. Like we shoot a cannon, right? Based
yeah
upon a formulas, we know where the cannonball is going to land, right? Using little g. But like I said earlier, that's known empirically. We don't need a theory of gravity to make those predictions. We don't need
yeah
to know
you
why
can
any of that
of
happens.
course yeah,
Yeah.
you
So
can figure it out. Like hey, cavemen can figure shit out
yeah, you could
without
actually
like
just feed the
the
data into an
existence.
AI, and the AI could figure out where the fuck the cannonball is going to land without
Yeah,
knowing
well,
anything about Newton's laws, right? So
I mean, yeah, you gotta put the numbers in, but it's not about like the fact that
well, yeah, you could shoot like a
it's like
trillion cannonballs, right? And just punch in the numbers of different the different configurations of the cannon and the cannonball and the distances and where it lands and all that shit, right? You feed it into the AI and fucking like once it's done being trained, you go, okay, I shot a cannon, it was tilted at 45 degrees, and the cannonball is gonna, it's got this much gunpowder. Cannonball fucking has this much mass. Where's it gonna land? And it would spit out fucking the right answer. But it wouldn't need to use Newton's laws to figure any of that shit out, right?
so no, because a trebuchet can launch a stone 90 kilos for 300 fucking meters, bro.
Yeah,
he's gonna bust that fucking wall, that castle.
I want to see a human trebuchet, dude. I want to see a fucking like a human being. But
bro, we had one right next to my like next village or whatever. They had a fucking trebuchet. They shot shit from it. Damn, that shit goes far. But again, you don't have to you don't have to know anything about like gravity or what like we have today. Of course, you can like look at a stone flying a certain distance based on your trebuchet or your catapult.
Yeah.
But it's like if there is like things that you can derive from that information about like how far things fly.
My only point is that you don't need to know the causal mechanism. Like saying,
Yeah,
"Hey,
you
yeah, we
don't have to know
understand
it, yeah.
gravity," but that's two different. Like it's a very poor idea. That's all I'm saying. This is why Newton freaking didn't believe it, because it's a poor. The idea itself is poor. It's conflated. Like I said, big G and little g. There's the so-called universal law of gravitation, where two masses pull each other. But then there's little g. In the real world, we do everything with little g. We're not doing fucking gm1 m2 divided by r fucking squared calculations. We're just calculating little g. So, which is, like I said, is known empirically. So when we jump from that and start saying causes, this causes why? Hey, air pressure, that's caused by gravity. Okay. Well, what do you mean by gravity? Do you mean the fucking big G or the little g gravity? Oh, the little g gravity. Okay. Where's the evidence that fucking little g makes shit like gases fall to the fucking ground at 9.8 meters per second squared? There's no evidence of any of that shit. Or that gas can do thermodynamic work, or that gravity can do thermodynamic work, or that gravity can change. Think of how crazy it is to say that shit. That gravity would have to be, or little g would have to be able to do things like heat up matter and change the phases of matter and turn things from solid to liquid and liquid to fucking gas and like all sorts of shit.
Yeah, man,
That if you had a gravity dial, right, and started manipulating your gravity dial, that fucking things would like matter would change phase. Because it has to be able to do because the gas, it's a thermodynamic state. You understand? It's a state of matter. So that thermodynamic state has a certain behavior. And saying gravity can overcome its intrinsic fucking behavior of a gas, of what it does, saying, hey, gravity just stops it from doing what it normally does. There's no evidence of that. And that's a freaking tall claim, man.
Yeah, okay, like you don't have to go to this like specific level of shit, right? Like
I think we do for this, yeah. It's saying they're fucking got machines fucking floating around fucking a million miles away.
Yeah, but it's like you don't have like pretty much with all science, you don't go to the absolute base level of why things happen, right? Like, well, that's actually like what physics does, but at some point it's like you like as a normal person, you basically can't understand what is happening, right?
Yeah, I understand, but
like
what we have here, Rusty, is on one hand we have the laws of thermodynamics, which have no known violations, and in fact, if you look at what's been written by scientists in the literature, Einstein said out of the three freaking legs of a stool of physics, thermodynamics is one of the legs, and if you took it out, the whole thing would collapse. Fucking Eddington, who was Einstein's buddy that supposedly confirmed his theory, his eclipse theory of fucking bending light. He said anyone that theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics is condemned to the greatest humiliation. So like it's like things like that on one hand. So that's what they say on one hand. And then they say gravity violates the laws of thermodynamics because there is no thermodynamic theory that actually incorporates gravity into it. You can look all through the textbooks, you can ask ChatGPT, you can look wherever you want, but there's no actual testable thermodynamic theory that has ever survived any laboratory experiment. So, like, we have a bunch of hypotheticals. The whole idea that gravity can create gas pressure and alter the thermodynamic behavior of gas is a hypothesis. That hypothesis has no evidence. They'll say things like, well, it happens on Earth, obviously, because it's obvious. There's this outer space thing, and we have gas pressure gradient, so blah, 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 right? No, it's not obvious. You have to be able to demonstrate in science your central claims through experiment. You just don't get a freebie of like, we can't test it, so we get to assume it's true.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use the word gravity or whatever. Like, you can use whatever word you want. But
yeah, I agree.
what like, if we go from like a base perspective, like let's say we are back in a fucking cave era or whatever, we don't have any like tools to measure it appropriately. Let's say we go up a mountain and we kind of we can feel it's getting harder and harder to breathe the further up the mountain you go.
You're right. Just back to the natural phenomenon, dude. I agree with you. We observed that.
Yeah, of course, but you.
Why does it matter?
It doesn't. Well,
how is that evidence? There's this thing called outer space vacuum.
Because you can observe.
Because we're going to go right back to where we started. Because it goes down forever. Or does it stop?
That's the thing. Yes.
Then if it stops, why does it stop?
It doesn't
you go
stop.
right back to the same thing: is what causes the gas to stop, right? What causes the gas pressure in the first place?
No,
you're right back at the starting point.
No, that's the thing. When you say it stops, that's not like a real thing. Like, it doesn't stop or whatever. Like, it doesn't stop. No, it's that's the word stop has no meaning in this discussion.
It means that the vacuum state can't get any lower. That's what it means to stop.
Yeah, but it's meaningless in this discussion. Because that's not what the vacuum of space
it does.
is.
I'm trying to explain why it means something. Because then we're just quibbling about where the fucking boundary is.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you actually do you believe that the vacuum of space actually exists?
No.
Okay, then what's the point?
I'm trying to tell you it's impossible.
Well, okay. So what's the point? What are we even arguing about? Like,
do you think it exists?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, that then.
Because you climbed to the top of the mountain and couldn't breathe, so you thought if you go a little bit higher, you're gonna fucking whiz around a ball?
No, it's one point of an information that I experienced and that I can think about, also because I have a brain that I can think about and say, okay, if I go higher.
So it's hard to breathe up a mountain. Where does your brain take you from here?
Obviously, hypoxia.
No,
trying to figure out what your logic is. It's hard to breathe up a mountain.
Okay, from this specific point of argument, like if you go higher up again, right? If you go increase your elevation, the air gets thinner and thinner, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So what would that tell you?
When does it stop getting thinner?
Hey, this is your logic.
That's never,
right?
never, ever.
It never stops
ask me
getting
a question
thinner.
and ask us what it tells us. I asked you. You go up a mountain, it's harder to breathe. It gets less and less dense. And the question's for you to finish. It's your logic, dude. You're taking us somewhere. Don't ask us the question.
Okay. I mean, this alone, I'm not taking any point of evidence by itself and not.
This was your evidence.
Included. No, I haven't made. Did I make any claim?
Yeah, we go up a mountain. It gets less and less dense. I'm waiting for the therefore.
Therefore, I didn't say anything after that. But you know.
Okay, so let me ask it like this: what was the
point
of the analogy being a caveman going up a mountain and he finding it hard to breathe? What was the point?
The point
what does that tell us?
Discussion that we had before about the
what
atmosphere.
Jedi's asking you is, what does that tell us about space by him going up and it's hard to breathe?
I know you want
See,
to say
this is
want to
see.
say
Look,
gravity.
okay,
but
hold on. I think I know where the problem is. So what you're doing is extrapolating. You're going from one pressure area to another one by raising an elevation, and you're extrapolating a continuation of that state, of that change, right? That there's a gradient that continues changing. We're asking you, you're extrapolating to what, to where? Does it end lowering pressure? Does it continue forever? Because if it ends, then there has to be a boundary somewhere. Okay, and even if it goes down forever,
no, they don't.
Right.
Go on.
Well, even if it goes down forever, then like you're gonna have to have some sort of fucking infinite universe, which contradicts the Big Bang. So like,
no,
I'm trying really hard to avoid like some infinite regression fallacy, right? But the point is that are we quibbling about where the air pressure, this extrapolation? Because like I said, like you admitted, is that like, is this hypothetical? And you said, yeah, probably, right? So like where it stops, how does it continue to go down? What rate is it linear? Is it inverse square? Is it adiabatic? Like how does it go down? At what rate? Like how do we know where it stops? Does it go down enough to allow space travel? Does it go down enough so that there's a vacuum sufficient to fly rockets from here to frickin' Mars in? Right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about outer space that they claim exists.
We
Is what
don't
we're
really
talking
do
about.
that. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm looking at the fact that if we go from sea level higher, like you elevate from that point, gas pressure decreases.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Why are you Okay, great. So we have two actually known values. How are we extrapolating it into unknown values?
So there's temperature.
What does that even mean? Like it's
we're
if you
extrapolating, dude.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so can you extract some information from that fact? Like
Yeah, we've got gas pressure that changes.
Yeah, we
with
got
altitude
15
and
pounds per
temperature.
square inch of sea level. We got
And it
freaking
gets-
10 pounds per square inch on top of Mount Everest. Okay, now what?
Okay, like it gets lower and lower the higher you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Continuously, forever?
I mean, is our next question what caused that?
The cause is the point, probably.
Yeah.
So on the
So what causes gas pressure?
I'm gonna ask you that.
A container. It's defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. It's also the thing that keeps the gas here and stops it expanding into an available volume of vacuum if there was one.
But wouldn't the gas pressure be equal everywhere if it
Is
was
the
in a
temperature
container?
equal? Is the gas produced in the same place the whole time? What? There's multiple variables now. Temperature.
It's called thermodynamics. We're not doing
Yeah.
thermostatics.
Okay, so if you had, like, if there was a container that was like a fucking iron or like a glass thing, like a
Is this container
what
static?
do you call it? What do you call it? Like the firmament.
Don't worry about that. This container, is the environment static? Does it have variance of temperature, for example? Does the temperature come and go, for example? Is the gas produced within inside the container, or have you just added it to the container? Is the gas dispersing into the environment? Is the water in the environment?
Yeah, that's
in your imaginary
all fine.
container.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Okay,
of course.
So it'd be like the Earth then, right? A very, very, very dynamic thermodynamic system. Right? That's what the Earth is. It's a thermodynamic system. Now, within the laws and definitions of thermodynamics, to have this environment, the thermodynamic system must be closed.
Someone hot micing? Or am I going crazy right now?
Từ tam giác đích
Rồi đấy.
chia ra hai góc bằng nhau.
What the hell's going on?
Tam giác mục tiêu, tam giác mục tiêu.
Why would you enter the chat with an open mic having a conversation with somebody?
I'm talking about a thermodynamic system. For it to exist the way that it does, it must be closed.
Yeah, he was muted. Yeah, go on.
No, that's it. It must be closed.
Yep. It doesn't have to be closed though.
Yeah, it does. All the
I don't
gas
understand.
would expand into another available volume if that available volume was vacuous and available space. If the gas is not, because of the energy that's held within the gas is given to it by temperature. So because of the temperature, the gas is always going to move and collide. Because of these random collisions, it's expanding. You need a closed system to keep the gas in.
But if it was expanding, like how would you be able to like live in a in an enclosed environment? Like if you if you like right now, of course, like the sun is putting
the sun.
energy.
No, we're talking about gas behavior, right?
Yes,
we're
I
talking
understand
about
that,
how
yeah.
it expands into volumes and how we have pressure. We got to the question after discovering that there's a gas pressure gradient. The question was, what causes that? Well, within thermodynamic law, we're going to require a container to stop the expansion. The consequence of the containment is pressure.
No, but you have
no.
You don't even have to like refer to
so
gravity,
you said,
because
no,
you
we're
have,
not talking about gravity. We're talking about what caused gas pressure. And at the moment, I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, containers cause gas pressure.
It does what?
I'm
what
waiting for
causes
you
what?
to concede that yes, a container, a limitation of volume that holds gas, is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It's the consequence of containment. PV equals nRT, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Yeah, but it's not the cause, though.
Sorry, it is not the cause?
It's not.
So it's not the cause. The gas exerting its pressure upon the walls of its fixed environment, a closed system. Like, for example, when you put gas inside a tire, by consequence of you putting that gas inside that fixed volume, because of the movement of gas and the density of that gas, it will be under pressure because it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, but what's the cause is the pressure itself. It's not a container. In that case, like it's the same. It's the same.
Listen, force over area. Gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas pressing against the walls of its container. If you don't have a container to press against, you don't have pressure.
Yeah, and then we go back to gravity, and then all of a sudden it's completely different.
You go back to gravity. I'm still waiting for you to concede.
About a, I mean, I
is caused by the
understand.
force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container.
Well, the cause thing is the problem that I have right now.
Okay.
Because I was told that you can't really. You can go deeper and deeper and deeper at some point.
No, I can put gas inside a container, and by consequence of that action, the gas is under pressure. Because the way that gas behaves is it wants to expand. It can't. The container's in the fucking way.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, good. So that's what happened then. In my little experiment.
If I say that gravity creates a gradient, and someone
then
tells
you
me
can say that, but you would have to demonstrate that in an experiment.
See, like that's the difference. Like,
yeah, you can't do an experiment. I've just given you one, and you keep going, nuh-uh.
No, the demonstration would be pretty fucking obvious if you go up a mountain. Shit,
No,
right?
that's you begging the question and affirming the consequent.
No, it's a
Yes, it is.
experiment towards something.
No, it's not an experiment. It's the observation of a phenomena.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
okay, what we can use a different word than
No,
gravity.
it's not an experiment yet. It's not even a hypothesis until you make a supposition of cause of the phenomena that you witness. At the moment, it's the caveman changing his altitude and finding it hard to breathe or not.
Yeah, which has been done.
Yeah, so that's the
before,
phenomena.
and
we agree. And what causes that?
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like it's the cause.
Yes, what I
if
asked
you
you
go
15
further
minutes
and
ago.
further
Yeah.
down. Yeah, but like you can't put it down to a cause at some point.
But no, we're asking what causes it, and now you're saying no, we can't put it down to cause,
that's the
even though
thing.
you want to assert the cause is gravity. Like, can you
Well,
stumble
yes,
over any
yes,
more words?
No, at
No.
some point, of course, it would be gravity, but of course, like if you don't accept that, then what
It's
am I
not
gonna
whether
do?
we accept it; it's whether there's evidence or not.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I mean,
you don't have the evidence. Yeah, that's the thing. The real question is, how come you accepted it without evidence? That's the real question. They showed you a diagram in freaking kindergarten. Oh, look, this is how it works. And they drew a circle and they drew a bunch of arrows to the middle of the circle. And they're like, this is what holds the gas down, these arrows. And you're like, okay, teacher, I believe you.
I'm just using a word.
It doesn't matter what you call it.
A concept.
All
right, like everyone else does.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is there's no evidence that concept is actual existent in reality.
It depends. Again, it depends what evidence you accept.
Experiment.
What's your evidence? What's
what
your
evidence do you accept?
But as a, like, you can, first off, you can drop an object, of course, it goes down to the ground.
God.
You can have a satellite.
Are you like in some weird loop, dude?
What are we talking about?
Yes,
The behavior of
circular
rocks?
reasoning loop.
Sorry, we're not talking about the behavior of rocks. We're talking about the behavior of gases. So in your analogy, or your demonstration, can you use a gas?
It's a completely different thing, which we just talked about.
Rusty P, the airbender. I want to see you throw gas.
Here's your reasoning. I really want to
gas.
pass out his reasoning, bro. Like, okay, so he goes, we have a 14.7 at sea level. I climb the mountain and it's like 11, right? PSI. And you say, what causes that? And he goes, gravity. And he goes, and then we say, oh, what's your evidence of that? And he says, well, there's 14.7 PSI at sea level and 11 on top of the mountain. That's my evidence.
No.
It's circular reasoning. Yes, that's what you literally did. I've been listening to you.
Yeah, but we are talking about one specific thing, about the gas pressure. And I'm not saying, like, of course, like there's gravity underlying the whole concept of it. But I'm not saying, like, it's like, if we just look at the gas pressure decreasing the higher you go, you don't have to invoke gravity or whatever. It's just like an observation. Like you don't have to make any you don't have to, like, what do you say it?
Come to a conclusion?
Yeah, you don't have to draw any conclusions to it.
Okay, so it was a waste of time for the caveman to go up the fucking mountain in the first place then. Not being as we're not coming to any conclusions, otherwise we just observe a change in gas pressure and it's harder to breathe up the mountain. According to you, you don't need to reach any more conclusions.
No, the thing is, if you go, again, like, if you can observe that you can go up a mountain, right? And you can just increase your elevation and you feel that the gas pressure is decreasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would that like for like I mean,
Getting
if you're talking about
further
flat Earth,
away
right?
from where the
This is
gas is produced.
no, it doesn't have to be
Hold on, you're
where it's
gaining
produced.
altitude within your example, going up the top of a mountain. Gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth. I mean, let's take an observation of our whole environment. It's also cold up a mountain. We should probably take into effect the changes in temperature.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
Of course.
fucking dynamics. Let's include the temperature as shit. Let's also include where and how the gas is produced and cycled and reabsorbed into the environment.
Yeah, and what like could you like draw some information from that?
Yeah, the further I get away from where the gas is produced, it appears to get less dense. The temperature also appears to decrease. It's cold up a mountain.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So we seem to be talking about thermodynamics, temperature held with gas, its behavior relative to where it's produced and its environment, the changes in the environment over time. Sometimes it's warmer up a mountain.
Yeah, but compared
Seasons.
to the base of the mountain, and at the same
Yeah,
time, probably be like colder, right?
Yeah, sometimes, and I say sometimes, like
No,
throughout the year, shit changes.
all the fucking time, basically.
Yeah, shit changes. Weather changes. Yeah, all of these things. Yeah. The amount of water held within the gas in the atmosphere changes. Yeah, all of these things, dude.
I understand that, but
good. I'm glad why did we start talking about gravity? You haven't even mentioned any of the other observable things. Got cold up that mountain, didn't it?
No, the thing is that you can derive information.
Sorry, we're talking about gas behavior.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to include the temperature of the gas, isn't it? We understand how different temperatures of gases are going to act differently because of the amount of energy that's held within the gas. Hot air rises, for example, cold air sinks.
Right. Oh damn! I got a fucking.
I feel like I'm educating you, your caveman. You're asking what conclusions we reached, dude, and you just want to jump to gravity. Haven't mentioned anything else.
I don't have to. I
Just
don't have to do it. It's just that gravity is a name of a thing that people understand, right?
That has nothing to do with gas pressure.
Yes.
You can look through all the books on the kinetic theory of gas, and you're not going to see any gravity mentioned in any of it.
Yeah, here we do, though.
Not even within the kinetic theory of gases, it tells you there is no force of attraction between the container walls and the gases. The container wall isn't acting upon the gas and, over space and time or whatever, pulling the gas towards it. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, dude, colliding with itself and the walls of its container. We don't have to talk about gravity because it's not included. It's not observed.
Okay. Well, you claim that. That's fine.
Just cited the kinetic theory of gases. Would you like me to put it in the side chat? There's no mention of the word gravity here. There's also not a G in PV equals nRT.
There doesn't have to be, and I haven't even said anything about it.
Have to be gravity in gas behavior, even though you're trying to shoehorn it in, saying it does actually act on gas.
No, I'm saying that we can observe certain things, and you don't have to refer to gravity at some point. Like I did it, but
yeah, we understand that. You're making the same arguments over and over again. They're addressed. We don't care what you call it. We don't care about any of that shit. We're talking about its possibility. Is it possible to restrict the behavior of a gas based upon some force? Call it gravity, call it whatever you want. The observation we have is low pressure on the mountain, high pressure on the at a lower elevation. So what? doesn't logically follow that that continues forever or stops at any particular point. We have a surface on the surface of the Earth. That's fine. Where's the other surface?
The other surface?
Yeah, you need another surface, dude. Gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. If you don't have a surface at the other side of the fucking boundary, the gas just fucks up to forever.
Okay, if you think that, like, there's.
It's what's demonstrated in nature. It's not what I think, dude. I can demonstrate this in nature.
Okay, demonstrate it, please. You can just explain it to me. Please explain it.
Right now.
Explain it to me how gas pressure only is able to exist in a container, please.
Can you demonstrate it in any other way?
You
I'm
said demonstrate it, right?
No, you demonstrate it.
Yeah, okay. Got a bike?
The claim that you have.
You got a bike?
I have a bike, yes.
Okay, try to pump up the rim.
The what?
The rim. Pump up the rim. Create gas pressure next to the fucking rim without the tire, dude. The rim is one surface, right? There's no opposite surface. Use your pump to pump up the rim.
Okay.
Okay, you can't do that, right? But if I take a tire, I take an opposite boundary, now I can create pressure. Wow. Now you have gas pressure because you have a container. No container, no gas pressure. Container, gas pressure.
What's around you right now?
I don't know, but it's not fucking nothing.
Yeah, but isn't there like a gas pressure thing going on around you right now?
Yeah. The gas that I'm surrounded by is pressing inwards in all directions into the space that I occupy. Yep.
Yeah. And Indio says that if you put pressure into a tire, or whatever he said, that's only the gas pressure. So there's gas pressure existing in a container, of course, which would be the tire. But right now, around us, also there is gas pressure.
Yeah, what causes that?
Existing around it.
Yeah, what causes that?
Well, again, we would go to gravity again, but
no, again we would go to a container.
Fuck. But why? But why? Like you're saying. You're
people
saying
are so brainwashed. You can't even admit this clear and obvious truth. You require a container. As soon as I asked you what causes the gas pressure that surrounds us, you jump to gravity and completely disavow any mention of the word container. Are you sick and tired?
We have just talked. We have just talked about gas pressure in a container when I guess Indio was it about pumping up his fucking bike tire.
Yeah,
right?
We're looking for another causal mechanism that causes gas pressure that we can demonstrate, or the claim that you say that we can't demonstrate this. It's called entropy. Every single time we open a container of gas to a lower pressure environment, the entropy increases and the gas fills the space and might equalize in a low volume.
Yes.
You don't have an experiment for your claim, though. That's why Injo put the gas inside a tire. He did that. You can do that. Now, what can we do for gravity apart from go up a mountain and make big-ass jumps of logic?
To go to gravity, it's just a thing where when you claim gas pressure cannot exist without a container,
then show another way that can.
But it's like fucking obvious. Like
no, it's not obvious until you demonstrate it. Apparently, it would be obvious to you that there was a container unless we demonstrated to you 5 times. So we're going to need demonstration.
Oh my God.
Actual physical reality taking place.
Yes, physical reality is taking place all the fucking time, and you just
oh my
can't fucking
God,
see
you're
it.
broken. Just give an experiment where you very manipulate
gravity to cause the phenomena of pressure?
We're not talking about gravity.
You keep fucking bringing it up. You wanted to 2 minutes ago, then
No,
you got
it's.
upset. Are you really this broken?
I said before that I didn't want to bring up gravity.
And stop bringing it up.
I didn't bring it up. You
Okay,
brought
so
it up.
the gas around us that we're surrounded by, what was
Yeah.
your point?
There's no point.
Oh, so again, he brings up a subject that has no fucking point. I swear it was gravity. Please follow your own fucking words. I am. You're not
2 hours
making any
ago.
sense, and you keep contradicting yourself.
No, I don't. If we are agreeing that
Jesus, stop
we
him.
don't.
Someone.
What are you saying, bro? Like, if we agree that we don't bring up.
You said you didn't want to bring up
shit.
gravity.
Yes.
So
and I
what was
did.
the point
I
of us
didn't.
being surrounded by gas? According to you, no point.
The question is on
gravity.
you.
You're just lying.
The question is on you, man. The question is on fucking you.
What? To
Why are you
demonstrate
asking
there
me?
isn't no other way to cause pressure?
Yeah, you said that like gas pressure can't
You're
exist
making
without
a
a
claim it's
barrier.
caused by gravity. That's your claim.
No,
Your claim
again,
is in
you are
violation of the
cycling.
second law of thermodynamics. We've been over and over and over it with you.
No, you are cycling back about the gravity shit. Again, I
Yeah,
said
someone else talked to me.
No, you you did it. Again, like I said we go away from the whole like gravity shit from the like
You brought
overall.
up two examples: one, a caveman going up a mountain and experiencing it hard to
Yes.
breathe, and then you brought up there's gas
That wa-
surrounding us.
Mhm.
At no
I
point
did.
in these conversations did you want to bring up gravity.
Yes, I especially
Oh, you
said
do now.
because you bring it all you bring it up all the
Stop
way like
tripping
all the
over your
time.
fucking self, dude. Have some fucking humility. Like,
Yeah,
please,
all
I'm
right.
begging to your better nature.
Yeah, I understand. Like, come on, like
I'm gonna go walk my invisible dog. Someone else can talk to you.
yeah, go on. Is there any flat earther still here that wants to debate?
What are we debating exactly? Ideas versus evidence.
Yeah, again the same thing that who was that person before me that left? So I guess he misunderstood the whole fucking debate, or he deflected. I don't understand.
Who, Jedi? Who are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Jedi. Yep, yeah. Like Jedi, yeah, probably. Which is the person that I was debating about against. I mean, it seemed
Well, I
like he
mean,
was
like
just
I told you,
deflecting.
this is a common thing that happens. You have ideas. We have evidence. You won't let go of your ideas. When you first heard the idea of outer space and that gravity creates gas pressure, how did you evaluate whether that claim was true or not? Like, what did you do?
That was the thing where we ended up at the end of our debate. Like I was trying to say that okay, we don't use that word. We don't use the word gravity. We
Why are
don't
you
use
adjusting
that.
what I said? That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm asking how you evaluated it in the first place.
Well, we had that debate topic at the beginning of our discussion that I had with them, but
Talk about you. When you first heard it, when you were a little kid, what did you do to evaluate its truth?
I'll just look around at reality. It's not specifically gravity, but
you looked around at reality and you concluded that there's no container for the earth.
That's not the conclusion that I made when I was a kid.
I just want to know where you get the idea that somehow gas pressure is the way you think it is for the reason you think it is.
Could you form a conclusive question, please?
And I just want to know why you think that gas pressure is the way it is for the reason you think it is. And you can't tell me the reason. You're actually trying to reject your own reasoning. You're trying to throw gravity under the bus and say, hey, let's not use that word.
Okay,
But
so
there's
so
no
it's like,
other mechanism you can point to say, hey, we have gas pressure without a container.
well, that's actually kind of what it is. It's the best explanation that I have for how if you want to say gas pressure, of course, but everything around the Earth, like how the physics work, kind of. Yeah, gravity is
We're
kind
giving
of
you the physics. They don't work.
Well, they kind of give the best explanation.
But the best explanation has no
Especially-
evidence. So if that's the best explanation, it's like I don't know what to tell you. If your best explanation has no supporting evidence, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Well, there hasn't been any other big explanation or big evidence thing that has been coming out that explains the word any differently. So
That
what am I going to
explains the
believe
gas
in?
pressure gradient.
Yeah, gas pressure gradient.
Here's one.
Pretty conclusive.
That gases
pretty
are
conclusive.
created on the surface of the Earth. And what you have is diffusion, the diffusing of gases from the surface, and that's why there's a gas pressure gradient.
Yeah, haven't really experienced that. That things.
What are you talking about? It would be exactly like what you experience now.
If gases like are being expulsed from the Earth.
Not only that, but they're being created on the surface of the Earth, as in because of thermodynamic processes, chemical reactions, things like that. Gases are created on the surface of the Earth. Right? So when you have so what happens when you have a chemical reaction that turns some group of molecules into some other group of molecules, and then it emits a gas? That gas pressure in that region goes up, right? But then the gas diffuses into the surrounding area, and you will have a gas pressure gradient from the point of the chemical reaction going out radially from there.
Yeah, so?
Yeah, there's your explanation.
All right, I mean,
it's funny,
I wasn't asking
this is what the
how
Chinese.
gases
This is what the Chinese thought way back in the day. They had a name for it. It was called the air wind or something like that.
Yeah, but like I mean, do you think that we live in an enclosed space?
Yeah.
So
you have to. And that's what we've been trying to tell you for 2 hours now, is that we have to. It's not opinion.
Yeah, but
like opinion. The second law of thermodynamics is a natural law. It's a law of nature. It's not an opinion. It's not what I think. I go, hey, what does the second law predict? It predicts this. Okay, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not a law that applies to your worldview.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the second law right now. You're not. You're making up your own bullshit.
No, if you would be in an enclosed space, at some point the energy would increase more and more and more, and you would just fucking die because it's getting hotter and hotter.
Because temperature radiates infrared radiation, so the energy would. So, for instance, you take a blowtorch and you heat up poker. It doesn't heat up forever. it'll reach a certain level of equilibrium where it stops heating up. Right, 500 degrees Celsius, whatever it is. It'll reach an equilibrium.
Yeah,
But the
because
Earth is a system that is in constant flux. It is dynamic. It's never going to reach equilibrium, probably not in your lifetime at least. And it radiates heat through electromagnetic radiation. So it's never going to keep, the temperature's not going to go up and up and up forever.
well, if it's I mean, in real life, as like if you are a glober, of course, that makes sense. But if you are if you think that the Earth is enclosed in a, I don't know, like a dome or something like that, then that whole system doesn't make fucking sense.
Is that like your argument? So your
Like
counter argument to what I said was, if
where
you're a flat earther, that whole argument doesn't make sense. That's your counter argument.
yeah, if you think that the Earth is enclosed in a dome or
Yeah, it
whatever,
don't make fucking
the
sense. That's your
energy,
argument. Great argument. It don't make sense. Great argument.
it doesn't make, like, scientifically, it doesn't make sense. Yes.
I just told you why it doesn't make sense. I gave you the reason.
Okay, so where is the energy going again?
It's being radiated. Radiated. What is
Like-
radiation? Electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah, so go on.
And it's being radiated away from the Earth.
From the Earth. Away from the Earth. Okay.
Away from the Earth. Like the electromagnetic radiation. So
yeah, I understand that.
You have a closed system, bro. Okay, you have closed systems and open systems. Okay.
What is the Earth?
In a closed system, energy can pass, but matter can't. In an open system, matter and energy passes. Okay. So we're in a closed system, as in the energy can pass, but the matter can't.
All right.
Now, do you understand? So we can emit radiation. We can take in radiation. We take in radiation from the sun. We emit radiation. It's called radiative cooling, in fact.
Yeah, but again, like, if you would be able to...
Okay, you're going to tell me that we're not using physics now?
No, but if you have, like, a...
Is that physics, dude? Yes or no? Is that the common modern version of physics, of thermodynamics?
I'm saying what physics, though. Like, there's no fucking
thermodynamics.
Yes, I understand that.
How can heat transfer? There's 3 ways. Can you tell me the ways?
What?
There's 3 ways for heat to transfer. Can you tell me the ways?
Right now, radiation probably is one of them.
Radiation, convection, and conduction. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Anything with a temperature emits radiation.
I gotta go.
All right.
We're gonna wait.
I'll see you later.
5 minutes.
It was very convenient.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in the side chat here some pictures real quick. Hold on, let me send this. Okay, I posted some pictures. I saw this on Twitter. So this is the comet that what is it called?
3i divided by Atlas.
Yeah, 3i divided by Atlas. So what's really interesting to me is that the worst image in this picture is the one from NASA, and the other 3 are from amateur astronomers that post that I found on Twitter. I also
taken
found
through cloud cover. Did they take these through cloud cover? Like, why do they like so? Looks like they're like behind a cloud or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure. I just I know that all I know is that the one that's the least clear, the one that's like most distorted, is the one from NASA. And there are representatives in Congress. I'll try to find it. There are representatives. Yeah, let me try to find this. There are representatives in Congress that are trying to unclassify information regarding this comet. I saw in the pictures, it looks like there's some weird dots around the comet. But I just wanted to know what your thoughts are, if you had any, on what this really was.
I haven't really formed an opinion. There's so much misinformation about it. I don't think. I don't even know what to say at this point. There's a lot of bullshit out there. This reminds me of like 9/11, where there's like so many different freaking stories and some of them contradict each other. It's like a contaminated crime scene, where this crime scene's staged, but there's still evidence of the crime there, and you can't tell what's staged and what's evidence, and you have to freaking sift through it and try and figure it out. That's what this is. I think there's like disinfo, misinfo, speculation, and some true information all freaking mixed into one, and you kind of can't tell what's what. You know what I mean? Because you got that Avi Loeb, who's like a freaking Harvard astronomer, astrophysicist. He's saying shit, which who knows what could be true or not. And plus, he's biased to already think aliens exist. So he's trying to say, like, this was the wild radio signal that was detected, fucking 50 years ago. So there's a lot of bullshit out there about it. But I'm sure some of the shit's true. The thing is, how do you tell what's bullshit and what's true? You kind of can't. That's kind of the problem. I mean, what do you think about it? Have you researched this at all, mathematician? Can you give us any information?
Well, I just find it uncomfortable, just in general, just not being given answers to these, like, what should be easy questions, like, why is NASA giving us a blurry picture?
What instrument did they take it with? Did they say?
Let me see if I can find that.
Obviously, it wasn't like the Hubble or fucking James
I thought when you said members of Congress were commenting, when you said members of Congress were commenting, I thought you were about to say they were going to demand a budget review of why I'm giving you so much ass money, but you're giving me these shitty quality pictures.
Yeah, that's a problem. So did you what telescope?
It says 8 different spacecraft, satellites, and telescopes.
Took one picture?
I guess so.
So they combined the imagery of 8 different instruments?
No, I guess not. Okay, hold on. Here, let me post this from the subtitle of that picture.
The high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter image comes. Oh yeah, this is the one from a while back. I don't know. I'm not too hip on that freaking particular image that they're saying.
Yeah, they're not releasing. Let me see if I can find the member of Congress.
How could they even focus in on that, dude? The shit wasn't designed for that crap. Even if you believe all that shit, right? If they have a satellite up there, it's taking pictures. It's not designed when they design these things, they're designed for to do their purpose very well, and they don't you can't just be like, yeah, we're going to design a frickin' a surface surveyor, and then we're going to just turn it around and point it at the sky and do astronomy. The shit don't work like that. This isn't a fucking consumer camera that's made for general use, purpose use. These are very specific instruments. That's why you can't really take an astronomical telescope and start looking around and get good images of your surroundings terrestrially, because they're made to take images of low light conditions with a dark background. That's why you can't go frickin' really bird watching with one, and that they make ones for bird watching, and you can't use those for astronomy. So I find it hard to believe they just took the Mars frickin' reconnaissance surveyor camera and just fucking whipped it around and were like, hey, dude, now we're doing astronomy. It's find it hard to believe. Why is that image so pixelated, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. What's freaking weird to me though is the amateur telescopes. It just doesn't look like a freaking comet, man.
Well, yeah, that was the thing. Wasn't its tail pointed in the wrong direction or something? That was one of the other things that it became the brightest. I don't know how they knew this when it was on the other side of the sun, but then when it started being close to the sun, instead of the tail being pointed away from the sun because of the solar wind, it was pointed toward the sun.
Yeah, you're right. I just looked
it was something weird like that they were saying. But like I said, I never verified that, and you couldn't actually. I don't know how they would even figure that out. That's one of the other things that you have to kind of trust what they're saying, because your viewpoint from Earth, you can't look at the sun. It would be very close visually to the sun, so you would need a special instrument to block out the sun, and then C3I Atlas, and that would be so fucking small. This is one of those things you kind of got to take their word for it that this is what's going on.
Well, that's why I'm looking at these amateur pictures, which are way more clear. Just from some of these, the people just said I took this from my telescope in my backyard.
Yeah.
And these look freaky as hell. I just hate if this shit is this shit's weird, if it is really weird and this isn't just a coincidence or something, I just hate knowing that there's this much hidden information. I just wish they would just tell us straight up, we don't know what the heck this is in the sky. But here it is. This is what it looks like.
I want to ask yourself why you would assume they know anything anyway. You were alive during the pandemic, right? Obviously, there are a bunch of fucking morons in charge.
I kind of think they don't know why, but they're pretending like they do. I think they're just pretending like they do know why by providing us with a blurry image. I think they know it's a blurry image. I think
their job is to tell a story and keep people from freaking the hell out, or make everybody freak the hell out in a controlled situation. But their job.
You know what Atlas stands for, though?
No, what?
Atlas is the advanced. Hold on a second. They just stood this up not that long ago.
the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. So this is something that didn't even exist until 2015. So it's a decade old. And NASA was taking up, so it was a freaking, I remember even back then, I'm like, man, they're fucking so full of shit. They were giving grants for people to invent systems on how to deflect Earth-threatening objects, like, you know, a la fucking, what is it, Armageddon, the movie Armageddon, and blast asteroids, you know, out of the way from hitting Earth. Now, coincidentally, with 3i Atlas, I think it was on October 28th, there was supposed to be, also detected by the Atlas program, a near-Earth object that was going to come within 90,000 miles of Earth, and which is between the moon and the Earth, according to their nonsense. And then they just canceled all the data. And that night, that there was what was it? There was some sort of burst in Moscow, but it's hard to say whether that was the fucking Ukrainians shooting a missile at them or it was, you know, some space debris. But this never made the news or any other thing. I got all this off of Telegram, Russian sources. So the Russians were talking about this. It wasn't being talked about in America. The point is that is this some fucking bullshit to keep funding their program? Like, I don't know. Because it is kind of a bullshit program, man.
Yeah, but like, I don't see why they wouldn't just use their telescopes. I mean, they have to have a freaking telescope that has a better image than this. I mean, even if it's one of the dude's hobby telescopes or whatever that they had when they were a kid, like they can get a better image than that. And like I would imagine they would just say, "Oh, this is a weird thing. We don't know what this is." Like they just
Well, they're saying
never
that that's
say that.
gas, that they can't resolve it and focus in on it because that's just like emitting gas, right? That it's I think they were saying it's CO2 or something instead of water. That's frozen carbon dioxide, dry ice.
Do you
And
believe
that's why
that?
it's that color. I don't know. That's why I said there's so much garbage that's floating around. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, like
Why I just like some items in the news when I just hear too much shit coming from too many angles, I just ignore it because I can't. There's no way I can sift through the information and determine which claims are true and which aren't.
Yeah, I get that. For me though, I have seen the device. I've seen the device that they use to identify the signatures, the color signatures on the spectrum of certain chemicals, and like it's pretty freaking accurate. If you point it at something in the sky and that thing is emitting a certain chemical, like it's gonna have a certain light signature that's
How do they know it's
detectable.
accurate though? That's really a problem. How do they know it's accurate?
Well, because you can test that instrument on things on planet Earth, and it does actually give the exact same phenomenon. So, like, if there's like a very specific signature that is emitted from Earth, and the thing is though, the stuff in the sky, like whether it's a bunch of stars that NASA claims it is, with these galaxies that have billions of stars for trillions of light years, whatever. That to me could be very well all be bullshit, complete
Are
bullshit.
you talking about spectroscopy?
Yeah, spectroscopy, but
It doesn't really work in the lab the same way it works in astronomy. Quite a
Really?
bit different.
How
It's a little
so?
bit
I didn't know
different,
that.
dude. Because you get smearing and shit. The lines aren't in the lab. Everything's well defined. You have well defined freaking you have well defined absorption lines. The shit that's supposed to be in outer space, you get like what's called like Doppler line broadening, and then redshifting, and then like all this shit is smeared, right? It's not very. It's not like crisp. I'll just use an analogy. It's almost like a sharp image versus a blurry image, where you're like looking. You're trying to figure out what something is by looking through like smoked glass or something.
Yeah, redshift does from what I understand, the redshift blurriness doesn't really affect anything at a local level, like a comet. Like a comet is, according to the model presented by NASA, a comet is really close. It approaches the sun, and like all the redshift, that stuff's like that noise is gone. It seems like those lines are not so blurry for things that are at least within our solar system.
Well, I mean, I don't know. All I know is it's not as straightforward as people think it is in practice. It isn't just they just point something at the sky and go, "Oh, look, it's made of frickin' CO2." It's not that simple. And a lot of it's theory laden. You know what I mean? A lot of it's like their interpretation of what they're seeing. It's an interpretation of what they're seeing. It isn't just like a straight measurement.
Do you think the lines are like blurry for the moon?
Well, that would be reflectance spectroscopy. So that's a whole nother fucking issue.
What do you mean?
You're saying that this thing is an emitter, okay? Because it's going so fast, right? Energetic particles are making the freaking comet glow. They don't claim that with the moon. They're claiming with the moon that the moon's not a source of light and that it's reflecting light. So you got the spectrum of the light initially, and then you got the resulting spectrum from reflection. Now, those are two different things, and like one is definitely reflecting spectroscopy is definitely theory laden, and I'm very skeptical about it for this reason. Well, why can't you use it on Earth and tell you what shit's fucking made of here? Take a picture of Statue of Liberty, see if it's made of copper. You're getting reflected sunlight, right? Just do the same thing here. Right? The moon's just reflected sunlight from the sun, right? And they're taking a picture of that light and they're going, "Hey, dude, the fucking moon's made of Swiss cheese." Right? So why can't you do that on Earth, dude? Why can't you take a picture of a fucking Ferrari and go, "Yeah, it's fucking steel fucking walls"?
Yeah, I think your point makes sense. But what your point is basically that if I use the instrument on the moon, I should get a very clear signal, right?
Well, it's reflectance. It's the light has a spectrum that's hitting the moon, and then that light's being reflected, and you're seeing the reflected light.
But
right?
you're
So
right that
you're not seeing the original spectrum. You're seeing a resulting spectrum, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. But on Earth, if I point a spectrometer at the Statue of Liberty, it will tell me it's copper, right?
Will it?
I think so. Isn't that how it works?
Dude, fucking goddamn, man! The real dude, some CSI investigators would be they'd like to talk to you. You'd be solving a lot of crime scenes from their frickin' cameras.
Well, I remember what maybe I'm missing something. I remember in AP chemistry, they turned the lights off and they lit up this
sodium lamp, right? Yeah, I seen the sodium lamps and all that shit, right? So.
Yeah, and then you look through the thing and you can see the lines like absolutely clearly where they're supposed to be according to the signature or whatever.
I understand the principle in the lab. I understand all that.
But so then why doesn't that work?
That straightforward.
Because it emits light.
Because nature's messy. Nature's just messy, dude.
I think I see what you mean. The only reason I could see it is because the only source was that material, not the sunlight bouncing off of something else.
Yeah, and there was also no intervening fucking gas, and it wasn't in motion, and like it also wasn't fucking superheated, like it fucking because the other thing that affects the spectral line width is the temperature.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, I mean, that is also another confounding variable. So, like, all I'm saying is that maybe it's fucking accurate what they're doing. but it's heavily laden in theory, and then it comes to like how do you actually verify. So if you got an observation, and then your interpretation's heavy laden in theory, how did you verify that extra component that you slapped onto it, the theory, is actually correct? You'd have to go to that fucking place and take a scoop of 3i fucking Atlas and go, yeah, we're right. But you kind of can't do that with any astronomical things. So there is some level of, uncertainty in this stuff.
That makes sense.
And I'm not even trying to be like super skeptical. I'm just being fucking, just doing like a rigorous evaluation. Not even that rigorous. Just like an evaluation. Like, hey, dude, can I fucking rely on this 100%? No, I can rely on it, but not 100%. There's a chance the theory could be wrong. Maybe 80%, maybe 70%. I don't know. But the 3i Atlas thing is interesting. But
yeah, I just hate stuff like that. Like I
have you heard of the WOW signal? Have you seen that connection between this thing and the WOW signal?
No, I haven't.
So they got a WOW radio burst fucking in the 70s or something, SETI did, with a bunch of radio telescopes. This Harvard astrophysicist said that if you roll back, just according to him, where this thing was at the time that WOW signal was, based upon its trajectory or whatever the fuck it's doing, that it was in the same place where the WOW signal originated from way back in the 70s. So it's radio telescopes. They're looking for what is a non-nature signal, right? Some signal, some radio emission that appeared to come from intelligent life. So SETI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So they're looking for some radio signal that could not be natural. They got a signal and it said WOW, and they wrote WOW on the fucking thing. That's why it's called the WOW signal, because the person that was monitoring it wrote WOW on the printout. Dude says that this 3i Atlas was at that location in the sky when that WOW signal came out. And he can tell from rolling back, I guess, where it was, 30 years ago, based upon its current trajectory and path. Now, this is part of the story. I haven't verified whether any of this shit's true. It's just like, I just hear this shit in passing, like on Twitter or fucking YouTube or whatever. I don't know if any of that crap's true. I know Avi Loeb is a big frickin' alien nut, and I don't even know how he's still on the faculty at Harvard. 50 years ago, they would have fired him in like 3 seconds, but,
A
I
part of
got
me
some
though
for you.
makes. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna post it. Give me a second. So this is a YouTube link. This is a screenshot from the comments. If you watch this whole video, you see some very weird stuff going on. There's numerous people that have recorded videos like this. It's basically low light, infrared, or night vision goggles looking up into the sky. Now, a lot of people believe there's all kinds of satellites up in the sky, and they would be, something that's streaking across your vision, right, in like a pretty consistent rate of speed and a pretty consistent direction. But when you go out and you actually look at these things, you see things that are going very fast, then all of a sudden they slow down. You see things that are going slow, then all of a sudden they zigzag and take off in another direction. I've witnessed that with my own eyes. Other people have witnessed it and recorded it, and plenty of people comment about it all the time. So when you look up into the sky with advanced vision devices or low light vision devices, there's all kinds of unexplained aerial phenomena going on that makes no sense from any standard mainstream interpretation of what's going on up in the sky. You could just go out and look at it yourself.
It's an entirely different dimension of anomaly, you know? Is he speaking? Or is he just lighting up?
No, I'm just like watching this video.
So, I would imagine like the people that have a more true cosmological understanding of Earth and whatnot would understand that there's, along with the cycles that they allow us to know about, there's probably cycles they don't allow us to know about, where there may be an uptick in anomalous activity in the sky, and then they of course co-opt these anomalies and write them into heliocentrism in some way to reinforce that whole structure.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm never gonna understand it, dude. Fucking, what's wrong with these Zoomers, bro?
Yeah, well, speaking of Zoomers, man. So this guy in the clip, I isolated a little clip out where he's focused on one, and he's zooming in, and you could see it streaking in the sky. And normally you'd think, well, it must be a sky satellite or something, and it's just going to keep going at the same speed across the guy's screen, but don't. It streaks in, and then it slows down very quickly.
What the fuck?
Yeah, brother. People have eyewitness accounts and even some video accounts of a quote unquote sky phenomena like that. Zips in, stops abruptly, and sometimes will even take a 90-degree turn. And there's nothing that we know of, dude, that can move like that. You know, you're talking tens upon tens of what the scale would be, thousands of miles an hour, come to essentially, you know, an eighth of the speed almost instantaneously, and then take off in another direction. Like if a human being was in something like that, they'd be liquefied.
It's like fucking blinking. What the hell? That thing just slows. That's so weird, dude. It just slows down.
Yeah,
The way
there's
it
many
slows down,
people,
too,
dude.
is-
Yep.
You know, I'm pretty sure I saw some weird shit like this in the sky before, and I remember thinking to myself, like, there's just no way I saw that. Like ever since then, I keep telling myself, there's just no way I saw that. And because it's like it's such a weird anomaly, and I just hate like just thinking, well, I guess I'm just gonna move on my day and keep doing whatever because after witnessing something like that, I always think though a lot of our ancestors, well, maybe not yours, but a lot of a lot of the people back in the ancient civilizations would worship the sky.
Oh, have you heard the new hotness? Oh, they went back and they looked at photographic plates of the stars from back in between 1947 and 1950. Could have been 51. Yeah, and they detected things that they seem to be satellites for the space program. Yeah, I don't know how that works exactly. Satellites before satellites. This is peer reviewed in the astronomical journals. This isn't like me making shit up or some dude I saw on Twitter. It's in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. I think it was in November or October edition.
And what do they say? Like there are these lights in the sky that move for some reason?
Yeah, that there's these lights in the sky that move that are consistent with being frickin' orbiting spacecraft, but it was pre-Sputnik.
Wait, like 60s Sputnik?
Yeah. So they're photographic plates from the 40s, the 50s.
I'm talking about like the conspiracy theory angle. Do you guys still subscribe to that or no?
There's lots of conspiracy theories. Can you like elaborate what exactly you're talking about?
Yeah, it's very vague and a kind of a loaded question because you've said still, right, and conspiracy theory.
Would you even?
Well, I'm talking about the idea of the Earth being flat.
How was that a
Or
conspiracy theory?
Or a globe, rather. I'm sorry.
How is any of that a conspiracy theory?
No, well, most of you guys that I talked to, you think is some part
Is
of.
people? Well, let me ask you. A lot of people believe in ghosts. Is that a conspiracy theory?
Well, if this channel was about ghosts, then I would ask
So
them that.
ghosts would be a conspiracy theory if a lot of people believed in ghosts.
Okay.
A lot of people believe the Earth is a globe in the same way as believing in ghosts. It's just a belief. That's a fantasy. It's not a conspiracy theory. You don't believe it because of a conspiracy theory, right? You think the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm asking if flat earthers think that the whole thing is a conspiracy.
I think I just answered that. Maybe you didn't comprehend my words.
No, you said a lot there.
Yeah, I said that believing in something doesn't de facto make something a conspiracy.
Well, I get that. That's why I asked the question. So.
It was a weirdly formed question.
Conspiracy theory between who? Who's conspiring?
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
This is your idea. This isn't our idea.
I said I'll rephrase it. Is it okay?
Yeah.
You flat earthers think that the
You flat
the
earthers
idea
think. How do you know what we think?
I'm trying to ask a question.
That wasn't a question. That was a statement.
You cut me off. So
No, like you flat earthers think can't be formed into a question. Okay.
I'm asking if people who think the Earth is flat think that it's a conspiracy, the idea of the Earth being a globe.
No.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask before you cut me off. So.
How would you believe the Earth is a globe? It's not a conspiracy.
Oh, okay. You don't think it's a government thing or anything like that, or?
I don't think the government has an official position.
Okay. Huh. So I'm just curious, where does all this stuff online come from about the information relative to the Earth being a sphere? Where does all that come from?
Ignorance.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where's all this stuff about ghosts come from? Where's all this stuff about elves come from? Where does all that come from?
I don't know. Are there any scientific papers about ghosts and elves, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably like for fucking 50 years.
Yeah.
Was it
Does anyone know
Harvard?
what the shape of the Earth is?
What does that mean?
I'm asking
Does
you.
anybody know?
Yeah, in your view, does anyone know?
Well, that's kind of loaded. I don't think anyone knows. Never certain. I don't think anyone's ever been outside the Earth to see it in its entirety.
I see. You don't
If
think
that's
NASA
even a
knows?
possibility, which I doubt it is.
Do you think NASA knows or no?
NASA's not a person. NASA doesn't know things.
I didn't say you were a person. I'm
You're
just
very sloppy with your language. And
organization.
you're doing it
group,
intentionally
entity.
so that you can speak in generalities and create a narrative. This is very obvious to me. NASA doesn't know things. There's people at NASA, those people know things. So let's be very specific of what we're talking about. Who knows things? Who's part of conspiracy? Let's be very specific on who these people are. Is it you? Would it be you?
No.
Would it be Matthew
No.
Learns in here?
No, I'm just asking you what you think about certain things.
I don't think about it as I don't anthropomorphize NASA. I don't anthropomorphize the government.
Neither do I.
You
They're
just
they're
did
an
twice.
entity. No, I didn't answer.
I don't see you using proper names of human beings.
I don't know anyone who works at NASA. Why would I use a name?
Because those would be the conspirators.
Okay, let's take conspiracy out of it. Do you think people at NASA know what the shape of the Earth is?
No.
Okay, that's all I was asking you. We don't have to be difficult with this.
No, bro. Only 20. Matt corrected me. Only 24 people even claim to know.
Okay. I was just wondering what
Do you
your
realize
opinion
that,
was.
right? Only 24 people claim to have primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
In the history of man, there's 9 billion people on the Earth now, and probably since the space program, probably 9 billion have lived and died. So out of that 18 billion people, 24 people say, yeah, I know the Earth is a globe. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Are they correct?
No,
How do you know that?
because we can measure the Earth.
Well, if they said they saw it as a sphere, then
That's
how
not a
can you prove
measurement.
them wrong? Oh, okay.
It's not a measure. So, how many people saw it as flat? 9 billion?
Can you see ultraviolet light?
No, but 9 billion people saw the Earth as flat. 24 saw it as a sphere. What are we going to go with?
That almost sounds like a genetic fallacy.
No, you obviously don't know what a genetic fallacy is.
No, I do know what a genetic fallacy is.
Okay, tell me what it is.
Well, you essentially you saying that just because a certain number of people saw something, that's not true.
That would be an appeal to majority. It's not a genetic fallacy.
Well, it could be that too, but you're saying they're not credible because there's only a certain number.
No. What I'm saying is, you asked me if they were wrong. Okay?
Okay.
And you asked me how I know they're wrong. I said because we measure it.
Who's we?
Me. People in this chat. Other people that aren't in this chat.
Okay. So I'm guessing you guys are part of the minority when it comes to measuring stuff, right?
So the argument you just complained about, you just made.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say you were.
As far as measuring the Earth, no.
Okay. You measured the entire Earth?
You don't need to measure the entire Earth. You only need to measure a subsection. You can
Oh, I see.
extrapolate out.
Huh.
Because of the physics of water.
Okay.
So if
Then how
water's
big-
connected, right, it pretty much does the same thing across its surface when it's all connected.
I see.
And the oceans of the Earth are just one giant fucking ocean. It means all the water's connected, and that consumes the majority of the surface of the Earth. So whatever that water does, that's what the Earth does. That we can make a statement about the entire Earth based upon a measurement of subsection of water.
Sure.
Because you can extrapolate out, and that extrapolation is justified because of the physics.
Okay, so your extrapolation tells you that the entire Earth is so-called flat?
It tells us that the water's not curving. And since it's not curving, it can only be the opposite, flat.
Are you talking about the Earth or are you talking about the water on the Earth? Which one?
The Earth.
Okay.
Not the physical dirt. The Earth as a whole.
Okay. So, with your extrapolation, does it tell you what the dimensions of the Earth is?
No, we don't care.
I'm just
It's
curious
irrelevant.
if it tells you that too.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the question.
I'm just
See,
wondering
this is
if you
called
know
a
that.
red herring that you're trying to pull now, because you can't
I'm
actually
just
address what I said, and that the surface of the water is flat. You can't actually address that because you know that's true, but you have an ideology which that prohibits that.
no. I'm trying to understand if you can extrapolate that.
Oh,
It's
you
flat.
understand.
You
You
can
understand perfectly
extrapolate
well. This is an act you're doing.
the mathematics is behind the Earth. Did your extrapolation give you that too, or
The mathematics that's behind the Earth. What?
yeah, the dimensions of the Earth?
You don't need the dimensions to know if the surface is flat. The only
I didn't say
dimension
you
you need to
needed it.
know
I
is
was wondering if you had that.
all you need to know is the vertical ratio to the horizontal ratio.
I was just wondering if you just had those numbers. That's all. If you don't, that's fine.
Don't need them.
Do you have them?
Don't need them.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had them anyway, though.
How would I have them?
I don't know. You tell me. You either do or you don't. But
How would anybody have them? This is a game you're playing, dude. It's getting annoying, Raiden. You're not
ask a
clever.
question.
See right through this shit.
I'm not playing a game. I just asked if.
Yeah, you are. You're just asking questions. This is called the sea lion troll, Raiden.
I'm not trolling. I just asked you.
The
if you had
sea lion troll. Why don't you look it up because you're doing it? I'll just read what it is.
Okay.
So everybody knows what you're doing.
I'm not. I just asked a question. I'm not doing
Yeah,
anything.
I know. You're just asking questions.
I mean, I don't care if you don't have them. It's fine.
I'm innocent. Sea lion troll is a term for a type of trolling called sea lining, which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and discredit an opponent. Sounds familiar.
So me asking you if you have dimensions of the Earth.
So you're going to keep doing it?
No, I'm not going to ask you.
Yeah. Do I need to read the definition again?
No,
which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and I'll answer your question. Tell me how it's relevant. When you can demonstrate to me that it's relevant to whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved, then I'll answer.
I never said it was relevant. I was just
Okay, then I'm not answering it. It's irrelevant.
Okay, fair enough. What's for dinner?
Yeah, that's just as irrelevant as the frickin' what the size of the Earth is.
Okay. What's relevant in your view?
Things that, observations that answer the question of whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved. That's what's relevant.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm guessing when you say observations, you mean with the naked eye?
Measurements.
Oh, but we're back to numbers again, right?
Yeah, measurements, dude.
But I asked you for numbers and you said it's not relevant.
No, you asked me for the totality of the dimensions. You asked me for the surface area. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Unless you're going to argue we're on a flat spot and the Earth's a fucking giant ball of fucking like 1.6 billion miles in circumference. And we're on a flat spot on that ball.
Okay. Well, I won't press you on it. So I was just wondering.
Yeah. You can do whatever you want, dude. This is just rhetorical gimmicks, dude.
No, it's not a gimmick.
Very obvious.
I'm not
I wish you guys would come in here with some level of honesty, man, but I guess I'm asking for too much.
Just ask a question. That's all. We don't have to
Yeah, I
talk
know,
about
Sea Lion. I know you're just asking questions under the guise of civility. Yeah, I know.
No, I'm always civil. It's not a guise. So I don't come in here.
No, you're
calling you
always
guys
under the
idiots or anything.
guise. It's always under the guise, dude.
No, I don't berate you guys or anything.
Yeah, I know, because you have your guise of civility.
No, it's who I am. It's not a guise. I don't think you're stupid or crackpots or anything.
Stop sniveling, little
I don't care about that. It's two different questions, dude. You're Mr. Irrelevant, dude. You just go to relevant thing after irrelevant thing.
All right. Fair enough. Besides flat Earth, how's your night going?
Yeah, it's going fantastic. So let me ask you. How can you test whether the Earth is flat or a ball? What can you do to test it?
That's a good question.
Where's the true dichotomy
between those two statements?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that people claim are a dichotomy, but they could work on either proposition, right? So what can we test that's an actual true dichotomy? That the result of some observation will give you positively ball versus flat.
Well, if I had to pick one thing between those two statements you offered, I would say go as high up as you can and look down.
Is looking objective?
That's all we have. So
that's all we have. No, we have more than that. We have tools, right?
Okay,
we have tools that are that do make objective comparisons between things.
Okay. Well, how about we use both? How about we use the tools and what you see with your eyes and do a comparison?
Why would you mix something objective with something subjective? Why would you do that?
I can't use both.
Because one's subjective, one's objective. That's like saying, I want to mix how tall I am with my favorite color. It makes no sense.
Why can't one corroborate or verify the other?
One is subjective, the other is objective. What aren't you understanding?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why you can't use both. And then,
dude, how many times you're talking about dichotomy? How can't? Okay, the law of the excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity. That's why. Those three things, dude. The three laws of logic. Objective and subjective are opposite things. You can't integrate them together.
Let me give you an example. Let's say I know what you look like. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Let's say someone gives me a picture of you or a photograph. Okay, and I have it in my hand. I can look at that photograph and then I can turn around and I can look at you and I can say, you know what, that's India. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's wrong with me doing that?
Okay, that's because I'm there. You actually have something. You have a reference to compare it to. But it still wouldn't tell you whether that picture is real or not, because that match that you're doing that is in your mind, right? It's subjective. So you could have a really good artist. I could actually post a picture of, I could post a picture right now of Morgan Freeman. Okay, right now. And you think it was, and brother, you would think it's a photograph. And everyone I've ever shown it to think it's a photograph, when it's actually a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman.
It could be, sure.
Well, it is. So even though you'd evaluate that as, dude, that's definitely freaking photograph of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. It's a painting of a photograph of Morgan Freeman, and a photograph of that. So you're 3 layers, you're 2 layers removed away from the actual subject. That's why it's subjective. Dude, what you're not understanding is your evaluation, your quote unquote match, is a subjective evaluation. There's no metric. There's no objective metric that you're applying to your evaluation. Like, oh, it looks like it to me. Looks similar to me. It might look similar to you and not similar to somebody else.
Well, this is getting pedantic now because
it isn't pedantic. It isn't pedantic. It's the crux of the problem. It's the crux of the problem. See now, your civility mask is falling off.
No, what I'm saying is you could say that about anything. You could just say, well, you're just evaluating. You're just evaluating.
No. Everyone can read a tape measure and agree that something is 10 inches fucking long. It isn't subjective.
If someone was being stupid with you, they could say, how do you know what 10 inches is? But I won't do that. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, stop.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, we're assuming they know. We're assuming they know how to fucking count. Okay,
And they wouldn't even listen, bro. They wouldn't even need to know how to count. You could just say, "Hey, you don't even need to read the words. Take a little red marker, put this freaking tape measure against this thing, and when you compare this length to that length, make a little red marker on the tape measure when they're the same." And they're going to be the same for all fucking people in all time, forever and ever. It doesn't matter whether you can read the fucking ruler or not. You're doing a direct comparison between two things. This is what measurement is.
Yeah, it seems like you want to argue with someone tonight. And I'm not arguing with you about anything. You know?
Now you're going to talk about me.
No, it just seems like you don't like.
Don't try to divine my mind, dude. You're just wrong. And you're not getting it. You're fighting it, okay? Subjective looking at things. You don't take the subjective the earth looks flat, do you?
Well, how do you determine if
Do you accept that the earth looks flat?
Yeah, it looks flat, yeah.
Oh, but it's not. Is that why? Is that subjective?
I mean, if you're in the middle of a desert, it can look like you see water in the distance, but that doesn't.
You're not talking about mirages, okay? How do you even know you're seeing mirages? Because you can look at them and say, "Hey, dude, the world don't look like that. That's a mirage." Good try. That shit don't fly. The earth looks flat. Why don't you accept that?
I didn't say I didn't.
Well, you're not a flat earther.
It appears that way, but I'm not.
Oh, that's
saying
all? That's an
I don't know if
objective measurement, dude.
In front of me, that's what it looks like. Yeah, as far as I can.
Yeah, no, that's subjective, bro. We just look at it, right? So now looking at, I'm illustrating your hypocrisy.
I can't
right?
see the entire Earth. I can see as far.
Why
as
do you
I
need
can
to see the whole thing?
Well, I can't talk about the whole thing if I can't see the whole thing, right?
Yeah, but you can go in a bunch of different places, and everywhere you look, from wherever place you are, all those places look flat.
As far as I can see, sure.
That's right. If you go to China, if you go to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, all those places look flat.
So why don't you accept it is?
Yeah. Why do you think there's a magic place where that totality of flatness becomes a ball?
I can't justify extrapolating that the entire Earth is flat just based on as far as I can see.
So how do you justify a point of view you've never had? Looking around.
I never said I justified it.
Do you accept that those places you've been are flat?
As far as I can see, they look flat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Looking
but are
into
they
the
flat?
distance, sure.
Are they flat though?
What's your definition of flat?
Right. But you use that standard for other things. Like it looks like that thing, therefore it is that thing. But you go to a place, and as far as you can see, it looks flat, but you don't conclude it is flat because it looks like it.
That's my perspective, sure. As far as I can see, I mean, yeah, that's anybody's perspective. It looks level and flat and etc. I understand
So
that.
subjective.
I guess you could say anything's subjective. I mean, if you're the one who's looking at it.
Not everything's subjective, dude. 1 + 1 isn't subjective.
Okay, that's mathematics. That's different. So we're not talking about axioms. We're talking about what you're looking at, right?
Yeah. Any visual observation when you're just looking at something because it's a projection of the 3D world is inherently subjective. Now, what is objective is basically a description of how it looks. You could say, hey, this looks like that, but that doesn't mean it is that.
You know what this reminds me of? Your question reminds me of the Gettier problem. You know what that is, right?
Not at the top of my head. So I have heard of it.
Yeah, where there's sheep in the field, and then there's a cardboard sheep out there. Someone you understand now?
There's a sheep in the field and there's a cardboard sheep. Keep going.
Well, I'm just saying, this is just going through it roughly. It's not exactly what it is, but
It's not even close.
I'm just saying, if you look out there, you would see a bunch of sheep, even though one of them's not a sheep. Okay, something else. Oh,
How do you know they're not? It's not a sheep.
how do you know it isn't?
Yeah. How would you tell it whether it's a sheep?
No, that's the problem.
You'd go up to the sheep, and you go all the individual units. You'd go test to see if they were a cardboard cutout sheep. What you're saying, this is your position, is I got to get farther away to get a better look. And I'm going to look at the whole herd. And once I can see the fucking whole herd, I'll be able to pick out that sheep that isn't a
The point
sheep.
is, if you look at the whole thing, they all look like sheep.
Dude, the subjective argument was yours. You're the one who said fly to space, look at the Earth. I said measure it.
What am I measuring in 12 feet?
Whether
in
the
front of me,
surface of the Earth is curving. Is it curving? Is it not curving? If curving, ball. If not curving, not ball.
How much of the Earth do I need to measure to make that extrapolation?
Oh, not much.
All right.
Probably a couple. I would say 10 long distance observations, consistent over a period of time.
And you translate that into miles, or
It's not a distance because we know what the water does.
okay.
Have you ever experienced water, a connected body of water, to do something in one place and not in the other at the surface? To any significant degree?
No.
Yeah, so why would we think that somehow the Earth, I measure the water flat here and then goes somewhere else, and that's where it's curving?
What do you mean by measure the water flat? What does that
The
mean?
surface of the water has to curve. So from a level line, horizontally extending out into space, the surface of the Earth should curve away from it, such as eye level. Should curve down and away from eye level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means at each increment of distance, there's a separation between that level line and the surface of the Earth. Well, let's call it a horizontal line and the surface of the Earth, because you'll try to conflate fucking level with curved. So let's just say from the horizontal level line, okay, and the surface there, it should increase in distance. The further you go, the larger the distance, and it should increase exponentially. If that's not happening, then the Earth's not a ball. It's really simple, bro. It's not even complicated.
Okay. I can see how you.
Can you
would
have
see
a
it that
ball
way.
with a flat surface?
If it's big enough, yeah.
Really?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let me tell you how that's not the case. The definition of a sphere is equidistant from the center. A flat surface can't be equidistant from a single point along its length. Okay? So, I don't know if you need to go back to like geometry class, but a straight line and a curved line can't possibly be the same because of the
those
properties.
two aren't the same, no.
Well, because of the properties of a sphere are equidistant from the center, which is a point. And a line can't be equidistant from a point along its length.
A straight line and a curved line are two different things. I agree. But you said
okay.
flat surface. That's different.
Yeah, that means a straight line, dude.
Okay, when you say straight line, my
I can take
definition
okay.
is 180
Let's switch it
degrees.
to a plane. Okay, a 2D fucking plane from a point can't be equidistant from that point, but the surface of a sphere can be equidistant from that point and must be.
Would you agree there's a difference between a straight line and a line?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with that too. Those aren't the same thing.
Okay. You're trying to just deflect from the point. Okay, and the point is that the surface of the Earth is not curving. measured to be not curving.
And you have a line that's not 180 degrees.
What does that mean? We're talking about a
I'm
straight
asking.
line. No, enough with the red herrings, dude.
Just ask.
We're only talking about the surface of the Earth, dude. Is it curving or is it not?
Well, I think it is because I think it's a sphere, but.
And why is that?
I don't. How much time do you have?
No, I'm asking you why you think it's a sphere.
That's what I just asked you. How much time do you have?
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
Okay. Well, let's start with everything that we can all see. Let's start with satellite images and go from there.
Who's we? So looking at a screen.
Yeah.
What about the world? What about nature?
I don't have any reason to think that they're not real. So.
You don't have any reason to think they are real.
Okay. Well, I guess you could say that about anything, right?
No. So there's two types of claims. There's regular claims and there's fantastic claims. Claiming you have machines zipping around in a fucking vacuum at 17,000 miles per hour is a fantastic claim.
Okay. I can appreciate that.
And there's no reason I should believe them. Can you give me a reason to believe that there's pictures of Earth from space?
No, I can't. I can't convince you in any way.
No, I'm at a reason. What was the reason you believed them? How did you evaluate them? Is what I'm asking you. Like you were presented these pictures. Someone said, "Hey, these are pictures from space." What was your evaluation process on that claim?
Well, I didn't vet these images.
What was your evaluation process on that claim?
I just told you I didn't vet these images.
You didn't even for 1 second. You didn't do anything.
No, I trusted. I didn't vet it in any way.
I trusted. So you don't actually know the Earth's a globe. You just trust somebody else's claim that it is.
Yeah, if I knew everything, I wouldn't need to do anything. I would just, at some point you have to trust somebody.
What? What do you mean know everything? What's that got to do with anything?
No one is omniscient, so at some point you have to trust someone.
No, you don't. Says who?
Yeah,
where's that
that's
written
ridiculous.
down?
Oh, you don't?
You have to trust.
Do you know who your father is?
Well, I know what my mother says. I know what's written on the birth certificate. No, I don't know.
Right, so you don't know. You just know.
No, I don't.
You, right? Okay. Right, exactly.
I don't know what you're thinking. No, I don't know. And who said I trusted what they told me?
Oh, you don't trust what your mom told you?
Not necessarily. You don't know my mother.
Okay, fair enough.
You also don't know your own. You don't even know how old you are. No one in this chat does. Nobody knows how old they are. Nobody.
You're asking if we trust the same people who told us about Santa, the Easter Bunny. Come on.
But even so, trust is not required. You choose to trust or not trust. That's a choice. It's not required. Okay, you're not required to trust.
Right.
You're not required to trust their claims, dude.
Indio, you asked me a question. I gave you an honest answer. Now you want to fault me on it?
No. What I said. Listen. You said you must trust somebody. That's not true. You don't have to trust anybody.
Fair enough. You don't have to.
Okay, you choose to. So you don't. The point is, you don't know the Earth is a globe. Okay, I just wanted to get you to say the truth. You believe it because you choose to believe it because you choose to trust in complete fucking strangers and their claims, even though you never evaluated the veracity of the claims by your own admission.
India,
You're my dad. You are a religious zealot.
Nobody knows everything, so at some point
that has nothing to do with this. Whether you know something or not has nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
We're talking about this very specific thing. Don't try to fucking muddy the water. But I'm demanding that you know everything. I'm saying this very specific thing. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and the basis that you've admitted that you believe it
is because of the claims of other people that you never even evaluated.
I didn't say I knew what the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah, what a
I just told you
scumbag.
that. I mean, you're arguing against a straw man.
I asked you, and I never said. No, you just straw manned what I said. I never said you knew the shape of the Earth. I asked you why you believed it.
And I told you. So what's the problem?
Yeah. So where's the straw man?
It's like you're fighting against a shadow.
Where's the straw man?
I answered your question.
Where's the straw man? Where was my straw man?
He critiqued it.
No, it just sounds like you're shadow boxing, you know.
Yeah. Now you're going to talk about me. Gimmick again.
I'm not gimmicking. You asked me a question, and I gave you an intellectually honest answer. So what
Yeah,
else you want me to
you
do?
gave me an honest answer, and I gave you an honest rendition of the whole thing, compactified. Because you're
Okay.
trying to use smoke and mirrors to hide what the situation is. The situation is, some people said something, you chose to believe their words, and you never evaluated it.
All right, shoot me. I mean, what do you want me to do? I don't know everything. I have to believe somebody at some point.
No, you don't.
Guys, again.
Okay, what do you
Dude, it's like,
suggest I
do you use these gimmicks like in the other VCs or something?
I'm not trying to gimmick anything. I'm not playing any games.
They're rhetorical gimmicks, dude. Did you forget I've talked to you before and you did these same things then and the time before that? It's like they're little
Give me a-
catchphrases, right? They're little gimmicks.
What do you want me to say to you?
It's not what I want you to say. Okay? This is really simple. You have a belief, you never evaluated whether the belief is true or not. I'm telling you
I
how you
admitted
can
that.
do it, but you you don't care because you'd rather
I
just
do.
believe the claims of strangers. You can test their claims, you know, right?
All right.
Did you know that you could go out into the natural world and test their claims?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe part of it. Yeah, I don't know if I can test
What
all
part?
of it.
What do you mean
We're
part of it?
talking about- You said test their claims.
Yeah, test their claims that the Earth is a ball.
I can't test satellite images. I don't have the equipment or the money or the resources to do that.
Yeah, you can. Because if what the image depicts doesn't exist in reality, then the image is fake.
Okay.
So if someone showed you a picture of a frickin' pink house in the middle of Times Square, and then you go to Times Square and there's no pink house there, you know the image is fake. You don't have to prove how they faked it. There's no fucking house there. So what they depicted in the picture doesn't exist. In reality, the image has to be fake, right?
That makes
thing,
sense.
Yeah, so the images that they take the picture of show what have we been talking about? Curving water. And you can go check in reality whether the water's actually curving. Because the things in that images, like the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, you can go there. Just like I have. I can go down to the Atlantic Ocean, the thing that's in their fucking pictures, and see if the water's curving. But it's not.
Okay.
So you have a picture that doesn't exist. It's not an accurate rendition of nature.
What do you think?
And how do I know? Because I went into nature and tested and looked in nature to see, hey, dude, does that thing exist actually in nature? Is my Atlantic Ocean out there actually curving?
All right. So if what you're saying is true, what do you think we should do going forward?
God, here we go to call it arms. I think you should go down to like you should find the largest, flattest body of water and hold up a sign that says, "This water doesn't curve," and chant slogans, dude. Like, what the fuck, bro? What do you mean, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying. What do you think we should do with this information? In your view,
tell people it.
Okay.
A lot of people are misinformed. There's a lot of myths that have been spread through humanity, and this is one of them. This is just a modern day atheist religion. It's a religion without a deity. All the things that people practice in religion, the globe does, but it's minus the deity. It's got a creation story, has a creation of man story. The fundamental claims can't be tested by anybody but the priesthood. You have to just trust what they say. Same way that people read the Bible, only the clergy could read the Bible, and the fucking laymen couldn't read it in the past. It's the same thing. It's esoteric. You have to decipher esoteric symbols on a fucking blackboard, and that actually proves the exact opposite of what you experience in reality. If you understand the symbols, then you understand the true reality. That's like fucking magic, bro. If you look at it for the way it really is, all the things that they say that were left behind by the Enlightenment, they just co-opted with a different type of bullshit.
Fascinating. You sound like someone whose heart is in the right place. You really do.
Well, that being what it may, the fact remains is they have a creation story, Big Bang. They have an origin of man story, right? Frickin' evolutionary fucking black goo. Right? Same with religion. You look at any religion, they have a creation story. In the words say, let there be light. They have a creation of man story. God created Adam from the dust. Right? So it's all the same things. Oh, what does God say? Oh, we don't know. You fucking gotta ask the priest. Only they're the ones communing with God, the prophets and all those people. Right? You can't know. The priests know. Oh, what's the evidence for space? Oh, how can I know the Earth's a globe? Oh, you can't know. Only the astronauts can know. See, all these things are analogous. The fundamentals of all this shit are almost identical.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun.
I want to ask you one more thing before I go on mute because I don't want to take up too much of the mic time. If you were wrong about something, would you want to know it?
Oh yeah, why not?
Okay, fair enough. That's good. I'm glad you said that.
I ain't wrong about this.
No, I didn't say you were. But you answered my question. So we have a good one. Okay.
Ah, you too.
All right.
Keep the faith, brother.
Thank you.
What'd you say? How's the Earth flat?
Yeah.
Well, the ocean. Do you think water's flat and level?
Nah.
No.
Nah,
So-
the moon moves the waves.
Dude, we didn't say smooth, man. Flat and level, a horizontal plane.
But like the ocean doesn't have waves.
Yeah, they have waves, but there's a different property. Smoothness is not flatness. Dude, I dare you to write. Go to when you got Thanksgiving coming up, right? When you go there, be like, that table's not flat because if I take a microscope, there's bumps all over it, and you're gonna be eating outside. Okay, stop being pedantic. Yeah, because you would never talk like this, dude, in real life, dude. This, like, oh, the Earth's not flat because there's waves. It's 193 million mile on the horizontal axis, and it's 3 feet high on the vertical axis, so it's not perfectly flat.
Okay, but like, how is it flat though? Like, I want to know how it is. I'd like to be
just told you,
educated.
the oceans of the world, there's only one ocean. I mean, we call them different oceans: Arctic, Pacific, Atlantic, but it's all one connected ocean, right? All the water is connected. That water is flat and horizontal. It does not curve into a ball. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? So if that water doesn't curve into a ball, then the Earth's not a ball. Water in a bathtub, flat on the surface. Water in a lake, flat on the surface.
Let's just make shit up.
Water on the sea, flat on the surface. That's making shit up. We literally, when we want to make flat things in construction, we use a water level.
Yeah, it's called gravity.
We use it to make it curved. Go start a construction and be like, oh, what's this level for? Oh, it's to make curved floors.
What the fuck?
Exactly. Sounds stupid, right?
Yeah, it is stupid.
Yeah, because in reality, so you have like
comparing a planet
flat Earth versus
and
globe thing is this.
fuller.
There's one is based upon reality, and the other one's based upon fantasy.
Yeah, flat Earth
Now you
is
can
fantasy.
well, I just mentioned how it is in real world. When you actually go outside into the natural world and use it, navigate it, all these things, that's what actually exists. Things like curving water, curving level, curving all these are just ideas. They don't actually exist out there. See, flat Earth is not on this Discord, it's outside in nature. It's not conceptual, it's not an idea. It's how we actually use and navigate the world. It's how we measure the world.
The Earth was flat. Wouldn't you be able to like go into the sky and see the entire planet?
No. Why would you say that? Earth isn't a
It's
planet,
flat.
eh? Earth is not a planet.
Sorry, it's a place. It's
not a plate either. It's not an object in space. There is no outer space. There's no outer space vacuum with shit floating around in it, dude.
Okay, so what is there?
Not that, because that's impossible. You know why you know why it's impossible? Because we're breathing air. And if we are breathing air, that means there's air pressure. And if there's air pressure, that means it can't be next to a vacuum without a barrier. Because all the pressurized air would fly off into the vacuum. Just like it does in every experiment ever done in the history of mankind, is that high pressure goes to low pressure.
So like how does gravity work then?
What does that mean? What do you mean by gravity?
When I drop something.
Okay. Yeah, it falls. And?
Yeah.
Yeah, so?
Wouldn't like the flat Earth just curve, like and rip apart?
What are you talking about? So you're confusing two different ideas. I drop something and it falls, with mass attracts mass turning things into a ball. Those are two separate ideas.
Yeah, but if there's gravity, wouldn't the gravity collapse on itself?
You're trying to combine flat Earth.
No, so you're confusing two different ideas. One is called big G, the other one's called little g. Little g is known empirically. We drop something, it falls, it accelerates at 8.8 meters per second squared. But nobody ever dropped something and said, certainly the Earth has to be a ball because that thing fell to the ground. No one ever said that. That observation does not tell you the shape of the Earth. Now, there's an idea that the big G thing, F equals G times M1 times M2 divided by R squared, which is the Newton's universal law of gravitation. There's that idea that predicts that things would form into balls, like a bunch of free floating matter in a vacuum would form into a ball. First of all, that's never been observed. Okay? It's never been shown to happen in a lab. And thirdly, it's not even a prediction of the physics. That would be a special case. Because you're going to get an uneven, distorted frickin' blob. The starting frickin' condition would have to be homogeneous. All the particle size will have to be the same. It would have to be isotropic, meaning there isn't more mass in this place than this other place.
Wait, so what is pulling the objects to the ground?
What makes you think there's a pull?
I don't know. They fall. They don't go up. They don't go sideways.
How do you know it's on a push?
What would be pushing it?
What would be pulling it? Why are you using an analogy of pushing and pulling at all? The current rhetoric is it's not neither of those. The current rhetoric is the distortion of space-time. That the geometry of space itself is changing.
Hey, real quick, I just put 12 different theories of gravity in the side chat. Which one is your favorite?
They need to go on a dartboard. Can you freaking get those on a dartboard?
You probably could with all the division.
Gravity bingo card.
Yeah, the idea that gravity forms things into balls is a poorly conceived idea. And it's not even the modern rhetoric anyway. But that's what
Wait,
they
is
teach everybody in
bingo
school. Gravity bingo.
goes up.
Yeah, you can't get, like, it doesn't logically follow because something falls to the ground that the earth is a ball, okay? You can't make that chain of logic. Doesn't, okay, I went outside, I picked up a frickin' rock, I let it go, it fell to the ground, therefore earth ball. That's silly. Right? You need a whole sequence of frickin' a whole logical chain. And then all you would have is a hypothesis. But if I go, hey, dude, has anybody actually observed gravity forming things into a ball? That's a big no. You can say, hey, I look in the sky, I see a bunch of balls. That doesn't tell you how they formed. So, the point of all that is that even, let's say, you have this whole hypothesis that gravity forms things into balls.
I see you, man. My game installed.
Now check. Yeah. That was Heretic's Razor right there.
Perfect example.
Yep, exact. That was definitely Heretic's Razor.
Find me, Heretic's Razor.
Is that people that are dumb that have been bullied by people that are smarter than them want to bully someone too, and they're sick of being bullied, so they come into the flat Earth room and then try to be the intellectual bullies.
That's also a bully reverse cycle.
Yeah, exactly.
Did he say something insultive, like leaving statement there?
What do you mean?
No, I just like if he.
No, he didn't. He
with an
didn't. But
arrow
like,
or something.
I think he thought he was gonna come in and just take a dump all over us, and then didn't end up being that way.
Yeah.
He probably just thought we were crackpots.
For sure. Yeah. You could hear him kind of laughing at the beginning.
Yeah, just like Mansky said, he wasn't taking it seriously, and then it got so not serious that he had to pull a ripcord, jump out of the fucking airplane.
Yep.
Mansky, I know you think you proved globe Earth, but I proved concave Earth. That's right. Here, I'll show you the evidence. See that, Mansky? That's a photograph.
Yeah.
That's a digital photo taken of an actual printed photograph taken from an actual negative from an actual camera. That's the airplane wing on the left there. That's the horizon out there. Now you see that horizon? The horizon looks flat, bro. But the problem is it's not flat. Let me show you. So when you put a straight edge up to it, there you go right there. Check that out. That horizon's curved up, buddy. Sorry, buddy. So someone told me you could see curvature of the Earth from the airplane window. So I was like, all right, bro. I happen to have some pictures from an airplane window. So if it's a curve of the Earth from the airplane window, then the Earth is concave. Well, guess the Earth's not a globe there, bud. Damn, sucks, doesn't it?
Didn't show up until